Chapter 1. Thea, my dear, we're going to attend the funeral. Pack up and we'll wait for you downstairs. The middle-aged woman choked with sobs and walked out of the room while covering her mouth. Okay, Mom, I'll be right there. Thea Quinn, who was sitting by the bed, watched her mother's figure disappear from her sight. Thoughts kept surging in her mind. It had been 3 days since she transmigrated, or rather, merged, and she had slowly accepted her current identity. She had changed from a young man with a successful career to a young lady who had met with misfortune in her family. The past life, let's call it the past life for now. Memories of the past kept surging like movie clips. Birth, school, graduation, marriage, everything seemed real and dreamy. There was no happiness or resentment. She just watched it from an outsider's perspective, calm and indifferent. What was her original name? She couldn't remember. Compared to the past life, her current physical condition was basically controlled by Thea's original emotions. Sadness, and depression. She could only be Thea in the past and in the future, and she could only be Thea. She ignored the black dress. Although her original consciousness occupied most of her heart, she was still very resistant to female clothing. She wore the white singlet, black trousers, and black mid-heeled leather shoes that her mother had prepared. Fortunately, Thea was still underage. If she wore high heels to such a solemn occasion, it would be a disaster. Thea tidied her hair in front of the mirror. She had thick, dark brown hair, fair skin, and light green eyes. Her calm eyes revealed her longing for her loved ones who had passed away. After the first day of fusion, she was sure of her situation after watching the news. This was a world similar to the Green Arrow TV series. Maybe it was, maybe it wasn't. There was too little information to judge the specific situation. She had watched part of the series in her previous life. If she was not mistaken, she was the sister of the main character, Green Arrow, a rebellious and unreasonable problem girl. She picked up her handbag and walked down the stairs. Fortunately, Thea was still a good girl at this time. She had not been contaminated with a lot of bad habits because of the death of her loved ones. After the two souls merged, her spiritual power was stronger than ordinary people. Although she was a thin, 15-year-old girl, her steps were still strong. She walked to her mother, Maura Quinn, and said softly, "Let's go, Mom." Maura did not speak. She just hugged Thea, and the two entered the car silently. Robert Quinn, born in 1958, died in 2007 at the age of 51. He was our Star City's outstanding entrepreneur, our mentor and helpful friend. His departure caused us to lose our great father, our sincere friend. Oliver Quinn, born in 1985, died in 2007 at the age of 22. He is a child of our Star City, a gift from God. Thea's thoughts were a little scattered as she listened to the pastor's statement on the stage. The minister was effusive in his praise of his father, Robert, but said nothing of his brother. Her brother really didn't have any outstanding achievements for others to comment on. Dissolute, promiscuous, irresponsible. Other than being handsome, he basically had no other good points. But who would have thought that his father, who was like a saint, would plant the root of the disaster for the city? At the critical moment, it was his prodigal son who saved everyone. Thea was still very sad about the departure of her family. She covered her mouth to stop herself from crying. Although she knew that her brother was not dead, her father, who had always treated her as his own, had indeed passed away. Yes, he treated her as his own. It was ironic that she was not a child of the Quinn family. Her father had always known the truth, but he still treated her as his own daughter. There was never a trace of dissatisfaction. Reason could no longer suppress the burst of emotion. Thea leaned on her mother's shoulder and cried bitterly. "Dear, cried out." Maura gently stroked Thea's hair and said softly. Soon after, the funeral ended. 2 empty coffins were buried in the Quinn family cemetery. "My condolences, Maura." "My condolences, Thea." A middle-aged man with a cold face and extraordinary clothes first walked to the two and said calmly. Seeing this man, Thea immediately recognized that he was her biological father, Malcolm Merlin. This man was a complete schemer and an ambitious man. The Shipwreck of the Gold Quinn was directed by him. It could be said that he was the final boss of the first Green Arrow TV series. This man looked gentle and weak on the outside, but in fact he was very good at martial arts. His codename was Black Arrow. He was proficient in archery, swordsmanship, and fighting. In the first series, he had beaten Green Arrow twice. And this man's presence was quite strong. Green Arrow was very active in the first 4 series. Before the 5th series was finished, Thea had already crossed over. She did not know the situation, but with this man's survival ability, he would not die. From his show, although he was very insidious, he still loved his child. Maybe she could learn martial arts from him? In the original plot, Thea was trained by Malcolm to become Green Arrow's assistant in the 3rd series. Could she advance this process? Thea was very insecure now. Although there were still 5 years before the official plot began, Oliver was still fishing on Purgatory Island. But in the guest list just now, she saw a bright name, Wayne Enterprises. If she remembered correctly, this was Batman's company. What kind of world had she come to? She was not sure if he knew that she was his daughter. As a mother, Maura definitely knew. Would she tell Malcolm? What did the show say? Thea could not remember. Malcolm was not a kind person. If he did not know the truth and made a mistake, he would lose his life. At the same time, Sia was also very reluctant to acknowledge Malcolm. After all, he was the one who killed her adoptive father and caused her half-brother to wander around for 5 years. Although this was the price to pay for the growth of a hero, it was still too great a price to pay. Anyway, she did not have a good idea at the moment. She could only put this idea aside. She stood silently beside Moira, watching her mother express her gratitude to every guest. What a complicated woman. She knew all about Malcolm's plans. Didn't she love her own family? It turned out that she had invested all her feelings into this family. She was willing to give up her career and even her life for her children. But she sat and watched her husband and son die in the shipwreck. The regret and hatred she showed after the shipwreck could not be faked. What a contradiction. Perhaps she could only be described as an ostrich. Would she feel better as long as she did not die in front of her? Perhaps Malcolm took advantage of her mentality. Thea, let me introduce you. This is Walter Steele, your father's right-hand man. Moira introduced the bald black man in front of her. According to the plot, this man would become her stepfather in the next few years. Thea acted very detached. She nodded lightly and did not speak. Her feelings for Thea were now very vague. They were not close, but they were not distant. She did not oppose or support her finding another man. Perhaps this was the original Thea's attitude. Chapter 2. Thea ignored all the people who came to comfort her and kept a cold face. In fact, she did not know many of them and had no memory of them at all. It could be seen that the original Thea had little contact with these families. No one felt strange. After all, she was a 15-year-old girl who had lost her father and brother. It was normal for her to be upset. It would be strange if she greeted everyone she met. Thea, I'm sorry for your loss. A young man ignored her cold face and patted her on the shoulder. The young man was the only young man Thea knew at present. He was her brother Oliver's best friend. His name was Tommy Merlin. He was the son of Malcolm Merlin, the only son. In terms of blood, he was her half-brother. It was a little funny. Oliver and Tommy, her 2 half-brothers, one half-brother and the other half-brother, their relationship was really messy. After all, their relationship was different. Thea nodded and said softly, "Thank you." Tommy was very sad. He was really sad. His whole person was immersed in a kind of painful mood. He grew up in the Quinn family. He felt that Robert and Oliver were his father and brother. Now, the death of the two made him very sad. Hundreds of people in the audience were very sad, but there were only 2.5 people who were really sad. One was Tommy, and the other was Moira. Thea knew that Oliver was still alive, so she could barely be considered as half. After giving Tommy a gentle hug, Thea did not stay in the crowd and walked back to the car alone. Seeing her go back to the car, Moira quickly got rid of the crowd. The two returned to the Quinn family's mansion without saying a word. Thea rejected Moira's suggestion to sleep with her daughter and returned to the room alone. There were still 5 years before the beginning of the plot. She should not waste this time. This world was too dangerous. Throughout the entire Green Arrow storyline, someone close to Oliver was kidnapped, and then he would go and rescue them. Every time the protagonist rescued someone, the villain would kidnap another person, and then the protagonist would rescue them again. This was repeated for 5 seasons, and it was really a nonsensical story. And that was the story after Green Arrow returned home. What about before he came back? There was a 5-year gap, and he was now the only heir of the Ryan group. Kidnappings and extortions were too rare. The bodyguard hired by the Quinn family were as useless as always. The strongest bodyguard among them was probably John Diggle, but he was still mocked by the Assassin League as being at the kindergarten level. The most important thing was whether Malcolm, the great schemer, would be tempted by the huge fortune of the Quinn family. In theory, if he married Moira and killed himself, the fortune would belong to him. Thea felt that if he didn't know that she was his daughter, there was a 70% to 80% chance that he would hit her. It would be too tragic if she was killed by her own father who didn't know the truth. In the original plot, Thea had fallen greatly after the death of her father and brother. He might have given up on the idea of getting rid of her, but now, he definitely wouldn't touch such things. Promiscuity was out of the question. Due to the influence of his soul from his previous life, he felt disgusted whenever he thought of men. What would Malcolm think if he saw him valiantly taking over the Quinn group? If he were in their shoes, would he do it himself? Of course. Rubbing her temples, Thea became more and more worried about her current situation. At this time, she realized that Moira had been trying to pull strings at the funeral today. She was trying to find a few protection umbrellas. This was a great but pitiful mother. Subconsciously, she didn't realize that Malcolm would harm his illegitimate daughter. That was because she didn't know Malcolm's true colors. He was a wolf, a man-eating beast. In his eyes, there were no friends, only living enemies and dead enemies. In the plot, Oliver had gone against him many times, and he had personally admitted that Oliver was like his own son. But when this so-called son of his stood in his way, he didn't show any mercy at all. This biological daughter of his had been tricked again and again. Fortunately, Malcolm was still at the peak of his life. As long as she didn't ruin his plans, he wouldn't do anything to her. Of course, the premise was that he knew that she was his daughter. She was no longer in a hurry to learn martial arts. Her life and death were the most important things. Did he know the truth now? This question gave Thea a headache. After thinking for half the night, she fell asleep in the second half of the night. In her dream, she dreamed of the battle between Superman, Batman, and Dawn of Justice. She died in the chaos like an ant. Thea broke out in a cold sweat. She couldn't fall asleep no matter how hard she tried. She lay in a daze for a long time until Moira called her for breakfast. "Oh, Thea, why you look so pale? Do you need to see a doctor?" Moira asked worriedly as she hugged Thea. "It's okay, Mom. Last night, I didn't sleep well. I'll lie down again later." During breakfast, Tommy also came to eat. He stayed in Quinn's house much longer than he did in his own house. Seeing him talking to her so familiarly, Thea suddenly realized where her breakthrough was. It was on Tommy. Her mother had always known the truth. She didn't need to test it. She just needed to see if Malcolm knew the truth. If she did something intimate with Tommy in front of him, he would definitely try his best to stop her if he knew the truth. Although it was very uncomfortable to be with a man, this was the only way now. Fortunately, Tommy was very familiar with her and didn't dislike it. For the sake of her life, she could only endure it. In the original plot, Thea was interested in Tommy. Fortunately, the scriptwriter still had some integrity and didn't make such an inhumane setting. Tommy, who didn't know the truth, rejected Thea, saying that they were just siblings. In fact, they were really siblings. It was a blessing that they didn't become Du On Yu and Mu Wanqing in the American TV series. In the next few days, Thea acted as usual in front of Moira. She got closer and closer to Tommy secretly. On one hand, she wanted to attract the attention of the big boss. On the other hand, she wanted to use Tommy as a protective talisman to prevent the big boss from attacking her. Well, in fact, both of these were to be used against Malcolm. She had no choice. He was now the invisible emperor of Star City. If she wanted to live a wonderful life, she had to get his approval. Fortunately, she was his daughter. This was an unchangeable reality. As long as the facts were clear, she would be as stable as Mount Tai. The people around her didn't interfere too much with her gender-neutral dressing. They all thought that she had encountered a big change and was a little unbalanced. She would be fine after a while. In fact, Thea had already thrown those short skirts and high heels into the deepest part of the closet. She didn't know what would happen in the future, but at least she didn't want to wear them for the time being. It had to be said that Tommy was a really good friend. He didn't get tired of being pestered by Sia every day. Thinking that she was seriously injured, he kept trying to make her happy. He didn't even care about his official girlfriend, Laurel Lance. Chapter 3. Tommy had been living a fulfilling life recently. During the day, he would run around the city with Thea, and at night, he would do vigorous physical exercises with Laurel. He did not have the energy to go to the bars and nightclubs. Perhaps because Oliver had slept with her sister when they were dating, out of revenge, Laurel quickly hooked up with him with a few words from Tommy, and the two of them quickly got together. There is no such thing as a foreigner not being able to take advantage of his friend's wife. In the original plot, Green Arrow's hardcore comrade, Digger, was a loyal black man who loved his brother so much that he almost slept with his sister-in-law after his brother's death. He almost made his own nephew call him father. At that time, Green Arrow did not realize that anything was wrong. He was even cheering for his comrade. Although Tommy was sad about his friend's death, he did not feel any psychological pressure to take over his friend's wife. Laurel was the future Black Canary, so she was very energetic when she went crazy. After a few days of wild activities, Tommy had lost a lot of weight. Thea had a rough idea of what had happened, but she despised Tommy's behavior of crying over his dead friend's photo while hugging his dead friend's woman in his arms. Seeing that Tommy did not seem to be dying, Thea continued to drag him around the city, hoping that as long as Malcolm had a pair of eyes and ears in the city, he would know. Today, Thea changed out of her suit and wore a sleeveless vest. She could not help it. The weather was getting hotter and hotter, and she could still accept showing her arms. Looking at the bulge on her chest, a cruel fact was placed in front of her eyes. She could no longer become a man. Fortunately, her body was not the type that had huge waves. Currently, it was only a B-class body. Although it would grow bigger in the future, it would still be in the normal range. It would not cause nosebleeds when she exercised. This was good. If she grew into 2 big basketballs, she would have to give up on the path of martial arts. Someone knocked on the door. She opened the door and was surprised to see a middle-aged man standing at the door. "Hey, Thea. Looks like you've recovered well." Although the middle-aged man was very serious, he still made a smile. "Oh my God, you're finally here." Thea had been running around with Tommy for the past few days. She was exhausted, but there had been no movement. Sometimes, she even wondered if Malcolm was not at home. He had practiced the scene many times in private, so he calmed down and said indifferently, "Good morning, Uncle Merlin." This etiquette was completely in line with the past experience of the two families. Malcolm did not say much and nodded with a smile. Thea stepped aside to let him enter the house. Thea pretended to be watching TV. She saw Malcolm enter her mother's room from the corner of her eye. She immediately picked up a teacup. She did not know the level of martial arts in this world, nor did she know the level of Malcolm's training with a ninja master. She was afraid that she would be discovered, so she took off her shoes and quietly walked up to Malcolm. "Hey, Moira, you're so pretty." She could tell from Malcolm's tone that he was in a good mood. This man had not been happy since his wife's death. Being able to speak so cheerfully was already his limit. "Mr. Merlin, what are you doing here?" Previously, whenever the two of them contacted each other, they would run to some small path or mountain peak. It was very rare for them to visit each other openly like this. "Huh?" Malcolm did not answer directly. He just smiled and poured a glass of wine for himself. "Do you know Moira? Other than my wife, you are one of the few women in the world who can still move my heart. I originally planned to marry you, but I didn't expect. Haha, I found something interesting." Moira did not seem to hear anything about marrying her at all. She stared at Malcolm and said, "What is it? Our agreement has been fulfilled. You can't interfere with my life anymore. What do you think of Tommy and Thea? What a coincidence. You only have one daughter, and I only have one son. There are no obstacles in front of us. The Merlin Group and Quinn Group can establish a closer relationship." Thea, who was outside the door, immediately knew that Malcolm did not understand the truth. Moira had never told him the truth. Sure enough, beautiful women were all liars. Her cheap mother was also an expert at deceiving people. It seemed that the muddle-headed ones were always men. No matter how insidious a man was, it was useless. When Moira heard this suggestion, she exploded on the spot. No, absolutely not. Such a strong reaction was, to be honest, a little beyond Malcolm's expectations. For so many years, other than the ninja master who scared him so much that he peed his pants, no one could talk to him with such a high decibel. With his usual personality, if he had a bow and arrow in hand, he might have shot an arrow. Moira also realized that her voice was a little loud, but she still glared at him and said, "No, I don't agree. My request is not to be rejected, Moira Quinn." At this moment, the thought of Moira being his favorite woman other than his wife had long disappeared. Malcolm had never been afraid of a competition. Thea, who was outside the door, knew that the show was about to begin. She raised the teacup high. This was a classic scene in a TV series. When the truth was revealed, the teacup fell outside the door. She wondered if the foreigners in this world had seen such a TV series. Unfortunately, the floor was wooden, so the effect was a little worse. She hoped that Malcolm would be able to hear it when he was agitated. Listen to me. Moira was also frightened by Malcolm's wide-eyed stare. She helplessly took a swig from the bottle and frantically tried to think of a way to explain. Looking at her abnormal behavior, Malcolm also noticed that something was wrong. He was able to survive under the hands of a ninja master who had lived for more than 700 years and escape unscathed. His ability to read people's expressions was at the highest level. He was not in a hurry, so he slowly sat down and prepared to listen to her explanation. Moira thought for a long time, but could not think of a good reason to stop this. Her husband and son had silently died. There was no reason for him to resist the marriage of his daughter to this extent. If she did not agree, he would definitely do something to Thea. That would be a tragedy for human relations. After thinking about it again and again, this secret was known to both of them. After her husband's death, it became her own secret. If she told the truth now, it would change from one person's secret to two people's secret. She could still accept it. As long as Thea herself did not know, everything would be fine. Thea is your daughter. After whispering this sentence, he closed his eyes and sank deeply into the sofa, as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders. Thea, who was outside the door, could not see Malcolm's expression. She was a little afraid that his hearing would be affected by the shock. However, the arrow had already been knocked. She quickly threw the teacup on the ground with a muffled bang. There was no other way. The wooden floor affected the effect too much. She believed that he would not be so bored as to use the acceleration of gravity to push the teacup back to its original height. After all, this was the Black Arrow generation, not the Grim Reaper generation. Hearing the strange noise outside the door, Malcolm was worthy of being a top graduate of Nanderbart University. Although his head was still a little dizzy, his body had already reacted. He quickly rushed to the door and opened it. Looking at Thea's dull eyes, even a boss with a calm temperament was a little dumbfounded. He looked embarrassed and did not know what to say. Chapter 4. Seeing Thea staring at him blankly, even with his many years of experience, Malcolm did not know what to say to ease the awkward atmosphere. Not a single word could come out of his mouth. He secretly resented the lack of vocabulary in English. He wanted to ask Thea if she had come up because she had heard something. But looking at her lifeless eyes, even a fool would know that she had heard what she should and shouldn't have heard. She was extremely regretful that she had rushed to the Quinn family to propose marriage today. Why didn't he investigate it in advance? With his intelligence ability, he would definitely know the truth if he collected it carefully. It would not be so difficult to talk about it now. At this moment, Thea also felt that her life was completely safe, and it was about time for her to leave. She maintained this dull expression, and her face was a little stiff. She wanted to squeeze out some tears, but her acting skills were not up to standard, so nothing came out. She could only snort loudly, turn around, and quickly run away. "Thea!" Moira shouted at the top of her lungs. Thea could only apologize in her heart for taking advantage of this woman who cared for her wholeheartedly. She hoped that she would treat her well in the future to make up for everything today. She ran out of the house, found a very luxurious bar, and started the second act of The Girl Who Left Home, getting drunk. Thea was not worried about being bullied at all. The owner of such a luxurious place must have a close relationship with Malcolm. Instead, it was the small bar that was in danger. It turned out that her guess was right. This bar was run by one of his men, the hardcore kind. He received a call from his boss to take care of this girl. Malcolm repeatedly repeated such a small thing 3 times, scaring the bar owner so much that he almost worshipped Thea as his own mother. He found a few burly men with fierce faces to stand around her as a human wall, and all of them turned their faces away, afraid that they would scare her. He also asked the DJ to change to a gentle song. The DJ was puzzled, but he could only follow the boss's orders. Afraid that the guests would not be satisfied? Play if you want, or don't play if you don't want to play. The bar owner was not in the mood to serve it all. Less guests would affect the atmosphere. The bar owner hurriedly contacted his 7 aunts and 8 aunts and twisted his waist and shook his head wildly to the gentle song. "Boss, what kind of wine are we serving to that chick?" The bartender ran over and asked. The bar owner said ferociously, "Show some respect and call her a lady. Do you understand?" Repeat it again. The underling suspected that his boss had advanced mania and did not take his medicine today. However, when he saw that his boss was about to bite someone, he lowered his head and said honestly, "Yes, boss. What wine should we serve to that lady?" This question really stumped the bar owner. Alcohol. This girl could save him a lot of trouble, but it was a little harmful to her body. If Big Boss knew that he was treating his target like this, would he bury himself in a cement pillar as a bridge pier? This method seemed to be convenient and fast, but in the end, it would be a happy ending and the whole family would be cremated. What about the wines with low alcohol content? The bar owner felt that it would not be enough to drink, so he had to accompany her to prevent her from being harassed by hooligans. Thea's beauty was not at the level of causing the downfall of countries, but she was still a beauty. It was just that she was still young and had not fully grown, so she looked a little green. The United States did not have many things, but it had the most hooligans in the world. Didn't you see how the United States sent 4 million cowboys to fight in World War I? To put it bluntly, they were all hooligans. Moreover, the bar owner considered factors such as age, hair color, facial contours, and other factors. No matter how he looked at it, this girl looked a little like his boss. After thinking about it, he decided to show his loyalty and let her drink slowly. He could only watch over her today. The friendly match with the mistress would have to be changed to another day. At the same time, he ordered his men to prepare weapons. If there were enemies who had been kicked in the head by a donkey, they must be dealt with outside and must not disturb this lady. The underling beside him looked at his anxious expression and asked softly, "Boss, who is this?" Previously, Thea's upbringing was very strict, and she had never shown her face in the nightclub. How would he know who she was? However, from Malcolm's tone, if he let her get into trouble, even Superman would not be able to save him. Although he had some guesses, there was no need to explain to his underling. He said in a low voice, "This is my biological mother." Damn, the underling's heart was in turmoil. Not only did his boss have mania, but even his intelligence had deteriorated. Should he go to the talent market tomorrow and submit a few resumes? Unaware of the bar owner's worries, Thea drank one glass after another. Her mind was also filled with thoughts. Today's plan was very successful, and her life was completely safe. Next, should she consider strengthening herself? It was said that the poor relied on mutation and the rich relied on technology. As the only heir of the Quinn group and the second heir of the Merlin group, she was not a poor person. However, the current technology could not reach the level of Iron Man. Malcolm's hidden wealth was also to strengthen himself by practicing martial arts, and Batman's black technology was also to fly over and then fight with his fists. In this world, it seemed that only the Atom Man took the path of strengthening his battle suit, but his battle suit was also very basic, more similar to the Ant-Man's battle suit, and not the same style as Iron Man's Mark series. Moreover, Iron Man had also trained hard when there was no one around. Didn't you see him in Team America's third high school? He didn't wear a suit, but he could still fight Dong Bing with his bare hands. Dong Bing's combat power should be about the same as his cheap brother, Green Arrow. After going around in circles and coming back, he still had to practice martial arts. However, like Oliver, 20% of his body was covered with scars, second-degree burns on his back and arms, and 18 fractures. It was not in line with Thea's current aesthetic standards. And according to the Flash's girlfriend, Oliver's arms were twice as thick as her arms. She could not walk down this path. Maybe she could mix around in the cutting-edge research laboratory when it exploded, and maybe she could awaken some special abilities. However, in her impression, she needed to be on the verge of death, and the laboratory was still under construction. It would be 6 years later when it was completed, and her story had already started a year ago. Maybe she just needed to focus on archery and reduce those hand-to-hand combat events. She would ask Malcolm if there were any training methods that could minimize the change in body size. Of course, the premise was that he was willing to teach her. From archery to archery, he thought of Oliver. This brother of his should be playing with Yao Fei on Purgatory Island right now. Thinking about the wrong things, he wouldn't have faced the wall. Yao Fei was also a joker. His English was not bad, but he talked to Oliver in Chinese every day, causing Oliver to be dumbfounded. His famous saying was, "Survive, survive." Thinking of this, she wanted to laugh a little, but she suddenly realized that someone was watching her, and half of her smile turned into an ugly, bitter smile. This scene happened to be captured by the bar owner, who was also a literary youth when he was young. In the eyes of those who did not know, it was a girl who ran away from home, drinking one glass of wine after another, thinking of her own troubles from time to time, showing a bitter smile. Chapter 5. When Malcolm received the photos sent to him by his men and saw Thea drinking alone, he was annoyed. Subconsciously, he had always been concerned about this girl. Ever since she was born, he had been silently watching her grow up. Only today did he know that there was a reason for his inexplicable concern. He immediately understood when Morris said that. There was no need for tests or evidence. His intuition, honed through years of life and death situations, told him that she was his daughter. He stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window and looked at the night view of the city. The scenery that he used to fantasize about looked dull today. He poured himself a glass of wine and gulped it down. His heart was gloomy, and he wanted to find someone to fight, but he looked around blankly. He was invincible in Star City, and the Green Arrow was still playing around in the cave. Should he go to Gotham City to find some excitement? Forget it. Malcolm knew that with his capabilities, he could easily sweep through Star City, but if he were to go to Gotham, he would only be at the lower end of the scale. Furthermore, there was Batman, the son-in-law who was praised by even the ninja masters. He would only be looking for trouble if he went there. While he was pondering, the bar owner called. "Boss, the person you ordered is drunk." Because he did not know the relationship between the girl and his boss, he did not know how to address her. He could only vaguely refer to her as that person. Watch her. Don't let anything happen to her. Warn your men. He couldn't let anyone lay a finger on her. Do you understand? Malcolm roared into the phone with a ferocious expression. Yes, yes. The bar owner hurriedly expressed that he would follow the orders of the highest leader and complete the task. His boss's orders were easy to understand. Don't touch her. The hidden subject of this sentence was probably a man. After all, he did not have psychokinesis. How could he move the girl into the room? He ordered his men to stay away as far as possible, as if they could pollute the air. He then turned his head and ordered his women to carry Thea into a guest room that had never been used before. He also ordered them to wait on her in the room, passing her a towel and pouring her water. He then moved a big chair and sat at the door. Glancing around, he took out his pistol and examined it, as if Jian Wei had stayed up all night in Lord Chao's tent. He was satisfied with the loyalty of his subordinates, because Malcolm was watching from the roof. He knew his subordinates too well. If anything happened to them after they drank too much, he would regret it to death. After putting down the phone, he did not drive. Instead, he changed into the black attire of the Union of Assassins, carried a bow and arrows, and leaped over roofs and walls to protect his daughter. If there were any blind people who did not know what was going on, he would kill them with one arrow. In fact, Thea was not completely drunk at this time. She still had some consciousness left. Seeing that the two women were on high alert, they carried her into the bedroom. She felt relieved and fell into a deep sleep. Ouch, my head hurts. Facts have proven that even good wine can cause headaches after drinking too much. Thea rubbed her head and sat up. She found that her clothes were neat and tidy, and even her shoelaces were not untied. She admired her cheapskate father's ability to control his subordinates. Do you need anything? The two women in the room had been waiting for Thea for the whole night. When they saw her sitting up in a daze, they quickly trotted over and prepared to play the role of maids. Thea pointed at one of the women. "Give me a glass of water." This woman's face was painted like a monster's, and her chest looked like 2 bowling balls. She had so much padding that it could be counted by the weight. She didn't even know to change her shoes when she served Sia. She walked on the ground in her high heels, which made Sia annoyed. The other woman helped her wash her face and comb her hair. Thea saw that she was fine and swaggered out of the bar. One of the men had already called for a car at the door. Thea asked the driver to drive to Quinn's Manor. How much did she spend for a night? Shouldn't Thea pay for it? She had forgotten. She had too many things on her mind to pay attention to such small details. In the bar, the owner was still waving his hand at the door when the car was 2 miles away. Since they were all adults, no one dared to mention it. "Oh dear, you're finally back." Thea had just arrived home. Before she could say anything, Moira, whose face was full of tears, hugged her in her arms and refused to let go. Her mother was really a very contradictory person. Although her hidden power was not as strong as Malcolm's, an eagle would not cooperate with a sparrow. Looking at her future mayoral campaign, she was also a well-connected person. It was impossible for her not to know that she had been in the bar all night. But seeing her worry and love for her now, Thea sighed and patted her on the back. "Mom, I'm fine. Let me be alone for a while. I'm going back to my room to rest." She went back to her room, changed into her pajamas, and lay on the big bed. She did not sleep well in the bar, for fear that she would say something terrible in her sleep. After a day and a night of acting, Thea was a little tired even with her current mental strength. Her current task was basically completed. According to the game, she had successfully activated Malcolm's faction reputation, and it was at the worship level. The prerequisite of teaching skills was completely met. Next, she would enter the high-speed enhancement stage. At the same time, in the cutting-edge technology laboratory in Central City, as the final boss of the first season of The Flash, Dr. Wells, or Albert Swan, walked into his secret room and said to the wall, "Gideon, have you found the target that caused the time axis deviation?" A light blue 3-dimensional humanoid image appeared on the wall. The image said mechanically, "Doctor, the time variable caused by the target is too small. I can only vaguely sense the target's appearance in Star City. You need to provide me with more computing resources to find the specific details." These words gave Dr. Wells a headache. After all, Gideon was developed by the Flash in the future, using technology that was 100 years in the future. The current era was a technological desert for people like himself, who were in no way inferior to modern people who had transmigrated to a primitive society. It was already a miracle that he could build this artificial intelligence from scratch and run it smoothly. If he were to increase the computing resources with the current level of technology, he might have to gather all the scientists in the world to research it together. Fortunately, the variables were not large, or there were almost no changes, so it should not affect his plan. He sighed. He had been in this world for 10 years, and he did not have the power of speed. He was really tired of pretending to be this weak and sickly doctor every day. He still had to spend time and effort to cultivate his nemesis, the Flash. Thinking about it, it was really unprecedented for a villain like himself to go to this extent. After instructing Gideon to follow the normal procedures to pay attention to the news in Star City and inform him if there were any changes, Dr. Wells, who did not have to pretend to be paralyzed, quickly walked out of the secret room. Chapter 6. Not knowing that she was being targeted by another very loving villain, Sia used the excuse of healing her inner trauma as an excuse to stay at home for 3 days with a gloomy appearance but a happy heart. Through the computer in the room, she checked the world's network. There was no Captain America, no Iron Man, and no S.H.I.L.D. There was only Superman, Batman, and Sky's Eye Society. This result gave Sia a bit of a headache. This was obviously a DC universe, and she was not familiar with the situation here. She only remembered that there were many parallel universes, such as Earth 1, Earth 2, all the way to Earth 52, a mess of settings. There was no network in this world. The central city next to her Star City was almost pierced by the Flash. A brick could kill 3 parallel universe visitors. Even if she caught a DC scriptwriter, she would be helpless. She sighed. Anyway, she didn't plan to save the world. She would just be a quiet, handsome man. No, a beautiful woman. She would just silently watch the heroes save the world. Even if the sky fell, Superman would hold it up, right? If Superman couldn't hold it, the Flash would load again. She had nothing to be afraid of. Anyway, she was not the only one who would die if the world was destroyed. She was very calm. "Thea, go to a dinner party with your mother. Be my companion," Moira said with a sad look. Looking at the kind eyes of her mother, Thea was a little sad. Moira had been constantly explaining in her ear in the past 3 days, hoping that she could forgive her. Under her deliberate adjustment, the relationship between the two had gradually come out of the shadow. At least, Moira thought so. After staying in the house for 3 days, he was a little annoyed. He wanted to take the opportunity to go out and see what benefits his biological father could give him. In the original plot, because of Tommy's death, Malcolm devoted all his attention to Sia. Now, Tommy was alive and well. Although he had lost a lot of weight due to Laurel, at least he was still alive. It was impossible to love her wholeheartedly, but he would at least show some affection. In order to comfort Moira and reassure her, Thea did not wear her usual neutral clothes. She gritted her teeth and changed into a long dress that covered her feet. She tried on high heels, but she couldn't walk at all. She could only change into a pair of flat shoes. Fortunately, she had a pair of long legs. She still looked like a slender and elegant beauty. The mother and daughter arrived at the venue together. It was a very ordinary charity dinner. Thea kept introducing various rich businessmen and high-ranking officials to Thea. Thea had not yet found a direction for her future development, but it was better to have money than not. Even if Oliver came back in the future, he would have no interest in the family business at all. Perhaps in his heart, her family was also part of the evil. Taking over the Quinn Group was one of the more important tasks at the moment. The group's weapons research and development department was not inferior to Batman's Wayne Enterprises. The Atom Man suit was also developed after the acquisition of the Quinn Group's weapons research and development department. Whether it was ambition or ambition, power in one's own hands was power. She had already changed from a man to a woman. Even God wouldn't object to her sacrificing so much in exchange for a company as compensation, right? Following Moira's introduction, Thea greeted them one by one, showing her good upbringing and cultivation. Thea could be Oliver's assistant in the future, so she was very capable. Looking at the guests, she wondered how many people's names were recorded in the Green Arrow's little notebook. This little notebook was very magical. In theory, it was the diary of Oliver's biological father, Thea's adoptive father, Old Robert. It should be unique, but strangely, Moira also had a little notebook, and Prometheus in the 5th season also seemed to have a nameless diary. Moreover, the size and specifications of each diary were almost the same, and the logo inside the cover was also the same. They were all city government subway maps. Could it be that Malcolm had ordered a batch of diaries from the Red Star printing factory for the sake of uniformity in the organization? The tragic Oliver thought that this was a big secret. He kept a tattered diary close to his body for 5 years, and only then did he know that many of the members had one. While she was sighing for her cheap brother, another brother also came to greet her. "Hey, Thea, you haven't come out to play these 2 days. I heard that you're sick." Only Tommy could greet her like an outsider, and he was indeed not an outsider, but her brother. Tommy didn't care about this so-called dinner party at all. He walked in casually in his casual clothes, without a tie, and his white shirt was half unbuttoned. Laurel, who was wearing a full dress and carrying a satchel and a necklace, was on his arm. Seeing that the two had already ignored the surroundings and acted intimately, Thea thought for a while and understood that Tommy was implying that he was not interested in her and that she should not hurt their friendship. He hoped that she would back off. It seemed that Malcolm didn't tell him the truth, or he didn't go home and spent every day with his brother's wife. Thea really wanted to grab his collar and shout, "Brother, you think too much. I was just acting. Do you understand?" But she certainly couldn't say that. What kind of expression should she have now? She knew the truth. So should she express regret for the kind of feelings that Tommy thought she had? Sad? Annoyed? Tommy looked at Thea nervously, fearing that she would have a nervous breakdown. Fortunately, there was a sensible person on the side. Laurel grew up with Tommy and Thea, so she was very familiar with her younger sister, Thea. What she didn't know was that no matter who she chose in the end, Thea would be her sister-in-law. This was really a magical story. She gave Thea a big hug to ease the awkward atmosphere, and the two women chatted for a while. Thea didn't understand the love of Oliver's life, the future Black Canary, and the official partner of the hero, Green Arrow. Oliver loved her so much that he held a photo for 5 years. Shouldn't their love be stronger than gold? But in these 5 years, Oliver had sex with almost all the women he knew. Was this the right way to express true love? As for Laurel, it took Tommy 5 years to finally get her. Unexpectedly, the moment Oliver returned to the city, the woman immediately swayed. The two of them chatted casually for a while before they did it by the window. Before they could draw the curtains, Tommy, who was outside the window, saw it. Jealousy burned the boat of friendship and capsized the boat of friendship. Her distant brother's charm had broken through the atmosphere. Sia decided not to get involved in their messy business. If she had the ability to save Tommy at a critical moment, she would make sure that they would fight until the end of the world. She couldn't stop until Green Arrow's 18th season. Would it be more exciting if she pulled Laurel's sister into the group? A four-way war? Would Green Arrow be disheartened and decide to spend the rest of his life with Tommy? That's disgusting. Thea's mind was filled with boring thoughts. She said goodbye to the two and went to the side to rest for a while. Chapter 7. Meanwhile, in the secret room, Moira and Malcolm were having a conversation that was neither intense nor dull. "Malcolm, you actually want Thea to participate in the company's operations? You're getting crazier and crazier. She's still a child. She should continue to complete her high school studies. She should have a happy life, not go to the company and scheme with those people." Moira protested in a low voice. "Listen to me, okay? Currently, Thea is the only heir of Quinn Enterprises. You don't object to that, right? Do you think you're helping her by indulging her? Look at Oliver, who you've taught. Dissolute, and irresponsible. That's your biggest failure." Malcolm reprimanded her sternly. Hearing his words, Moira showed a sarcastic smile. "Tommy, who you've taught, isn't that good either." These words made Comrade Old Ma feel a little awkward. This was no longer a matter of the pot calling the kettle black. One had to know that Oliver and Tommy were the playboys of the playboys. The two of them were always at the top of the list of debauchery. Oliver had been expelled from 4 schools, while Tommy's record was 3. After that, the two of them never went to school again. Parties, women, and ice skating. The two of them competed fiercely in all aspects. Over the years, they had won and lost. Until now, there was no clear winner. After reflecting on his teaching methods, he decided to put aside the question of who was worse. Well, let's put this question aside for now. Sooner or later, you'll need Thea to take over everything. You don't object to that, right? Of course not. I love Thea. She's my child, Malcolm said in a low voice. She's my child too. After saying this, the two of them felt a little depressed. They walked to the floor-to-ceiling window and saw Tommy, Thea, and Laurel talking in the hall. "Didn't you tell Tommy about that? Why are they still hanging out together?" Moira looked at the three of them talking intimately. She found it irritating. Malcolm thought to himself, "I haven't seen my son since the funeral. How should I tell him? Should I text him?" Every main character has a younger sister. In order for a good-for-nothing like you to not lose at the starting line, your father gave you a younger sister who is brimming with talent? If you want to know more, you can come back and talk. He didn't know when the relationship between him and his son had fallen from worship to neutrality. His son's request for him was to be a good ATM machine. I haven't had the chance to say it yet. I'm going to before he could finish, Mora interrupted. You're crazy. Don't you know what will happen if they continue to develop like this? Malcolm panicked. How could he not know that she was just Thea's mother? She had nothing to do with Tommy. She only had the right to speak here. However, both of them were his children, and he owned 12% of the shares. What if Thea did something out of revenge or to destroy everything? In any case, given Malcolm's current crazed state of mind, he could have done even worse things if he were in Malcolm's shoes. All kinds of wild thoughts were making the big boss so anxious that he could not sleep at night. He could only instruct his subordinates to keep an eye on them 24/7, but this was not a long-term solution. Besides, Tommy was not talking to him at all. He had no chance to explain all this. He could not tie his son up in black with a bow, an arrow, and let him listen to his stories from a long time ago, could he? The complicated interpersonal relationship made Old Ma a little depressed, but he continued to explain his purpose. My education is a failure, but we're both still alive. The mistakes of young people can be corrected. I'm going to let Tommy work at the Merlin Group in the near future. You can also let Thea enter the Quinn Group. Let's see how far the two young people can go. If Thea performs well, maybe she can inherit the Merlin Group. Huh. These words made Mora's eyes light up. She had to admit that women had a tendency to take advantage of others. When she heard that her daughter had the opportunity to inherit the Merlin Group, she immediately abandoned the idea of Thea having a happy high school life. Although she had watched Tommy grow up, Moira decided to facilitate this for her daughter's future. After thinking for a while, she said readily, "Okay, I promise you. I'll go back and talk to Thea." Malcolm said again, "We can't help. It depends on their own ability." Moira nodded in agreement. In fact, both of them were a little nervous because they did not see any talent in the two children. Thea was a good girl before, and her life at home and school was nothing special. Tommy was a master of spending money, but his ability to make money was just a joke. At the same time, Malcolm also felt that his son could not communicate normally at the moment. In order to avoid something big, it was also a way to stop his daughter. There was still too little work to do in the Quinn Group, and she could only control the time during the day. What about at night? Maybe you should find something for her to do. What? Mom, you want to work at the Quinn Group tomorrow? I'm only 15 years old. Although Thea wanted to inherit the Quinn Group, she did not expect to be appointed so soon. Is there a child labor law in your country? And I don't know anything. What can I do when I'm just a freshman in high school? If Tony Stark were to come over now, he would be a loss. When Moira returned home, she also felt that this was not a good idea, but she had already agreed. Compared to Tommy, she felt that her daughter had a better chance. Of course, this was similar to the bet between the 7 freaks of Jiangnan and Xiujichu, so she could not tell her daughter. She deliberated for a while and said, "Thea, you've grown up. This company will be yours in the future, and it can only be yours. Whether it's for your father or your brother in heaven, you have to take on this responsibility as soon as possible. Don't run away. This is your destiny." Whenever this was mentioned in American dramas, there would be a lot of words behind it. It was a bit like the fetters in Japanese manga. When this word came out, it meant that you could not refuse. Thea said hesitantly, "What can I do in the company?" What she meant was that she was still young and could not reach the goal in one step, but as her mother, she should at least assign her a good job. In fact, Moira was also wondering what she could do when she was so young and had not even graduated from high school, let alone a degree. Although the Quinn Group was a family business, there were still outsiders who had shares. It was just that her family had an absolute majority. Pushing a high school student to a leadership position was obviously a move to send a weapon to the competitor's news media. The news of her husband and son's death had just been broadcasted every day and had just died down a little in the past 2 days. The Quinn family would be completely famous in America. These concerns could not be told to her daughter. If she told the truth, Based on her understanding of her daughter, Thea would definitely take advantage of the situation and quit completely. She could only use the delaying tactic to delay for a few days. At that moment, Moira said seriously, "You'll know your arrangement when the time comes. I'll ask the secretary to show you the information of the group later. You should have a general understanding of the group first. Tomorrow, I'll take you to meet a few executives." Chapter 8. Secretaries came and went quickly, just like in the song. After handing Thea a large stack of documents, Moira instructed her to go back to her room and read them carefully. Following her mother's order, Thea went back to her room with several large documents in her arms. This was the foundation for him to settle down in the future. He had to look at it carefully. At the same time, he took out his notebook and recorded the positions and resumes of several important people. He also did a simple personality analysis according to the way they did things. Who knew which subordinate he would be assigned to tomorrow? It was always right to be prepared. Why did she only record a few executives? Would they be assigned to the security department? How could it be possible? She was the only heir. How could her mother assign her daughter to be a security guard? This was a transformation novel, not a return novel. She carefully analyzed the current situation of the Quinn Group. The entire group employed more than 30,000 people and had branches all over the world. Its main business was steel smelting and non-ferrous metal mining. Its steel share accounted for 7% of the United States and 1% of the world's. It was barely a tycoon in the steel industry. At the same time, the group had also diversified its business. It had invested a lot in weapon research and development and biopharmaceutical, and had made some achievements. However, the research results had not been turned into an economic growth point. The huge amount of investment every year was still a heavy burden on the group. Looking through the various reports in her hand and comparing them with the data of last year, she could see that the group had been investing in the real estate industry for the whole year. The originally abundant cash flow had shrunk. This was definitely not the situation of a healthy company. Looking at the map of Star City, Thea immediately found that the land purchased by the group was in the slums. Recalling the plot, it seemed that old Robert had asked her mother to do this. In order to prevent Malcolm from destroying the slums, he had been secretly purchasing the properties in the slums. Thea really did not understand what kind of mentality he had. Old Robert had known Malcolm for so many years, but he did not see that this man had no bottom line and no moral pressure. He had placed all his hopes in his hands. Just because they were good friends, he would not do anything? How was that possible? Malcolm did not lay his hands on those people. He killed them directly. The notebook that old Luo had passed to Oliver did not have Malcolm's name on it. Even until his death, he did not realize that his good friend of many years would do such a thing to him. If old Luo had warned him beforehand, Oliver would have found old Ma and shot him from afar. The first episode would have ended in one episode instead of 23. Looking at the densely packed land purchase certificates, Thea had a bit of a headache. 6 years later, Malcolm tried to imitate Whitebeard's battle with Marin Van Doe, but it shook more than half of the entire slum. These lands had to be smashed in her hands. Star City was a city plagued with disasters. In the first year of the storyline, Malcolm used his ultimate move, Earthquake. Under Green Arrow's desperate efforts, more than 500 people died, including his own son, Tommy. In the second year, Death Knell brought a few hundred evolved soldiers to play real-life Dota on the streets. Blood flowed like a river. In the third year, Ninja Master carried out the Resident Evil simulation and spread the virus. In the fourth year, that person who knew magic directly brought more than 15,000 nuclear bombs as a Christmas gift to prepare to destroy the world. In such a place with so many outstanding people, it would take a miracle for her family to buy these lands and hope to escape poverty. Looking at these forms with a pen in her mouth, Thea became more and more desperate. The purchase of land did not stop because of old Robert's death. In the short 2 weeks that she had transmigrated, her family had bought 3 more pieces of land. It seemed that her mother was faithfully carrying out her late husband's last wish. But this was really a road of no return. This meant that Quinn Group would continue to throw money into this puddle for the next few years. She had lost some of her organs. Otherwise, she would definitely make a pained expression. No wonder in the third season, Atomic Knight Palmer easily bought Quinn Group. He could still hold on for 8 years, even though he was desperately courting death. 8 years. The group was really rich, but it was her own money that was wasted. In order for the future Green Arrow to not live off his girlfriend, and in order for her to not have to work as a security guard with a bright future, she had to reverse this policy. It was easier said than done. Her words carried little weight now. She could not say that in the future, her biological father would make the land move with him when he drank too much. No one would believe her. She could only hope that she could reverse the company's policy when she climbed to a high position. As for stopping her father's actions, Thea had also considered it. She might be able to stop the crisis in the first year with their relationship, but what about the second year? What about the third year? There were too many irresistible factors. She was not invincible yet. There were still 5 years before the plot began. She would take it one step at a time. The next day, Thea woke up early and put on some light makeup. Fortunately, her original soul was the main, and her transmigrated soul was the auxiliary, so these skills were still there. Looking at the few clothes in front of her, she was a little embarrassed. After all, it was her first day of work, so she had to dress formally. She found a short beige suit with a navy blue straight skirt. The skirt was not long, but it was not short either. It just covered her knees, making her look less young and more capable. She chose a pair of black high heels less than 5 centimeters and tried to walk steadily for 2 steps. The initial discomfort had subsided a lot. Thea's original body was getting more and more dominant. She looked in the mirror and decided to dress up like this. When they arrived downstairs, Moira had been waiting for a while. She knew her daughter quite well. Sia's original character was fickle, to put it nicely. To put it bluntly, she was a pushover. The more you don't let her do something, the more she will do it. She originally thought that Thea would be very resistant to her arrangement and was thinking about how to persuade her. When she saw her daughter come downstairs in a formal suit without scissors or gasoline bottles, Moira knew that her daughter was obedient to her arrangement, which made Moira very happy. The two got in the car, and Thea kept asking about the current situation of the group. After all, some things could not be written on paper, which made Moira even happier. What did this mean? Since her daughter could ask questions, it meant that her daughter had read the information carefully. If she asked Oliver, he would not even know where the door of his group was. In order to make up for the coldness she showed her mother a few days ago, Thea also deliberately behaved more intimately. When they arrived at the entrance of the group, Moira was so happy that she could not close her mouth. Her 2 children had made her unhappy for 20 years. One only knew how to cause trouble, and the other was cold to her. She had waited until the clouds parted to see the moon. Although her son was dead, her daughter was sensible, which was also a kind of comfort to her. Moira, who was in a good mood, was looking forward to the martial arts competition between the 2 families in Jiaxing. No, it was more than a competition of ability. She pulled Thea into the group. Chapter 9. Entering the conference room, there were more than a dozen people in the room. The chair in the middle was empty, and the one sitting on the left was Walter Steele, the black uncle whom Zhang Heng had met at the funeral. In the future, he would marry Moira and become Thea's stepfather. Zhang Heng did not know if there was a saying in Europe or America, but in the next few years, he would be living with his mother and daughter in Quinn's mansion. It was a little strange to describe a black man as gentle as jade, but the uncle was indeed elegant. He gave Thea an encouraging look as if he was looking at his own junior. Although this was her own company, after all, it had not fallen into her bowl. Sia came here today to pay a visit, so she could not show a cold face. Facing the black uncle's goodwill, she nodded and said, "Hello, Mr. Steele. Nice to meet you. Please call me Walter. Welcome to the company." Walter was a little flattered by Thea's politeness. In his impression, this girl kept a distance from everyone except for old Robert. A normal conversation like this would only happen in very private occasions. Moira was now surrounded by happiness. Her daughter could communicate with her boyfriend normally. This was a good start. Recently, she had been avoiding Walter. She was afraid that her elusive daughter would see something that she should not see. It would be too much of a shock, and she would completely collapse. After all, she was a 15-year-old girl who had just lost her father and brother. She had not yet recovered from the shock. Now, she had to tell her that the one who died was not her father, and that her biological father was someone else. 2 days later, she had to tell her that her mother was going to find another stepfather for her. Such a messy relationship would drive anyone crazy, right? Anyway, Moira felt that if she were to be the daughter, she would have to go to the Arkham Asylum next door for treatment. But looking at Thea's strong appearance now, could it be that Malcolm's genes had given her extraordinary tenacity? Thea continued to introduce the people in the room to her daughter. This was someone from the administration department, and this was someone from the finance department. After a round of introductions, Thea realized that Walter was still the company's vice president. She remembered that he was supposed to take over the position of president, and her mother was in charge of finance. Did she remember wrongly, or did history deviate? Soon, Thea received her position as the CEO's assistant, also known as the little secretary, and the CEO was her mother. In fact, she did not remember wrongly. There was indeed a small change in the plot here. Originally, the relationship between Moira and Walter had warmed up very quickly. From colleagues, to friends, to boyfriends, to marriage, it was upgraded day by day. The two of them were almost 80 years old, and they even had a flash marriage. Seeing that the die was cast, the board of directors approved Walter as the president. But now, because of Thea's plan to expose her biological father, Moira had been accompanying her daughter, and her boyfriend could only stand aside. Therefore, the relationship between the two had not reached that point yet. Besides, she did not want to arrange her beautiful daughter to be with her biological mother's boyfriend and fiancé. Their family relationship was already messy enough, so there was no need to add to it. After weighing the pros and cons, Moira could only be the president herself and train her daughter at the same time. In fact, she was really not interested in this position, but for the sake of her daughter, she could only bite the bullet and do it. The following meeting was dull and boring. Some departments wanted to raise salaries, and some wanted to lay off staff. Although it could not be said to be trivial, it was still some daily trivia for the company. Moira had been paying attention to Thea from the corner of her eyes, fearing that she would be bored and would pick her nails or yawn. Unexpectedly, her daughter sat upright and listened to the speeches of several executives without the slightest impatience. She was constantly writing something in her notebook. My daughter has just grown up. Moira was very relieved and felt that her daughter was like her. The meeting lasted for an hour. Moira concluded that this meeting was a successful one. She hoped that the comrades would continue to shine for the company. Everyone could take their leave now. When she was about to serve tea to the guests, a middle-aged man smiled and said, "Miss Quinn, it's your first time attending our meeting. What do you think?" Oh, Thea immediately judged that this person was not on good terms with her mother, or rather, with the Quinn family. What opinion could she have as a newcomer? If she was right, others would say that she was arrogant. If she was wrong, she would become a laughingstock. This was bullying her because she was young and did not understand these workplace traps. "Mr. Andre, I'm new here and don't know anything about the company. I can't even give ordinary suggestions, let alone ideas." "You must be joking," Thea replied politely. He did not expect that the little girl from the Quinn family would not be fooled. She was much better than her foppish brother. The middle-aged man was still a little unwilling to give up and continued, "It's okay. We are all your father's old subordinates, so we are all your elders. No one will laugh at us." After saying that, he even laughed to show that he was very open-minded. "Damn it. What do you mean by no one will laugh at us? I haven't even said anything yet, and you have already defined it as a joke." Thea's heart was burning with anger. She flipped through her notes. This bastard was the head of the weapons development department that she had been drooling over for a long time. Old Robert really did not have a good eye for people. This person was obviously dissatisfied with her family. How could such a person stay for 3 years? The weapons development department was too important for her future. She must get rid of him. "Mr. Andre, I really don't have any suggestions for the company, but I have a question that I hope you can help me answer," Thea said slowly. "Please go ahead. In your report just now, you mentioned that the company should increase the investment in the weapons development department, right? I have looked at the company's investment in the weapons development department for the past few years. It has been increasing month after month, and every year it has increased by about 20%. Why is this number so coincidental? Hearing that it was this question, the man named Andre breathed a sigh of relief. There is a scientific basis for this. As for why it increased by 20%, it can only be said to be a coincidence. I have explained it to the vice president. In other words, it was very complicated. He was afraid that a little girl like her would not understand. Walter also nodded to show that he knew about this matter. Thea was very calm. This was within her expectations. Mr. Andre, you have been in charge of the weapons development department since 3 years ago. However, in the research report of these 3 years, you have applied for 19 technologies in 2004, 12 in 2005, and 17 in 2006. Is there a huge fluctuation in the strength of our technical personnel? Andre had a premonition of what she was going to say, but at this point, he could only force himself to say, yes, there is a huge fluctuation. This is how scientific and technological research is. Thea chuckled. This G12 antiviral suit that was applied for in 2005 is a special suit with high overload protection, right? Why is it something that was completed 2 years ago, mixed in with a bunch of other research projects in your report just now, and requested the company to allocate funds for research? Can you explain why? Chapter 10. How could he explain it? The middle-aged man, Andre, felt a little sweat on his forehead. To be honest, he just wanted to cheat some research funds and drink a little when he had nothing to do. But when he saw the people in the room staring at him with bright eyes, he knew that they would not believe him. He had been doing this for the past few years. He would pick a few things whose names made people dizzy and add them to the report. Anyway, these CEOs did not know the technology, so the task would be completed as soon as the list was submitted at the end of the year. He did not expect that Thea had been eyeing those weapons for more than a day or two. She had read the Quinn Group's weapon catalog 3 times before. Although this project was mentioned between the lines, Thea noticed it at once. She planned to tell on him alone after the meeting, but she did not expect him to jump out on his own. He regretted it so much that his intestines turned green, but he still had a glimmer of hope. He said hesitantly, maybe it's a coincidence. Maybe the staff made a mistake, or it's an upgraded product. I'll investigate it when I go back. Now you know how to be afraid. Where's the enthusiasm to laugh at me just now? How could Thea let him off so easily? She took out a piece of paper from her bag and waved it. This is the index report of the antivirus suit. It was downloaded from our intranet. Can you let me see your personal computer? According to the regulations, the former director of the group needs to make an expected plan for all projects. Let's compare your plan with the index in this report and see if there is any difference. The middle-aged man named Andre had the urge to bang his head against the wall. Didn't this girl say that she wanted to join the company yesterday? How could she know the process so well? How did he write his preliminary plan? Could he show it to them? After thinking for a while, it seemed that he had copied it. The evidence in the computer was enough to sentence him to 10 years in prison. He imagined himself holding the bars and singing, 10 years later, we can still be friends and greet each other. But that kind of gentleness can't find a reason to hug each other. This image was too vivid. He would rather die than let them see his personal computer. But he had no clear reason to refuse. Looking at Moira, who was sitting on the main seat, staring at him with a smile, he could only wink fiercely, hoping that she would forgive him once for his past contributions. At this time, several people around him began to criticize him. Miss Quinn is right. Andre, we want to see your personal computer. Andre, you're a parasite of the group. I've long noticed that there's something wrong with you. You still don't want to confess? My uncle's neighbor works at the Star City Police Station. I've already reported you. For a moment, the solemn meeting room turned into a wet market. Whether they were on Moira's side or not, they all criticized Andre for his selfish behavior. In fact, the Quinn family was so rich that no one would care if you secretly took a few. At least, that was what the mother and daughter thought. Walter was so loyal, and with the nourishment of love, he even had an investment company outside. Who didn't have some selfish motives? But you, Andre, did not do a good job. You were exposed by a 15-year-old girl. This is enough to make your name go down in history. This made the managers who boasted of their high IQ feel embarrassed. Your personal behavior lowered the overall IQ of the company. What if one of the people in this room works with you in the future? Once they hear that you have worked with them and remember your glorious deeds today, they will not dare to hire us. This kind of behavior must be suppressed. For a moment, everyone was criticizing him. The initiator, Thea, smiled and touched her chin. Suddenly, she realized that she could not grow a beard. She turned her head and looked at Moira with a little frustration. When she found that her mother was also looking at her, she immediately understood that her mother was standing up for her and was waiting for her to speak. Thea did not want to make things too ugly on her first day of work. She nodded gently, indicating that this matter could be overturned. Moira was very angry at first. Yesterday, she had informed them in advance. Since it was the young girl's first day of work, they had to give her some face. She knew what kind of conduct her subordinates had, but there was no evidence or the right opportunity, so she had not done anything. What's more, the new person might be even more greedy. She had been keeping one eye open and the other closed. As long as they did not go overboard, they would all be fine. In fact, it did not make much difference whether the Quinn family's assets were 100 million or 101 million. Anyway, she knew that they were not as rich as her. But the premise was that they did not cross the line. Today, Andre's behavior obviously crossed the line. Just as she was about to stop this matter to protect her daughter, she did not expect Sia to resolve the situation so easily. She even made a beautiful counterattack. This made her think to herself, did I not realize that my daughter is actually a genius in management? She had just given her the information yesterday, and today she used those obvious things to bring down a supervisor. She did not have this kind of talent when she was young. In order to stand up for her daughter and support her, she chose to ignore Andre's pleading eyes. It was not until Thea nodded that she let the matter go that she said slowly, today's meeting will end here. The meeting is adjourned now. As for Mr. Andre's treatment, she did not even mention it. On the one hand, he was a candidate recommended by another shareholder, so it was not easy for her to deal with him. On the other hand, Thea was Malcolm's biological daughter. With Malcolm's mentality of killing everyone who dared to touch him, this person was dead meat. There was no need to talk nonsense. It turned out that Moira's guess about her old lover was completely correct. Malcolm was an underground emperor with thousands of troops coming to meet him. Everyone in the city was his underlings. What's more, a large company like Quinn Enterprises had more than a dozen executives either threatened or bribed by him. He knew the whole process of the meeting very well because he watched the video version. When he saw his daughter walk out of the haze and enter the meeting room with a normal expression, he was very happy. After that, her performance could only be said to be a surprise. Thea's calmness, magnanimity, wit, and manners made him feel like he was looking at a younger version of himself. Although it was the female version, fortunately, Europeans and Americans did not have a preference for boys. The Queen of England and the Queen of the Netherlands were all women, and there were countless duchesses and countesses. Gender was not an issue. When he found that Moira had let go of the culprit who made his daughter angry, he was not worried. That was because he had already instructed his underlings to find a viaduct for Mr. Andre. The future peer of the viaduct would be tall and sturdy, with good load-bearing performance. There would be a lot of people around it. He did not charge him any accommodation fee, so he believed that he would not feel lonely at night. Mr. Andre, who was going to become the pillar of the American TV series, looked at his daughter's performance and was completely worthy of the word excellent. As the saying goes, there is no harm without comparison. His excellent daughter, compared to his own son, was a big embarrassment. He called Tommy, but he did not pick up. When he went to the door, he did not meet him. When he sent text messages, he did not answer. It was a competition of ability, but his daughter had already run 200 meters, and his son had not even reached the starting line. This made Malcolm, the great schemer, not know what to do. Chapter 11. Tommy had been very happy without Sia's harassment for the past few days. He and Laurel were progressing very quickly. They were gradually changing from physical communication to emotional communication. This was the worldview of the Europeans and Americans. First come first, then talk about feelings. It was like buying a computer and looking at the hardware before looking at the software. The software could be modified later, but if the hardware was not good enough, then it was really not good enough. Life was not always happy. Young Master Tommy naturally had his troubles. He didn't know what was wrong with his father. He came to find him every 2 or 3 days and called him to harass him. Yesterday, he even sent him a text message telling him to go to work in his company. He said that he wanted to compete with Thea. Why should he compete with Thea? If he said that he was going to Quinn Enterprises or Thea was going to Merlin Group, then it would be reasonable for them to compete. Now that everyone was going back to their own homes and looking for their parents, how could they compete? After reading the text message, Tommy was even more certain that his father's paranoia had entered the final stage. He couldn't even make sense of basic logic. One day, after Tommy and Laurel finished their meal, they threw their credit cards and prepared to go back to do some physical and mental exercises. Soon, the waiter came back and bowed, saying, "Sir, please give me cash." "What's wrong? I've been eating here all the time. Why do you want cash today?" Tommy's character was very good. Although he was a little embarrassed in front of his girlfriend, he was not angry and asked in a gentle tone. The waiter didn't dare to offend this regular customer. This customer never asked about the price, but he was a big customer of his restaurant. He bowed and said, "Your credit card has been blocked. Can you give me another one?" After that, he changed 3 cards, but he didn't get a single cent. His proof of credit cards were all blocked. Tommy knew that his father must have done something immoral, so he had to pay next time. After sending Laurel back to her apartment, Tommy was not in the mood to exercise anymore. He told her to do yoga by herself. Tommy angrily ran back home. This was the first time he had returned home in a month. Malcolm was dressed in a warrior's outfit. He sat on the floor with 2 teacups and a teapot on the table in front of him. The word Zen was written on the wall behind him. He hoped that he could calm Tommy down and make him listen to his story patiently. It turned out that he was just flirting with a blind man. Tommy and Oliver had dropped out of school before they even finished elementary school and went to the nightclub to compete to see who could be more promiscuous. Tommy didn't even know all the English words. It would be strange if he could understand such a complicated Chinese word, Zen, written in a flamboyant style. Seeing his father sitting there motionlessly with his eyes closed, Tommy was scared out of his wits. Thinking that his father was dead, he reached out to check if he should call a doctor or a lawyer. After understanding his purpose, Old Ma was so angry that he was no longer in the mood to tell the story. He said stiffly, "Go to work at the Merlin Group tomorrow." Ignoring Tommy's strong protest, he left in a huff. Tommy, who had failed in the negotiation, knew that he couldn't win against Old Ma. His relationship with Laurel had just begun to warm up. Although the loss of their financial resources did not affect their relationship much, Laurel was ambitiously planning her own law firm. With his education level, the only thing he could help her with was money. Although he was mentally prepared to perform well so that his father could restore his pocket money as soon as possible, Tommy still overslept the next day. He didn't arrive at the Merlin Group until 10 o'clock in the morning. There was too much nightlife, and he didn't have the habit of working in the morning. It wasn't easy to adjust his biological clock. Malcolm didn't make any excessive demands. Like Quinn Group, he gave Tommy the position of CEO's assistant. Tommy was 6 years older than Thea, and he was also a man. It was only fair that he be given a relatively lower position, but Old Ma couldn't care less. According to the news from the Insider, Thea had basically sorted out the middle and senior management of the group in just 3 days. She could remember everyone's name, birthplace, and the university they graduated from. She could also cater to their interests and talk about some topics that they were interested in. Yesterday, it was the birthday of one of the middle management members, and she had even sent gifts in the name of the corporation. This morning, she had made a suggestion about humanizing the office. Almost no one objected to this suggestion because there was no reason to object. In any case, in the real-time video sent to Malcolm by the informant, no matter who it was, they all expressed their support for this proposal. Several human resource management experts under Malcolm gave Thea high marks without knowing her background. Her only weakness at present was that she was a little young. As for the impact of her education, it wasn't that big. There were many entrepreneurs in Europe and the United States who dropped out of college to start their own companies. Tommy, who didn't even graduate from primary school, was able to join the company. Thea's high school education was even higher than his. Looking at the comments given by his subordinates, Thea was smart, witty, flexible, and knew how to make use of her own advantages. There were almost no negative words. Malcolm was both proud of his daughter's excellence and worried about his son's incompetence. He pulled up the group's monitor to see what his son was doing. After searching for 10 minutes, he found that Tommy was happily chatting with the receptionist. He was so angry that he hurriedly took out a quick-acting heart reliever pill and took it. He secretly hated Oliver, who was suspected to be dead but was actually still alive. His son was so honest when he was a child. It was that kid who led his son astray. He had eyes and ears in Quinn Group, and Moira also had people in Merlin Group. Tommy's performance on the first day was past her desk. Compared to the daughters of several branch directors who were video chatting outside the CEO's office, Moira felt that she had won the competition. There was no doubt about it. Looking at Tommy's Playboy performance, as a mother, she automatically thought that it was Tommy who led Oliver astray. She thought about how well-behaved Oliver was when he was a child. At this time, Oliver, who was far away in Purgatory Island in southern China, sneezed loudly, unaware that someone was thinking about him. Focus, you have to learn how to survive. Do you understand? Yao Fei, who had a long beard and messy hair, was leading Oliver through the jungle. The two had been together for more than a month, and now Yao Fei had begun to talk to him in English. He didn't know what was wrong with this master's brain, but he had a great ambition to correct Oliver's Playboy habits and train him to be his successor. His teaching method was very primitive, which was to beat him up. If he didn't accept it, he would beat him up. Most of the Green Arrow's martial arts were physical memories, which were all beaten up by his own people and enemies. There were all kinds of beatings, being tied to a stool and being beaten on a table. There was very little real, systematic learning time. The two went around in circles for a long time and caught a bird to solve the problem of breakfast. Yao Fei continued to teach him archery, but Oliver had always thought that it was ridiculous for a modern person to learn archery. He was very resistant on a psychological level. Although he didn't directly refuse to learn, in fact, he didn't dare to. Yao Fei's daughter was very well behaved and had never met such a stubborn person. He didn't have a good solution for a while, so he could only continue to beat with a stick until he learned. Chapter 12. Not knowing that his best friend was being beaten up by Yao Fei in Purgatory Jungle, Tommy only knew that he had a terrible day. Inspired by Thea, Malcolm wanted to see his son's problem-solving ability, so he kept sending his subordinates to Tommy with documents. Assistant, the president wants you to take a look at this document and give your opinion. Assistant, this is the budget for next year. Remember to report it to the finance manager after you read it. Assistant, one of our employees has been detained by the police. The legal department is asking if he needs to be bailed out. Tommy was completely at a loss. Why were there so many problems in his own company? How they deal with them? Shouldn't they be looking for the person in charge? He braced himself and started working. Reported to the president? Wasn't that his own father? Too lazy to see him. He would deal with it last. Finance budget? There were 15 pages in total. Tommy almost fell asleep before he finished reading the first page. After washing his face, he found the bail document and prepared to deal with it himself. On the one hand, he wanted to get some fresh air. On the other hand, Detective Lance was Laurel's father, so he could be considered his son-in-law. This was the best thing to do. When he arrived at the police station, the scene of father and son-in-law crying didn't appear at all. Detective Lance had no intention of going through the back door at all. When he saw Tommy, he was reminded of Oliver, who had seduced his younger daughter and buried her at the bottom of the sea. His younger daughter was actually still alive. He didn't have a good impression of this foppish playboy who was trying to seduce his elder daughter again. If it weren't for his integrity, he would have arrested Tommy, not to mention bailing him out. In short, Tommy had a very gloomy day. Malcolm wasn't discouraged after learning about his son's misfortune. He set a small goal for himself. After all, he had the black money and didn't care much about the company, so he wasn't afraid of losing money at all. He would endure it for a month and see how far his son could go. At the same time, he got up and prepared to test his daughter's courage. Tommy wasn't having a good time. In fact, Thea was also very tired these 2 days. Because of the fusion of the two souls, her memory and spiritual power had greatly improved. She learned a lot faster than in the original plot, but the complexity of the company's affairs was a little beyond her expectations. Even Thea, too. Zero could barely cope with it. In fact, one could see Moira's ruthless side. Although she loved her daughter, she also wanted to see the limits of her daughter's ability. So, she arranged the work for 3 people. Thea, who was new to the company, was able to complete the task more than expected, which made her love her daughter even more. With 2 bodyguards, Thea was walking on a small path. She had just returned from a branch in Star City. She felt that it was close to home, so she didn't take a car. While walking, she was thinking about the several things that she had to deal with tomorrow. Suddenly, she felt that she was being watched. The surroundings were too quiet. She immediately noticed that something was wrong in front of her. She whispered, "Stop." She instructed the bodyguard to check out the problem with the tree in front. Malcolm, who was hiding in the bushes in black, was shocked. His hiding skills were learned from the ninja master. It was not an exaggeration to say that he had practiced it 1,000 times. Didn't you see that the 2 Special Forces bodyguards didn't notice him at all? The fact that the little girl was able to detect him meant that she was born with a strong sense of intuition. She was able to surpass the Special Forces without any training. He had only heard of one person who had such qualities, and that was the world's #1 assassin, Shiva, who was once trained by the ninja master. Prometheus didn't exist in this timeline, so Shiva still had the perfect record. Malcolm threw 2 darts at the bodyguards and knocked them out. He then turned on the voice changer and stood out from behind the tree. He wanted to test his daughter's courage. After all, no matter how talented she was, it was useless if she didn't have a good temperament. Thea was shocked when she saw the bodyguards fall to the ground. A man in black stood out from behind the tree. Was he from the Assassin League? But when she took a closer look, wasn't this her cheapskate father? I've seen TV dramas before. I can recognize you even if you wear this disguise. What is he trying to do? She knew his identity, but she couldn't say it out loud. She couldn't go up and greet him. "Hi, Pops. Have you eaten?" Thea pretended not to know who he was and asked calmly, "Who are you?" "Who I am is not important. Do you know how much your life is worth?" Malcolm's hoarse voice came through the voice changer. This voice changer was really a treasure. She had to get one in the future. In her memory, except for Superman, who didn't even wear a mask, the rest of the heroes and villains had one. She didn't know if it was expensive or not. She didn't have much pocket money. But seeing that old Ma was still waiting for her reply, she thought for a moment and said, "I can feel that you don't have any bad intentions. At least, you don't have any killing intent." Yes, she had some impression of most of the heroes and villains. As long as she found their names, she would be able to identify them. She was the only one who had this ability. The so-called good intentions and bad intentions were the easiest to judge. Very intelligent child. You're not bad. Do you have any wishes? What kind of stupid question was this? Thea guessed that he was here to teach her skills. He just wanted to maintain the illusion that he didn't know Kung Fu. So, she changed into a disguise. She had been looking forward to this moment for more than a month. She answered loudly, "I need strength to protect my family and myself. It's too difficult for a woman to live in this world. I need great strength." This answer was based on Thea's reference to Malcolm's previous experience of losing his wife. But it sounded different in old Ma's ears. At this moment, he felt that his daughter was too similar to him. Even their thoughts were so similar that they were almost the same. If he had such awareness when he was young, his wife wouldn't have died. He had one last question. He wanted to confirm if Thea could do the same when he abandoned his young child and company to pursue strength. Strength needs to be learned. Will you give up your wealth for this? I heard that you've done well in the company this month. You've even reached the point where everyone praises you. Can you give up these? Hearing this, Thea curled her lips in her heart. The company will be mine sooner or later. Isn't the reason why I've been working so hard these days to attract your attention? Do you really think that I'm here to liberate the productive forces, develop the productive forces, and develop the spiritual civilization for you? But this question couldn't be answered immediately. It would be too fake. So, Thea hesitated for a moment and said, Money can also be transformed into strength, but I need my own strength more. I'm too weak. A bullet or a knife can take everything away from me. I have to change the situation. Malcolm's wife was shot to death for a few $100s when she was doing a free clinic in the slums. In fact, Batman's parents had the same experience. Killing a billionaire for a few $100s was the current situation in the slums. One could say that they were short-sighted and ignorant, but they did hurt a lot of rich people who wanted to help the poor. The rich people with a conscience were all killed. The remaining rich people must be all bad guys. Hearing his daughter's answer and comparing it to the experience of his deceased wife, Malcolm's heart pounded wildly. He almost couldn't control his emotions. He turned and ran away after saying, "Come here tomorrow, and I'll teach you." Chapter 13. Sia didn't know what was wrong with her father. She felt that her answers were quite satisfactory. After all, there were only a few questions, and she had pondered over them repeatedly for a month. Her answers should be perfect. As for why her father turned around and ran away, it might be to show her a sense of mystery. She called home and asked them to send someone to pick her up. She also asked them to take the 2 bodyguards who were sleeping on the floor away. She would have to change them next time. How could she survive if she didn't learn martial arts? Thea had no idea that her words had hurt her father at least 1,000 points. She ran away and took off her mask. Malcolm panted heavily as he thought of his younger days and the phone call from his late wife. Tears flowed uncontrollably down his cheeks. He thought that money could bring him everything. If he had the same mindset as Thea, his wife wouldn't have left him. Stumbling back to the Merlin mansion, he locked himself in his room and hugged his wife's photo album for the whole night. When the sun rose, he asked the butler and found out that Tommy was still not home. Now, he was too lazy to care about him and let him be for a while. He took out a box from his safe in his bedroom and told the driver to go to the Quinn Group. He didn't ask for directions when he arrived at the company. After a few turns, he found Thea. He watched videos every day and was more familiar with this place than his own company. "Hey, Thea." Malcolm walked up to her and greeted her softly. Thea was working on a document at her desk. She didn't pay much attention when she heard someone come in. She thought it was an employee. However, she immediately realized that the voice was not right. She looked up and saw the middle-aged man looking at her with a burning gaze. "You? Why are you here?" Although they had just met last night, he thought that she didn't know and pretended not to know. This should be the first time they met after her identity was exposed. At least, it was the first time they met under this alias. "Can you accompany me for a cup of coffee? I want to talk to you," Malcolm said earnestly. Thea also wanted to talk to him and see if she could resolve his hatred for the slums. Perhaps if she could, she would not have to fight with Olivier. After all, both her brother and her father were her closest relatives. Nodding, the two of them left the building, found a cafe, ordered 2 cups, and started a long conversation. "Child, do you know that you're very much like my wife? Just as smart, young, and energetic. It's funny. I even suspect that you're my wife's biological daughter and Tommy is Thea's. You look so much like her." Malcolm looked into Thea's eyes and said seriously. Thea thought to herself, "You're kidding me. What I said last night must have affected him a little, making him feel that my figure has merged with his late wife's to a certain extent. This can be considered a lucky hit. You didn't say that in the original novel. In the original novel, you said that I was a natural warrior. Listen to this. Is this something a father should say to his daughter?" He really didn't know how to talk. No wonder he had been single after his wife died. "Can you tell me more about her? I've only seen her photo from Tommy. It was definitely a good idea to cater to her preferences. Anyway, Sia was too lazy to go back to work today. Mora had a lot of spies, so she should know the reason. We have nothing to do. It's working hours now, and there aren't many people in the cafe, so let's talk. We met on the train. At that time, Malcolm had not talked about these things since his wife's death. It was rare that someone was willing to listen to him today. He started from the first time they met. As for whether it was illogical to talk about the legal wife with an illegitimate daughter, he did not think too much about it. At that time, she was running a free clinic in the slums. On her way home, she was robbed by a homeless man. There was no grudge between them. She fell into a pool of blood and called me 3 times for help. Unfortunately, I was sulking at the time and did not pick up the phone. I had planned to pick her up one day. I hate myself. Malcolm slammed the coffee table as he spoke. It was obvious that he had been holding this matter in his heart for a long time. Thea felt the same way. Was Tommy's mother a good person? She was definitely a good person. It was just fate playing a joke on her. If she had the power, this would not have happened. Thea was more and more convinced that she had chosen the right path. It was too difficult for a woman to live in this chaotic world. She had to have the power to protect herself. She patted Malcolm's hand gently. She's so kind. I'm sure she'll forgive you, Dad. Her voice was as soft as a mosquito. On one hand, she was not used to it. On the other hand, she was still not used to it. But seeing him in so much pain, she still wanted to comfort him. You don't need to acknowledge me as your father. You will always be Thea Quinn. Your family, your friends, and everything that belongs to you are there. I will only support you and protect you silently. I will not let anyone hurt you. Thea's face was filled with joy as she stroked Thea's hair and said, Child, I know you sympathize with me. It's okay. I am happy that you can acknowledge me as your father. You don't need to acknowledge me as your father. His words were exactly what Thea wanted. If she changed her surname to Merlin, the Quinn group would lose its inheritance. She would also have to compete with Tommy for the business. It was too troublesome. It was best that the two children each had their own family. She still did not know about the agreement between the two unscrupulous parents. Malcolm took out a box and placed it in Thea's hand. This is what I gave to my wife. Today, I'm giving it to you. I hope its light will continue to guide us forward. After that, he tidied himself up and left the cafe. Thea opened the box and found a very delicate necklace. A sky blue gem hung on the silver chain. As the gem swayed, a gentle lake light flashed. There were a few inscriptions on the inside of the necklace. Thea did not recognize a single word. It didn't seem like something from the modern era. She had planned to persuade Malcolm to let go of the slums, but he had left before she could even talk about it. He seemed to have consciously avoided this topic. This was a knot in his heart. How could she talk it out of it? Maybe she should ask Batman. His experience was very similar to Malcolm's, except that he had lost both his parents when he was young. His final journey had led him to let go of his hatred. After thinking for a while, she gave up on the idea. Batman was too smart and too dark. He was known to be able to defeat 90% of heroes and villains with his intelligence and technological weapons. Yes, he was even wary of heroes of justice. She had a lot of secrets. It was better to stay away from him. Could she only slowly influence him with familial love? There were less than 6 years left. At this moment, Malcolm was not a big boss in Thea's heart. He was just a pitiful man who was avenging his dead wife. Chapter 14. Her mood was affected and she was too lazy to go back to work. She picked up the phone and called her mother. Mom, I'm going out for a walk. I'm not going back. Thea, did he say something to you? Are you okay? Maura asked anxiously on the phone. I'm fine. We had a good talk, hee hee. Thea chuckled on the phone. In fact, they had a good talk, but she was afraid that Moira would be worried, so she reported it to her mother. Honey, no matter what you decide, you need to know that Mom will always support you. Thank you, Mom. After hanging up the phone, Thea let out a long sigh. Her parents were not good people in the eyes of the world, but they were really good to her. In the future, she would protect their lives no matter what the cost. Thea and Malcolm had agreed to learn martial arts at night. It was still early in the morning, so she decided to go to the library to read some books. She wanted to know more about this world. Just as she stood up and was about to leave, she saw a pink figure bump into her with a bang. Io, who's in such a hurry? Behind Sia was the coffee table, so she sat back down after the collision. It was not a big deal. The other person who bumped into her was not as lucky as her. Sitting on the floor, in front of her was a girl. She was wearing a pink dress and a beige jacket. She had blonde hair and a pair of square-frame glasses. She was in a daze, looking at Thea blankly, not knowing what had happened. This person looked familiar. Her hair color, her expression, and most importantly, she was wearing the Quinn Group's badge with her name on it. This was a character that she liked very much in her previous life. She looked really beautiful with the glasses. No wonder the three heroes, Green Arrow, Lightning, and Atom, were so attracted to her. Thea crossed her arms and pretended to be cold. Miss Felicity Smoker, can you tell me why you're here during working hours? She pointed at the surroundings. The blonde girl, Felicity, was tongue-tied. Coffee? No, I'm here to write a report. Yes, a report. This girl's words were interesting. She looked dumb, but she was actually very smart. She was one of the future Green Arrow team members, the world's top hacker. But now, he had turned over a new leaf and was living in the Quinn group. Who are you writing a report to? Let me ask. Thea took out her phone and continued to tease him. Felicity was also stunned by her determination to get to the bottom of the matter. Her beautiful eyes darted around as she pondered how to come up with a name and use her hacking skills to come up with a command. Suddenly, he realized why he had to answer. Who is this person? He immediately asked. Who are you? Why should I explain to you? Huh? This guy doesn't recognize me? It seemed that there were still corners of the company that he had not seen yet. She must have hidden somewhere to sleep while he was patrolling. She took out her ID from her bag and showed it to her. Thea Quinn? Who is this? Hey! He shouted loudly, which attracted the attention of the waiters in the cafe. Thea almost fainted. This girl was always so flustered. It was really impossible to work with her if she had a heart condition. Did I? All right, I did. Are you the young lady from the Quinn family? Felicity covered her mouth in disbelief. Thea nodded. Felicity was still in disbelief. She took out her personal computer and clicked on it to turn the interface around. She pointed at the image and said, Is this you? I always thought that this photo was taken very well. It's very beautiful. Thea looked down at the image. It was a photo. The environment was very familiar. It seemed to be a photo of her getting drunk at a bar a few days ago. Who took this? The angle is not bad. It perfectly combines my natural beauty with my melancholy aura. Not bad at all. However, it's not appropriate for you to hack it out of a certain server in front of me, right? Miss Smoker, where did you get this photo? I found it from the newspaper. Felicity, the blonde, realized that she was in trouble. She tried her best to explain as she pointed her fingers around, as if Sia's picture was plastered all over the street. Miss Felicity Smoker, you won second place in a national information technology competition at the age of 19. You also have a master's degree in cybersecurity and computer science from MIT. I know a lot about you, so... As the only person in the Green Arrow team who was highly educated, Thea remembered Felicity's resume very well. Felicity was speechless. The young lady in front of her had revealed her background in just a few sentences. She didn't even need to use a computer to find out. Did this mean that the Quinn family was watching her? As a top hacker, she was a little scared. Thea was secretly pleased to see that Felicity was a little scared. This was the advantage of knowing the plot. She knew a lot of plots, but she didn't dare to reveal them in front of Malcolm. Today, she finally had the chance to show them off. Do you want to have a drink with me? It's my treat. Thea still wanted to be friends with Felicity. Felicity pointed at the Quinn family's building in the distance, implying that Felicity should go back immediately. Thea laughed. Haha, I'm just here to have fun. You're here to have fun. I'm here to work, Felicity explained stubbornly. Yes, work. We're all here to work. Put whatever you drink on my tab. In fact, Thea was pretending to be generous. Malcolm was the one who kept all the bills. She just didn't leave. Felicity didn't fully believe her, but she felt that she could live anywhere. The job in front of her wasn't essential, so she started chatting with Felicity. Thea told a few jokes about the company's executives. Felicity also talked about her university life. The two chatted happily. When they talked about the photo, they decided to visit the crime scene. When they arrived at the bar, they saw the bar owner's mistress who served Thea last time. She ordered the mistress to serve the two of them, and the two continued to chat. Felicity looked very honest in her blonde dress suit. In fact, she used to have fun too. She put on smoky makeup and dressed like a punk. It was only after her boyfriend was sent to prison that she changed her appearance. She didn't dislike places like bars. Instead, she felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. As Felicity continued to talk about her life, Thea learned that she graduated from high school at 16, university at 18, and got her master's degree at 20. She was also a top student. Thea, you're very smart. You finished high school in 2 out of 4 years. University is more exciting. High school is boring. Felicity hadn't touched alcohol for some time. Now that she had drunk a little too much, she wasn't as careful with her words as before. Thea was a little tempted. Previously, she had to participate in the management of the company and learn martial arts. She thought that high school was a waste of time and should just give up. However, after hearing Felicity's words today, it seemed that she could speed up the process. High school in America took 4 years. The content was really simple. Compared to the second year of high school on the other side of the Pacific Ocean, she could definitely pass. If she really couldn't pass, she could still bribe them. Quinn Enterprises sponsored many university laboratories. Chapter 15. The two heroines drank from work in the morning until they got off work in the afternoon. It seemed like a long time, but in fact their stomachs were limited and they did not drink much. After eating something, they found a room to rest for a while. Sia suddenly remembered that she still had to go to the Grove to learn martial arts from her father. She was more or less stained with alcohol, and she was not focused enough. She was really in a bad state, so she called the bar owner and asked if there was a place to take a bath. "Do you think this place is a holiday resort?" Although he was unhappy, the bar owner didn't dare to say no to this important customer. He could only lead Thea to a small bath in the back and said that it was never open to the public. Felicity was about to go home when she heard that the bath was free. The bar owner saw that they had been chatting for the whole day and didn't know what relationship she had with Thea, so he didn't stop her. Thea changed into a bathrobe and entered the room. The bar owner had dug out a hot spring and built a small circle around it. The pool wasn't big, so it was cramped for 4 people. It would be best if it was 1 person, but 2 people would be barely enough. She thought it would be a private bath, but she didn't expect it to be like this. "Oh, little Thea, you're so sly. We should have come here earlier." Felicity poked her head out to take a look. When she saw that there were no outsiders, she quickly took off her clothes and jumped into the pool to enjoy herself. "Wow, she has a great body," Thea whispered. Felicity found that Thea was still in a daze after a while. She grabbed her hand and said, "What are you looking at? Come down. You can't take a bath in a hot spring after drinking. I heard it's bad for your health." Thea felt that it was inappropriate to be naked without any preparation. She vaguely remembered that there was such a saying, so she quickly explained, "We've been drinking for 3 hours, and that's for people with illnesses. It's fine if we take a bath for a while. I'm studying. Don't worry." Thea had no choice but to take off her bathrobe and enter the pool. "Hey, there's no one here, right? Why are you still wearing your underwear? Wow, Thea, your skin is so smooth. Thea, you're really small." The unscrupulous female hooligan successfully flirted with the future heroine. Thea's face flushed red, but it was only because of the humidity in the room and Felicity's nearsightedness that she couldn't see clearly. Although it was a little awkward at first, Thea soon discovered that drinking a little wine and taking a nap before soaking in the hot spring was indeed very comfortable. She did not know about this idea, but it also started the prelude of the female superhero alliance having to soak in the hot springs every time they had a meeting. Although she always reminded the girls not to drink, Wonder Woman always said, "We're all superheroes, what's there to be afraid of?" The two of them fooled around and didn't do anything excessive. Felicity drove Thea to the forest and waved goodbye. Thea looked around. Malcolm was not there yet. She needed to calm herself down. She found a tree and sat down cross-legged. In fact, Malcolm had only been there for a while. He had been watching Sia's schedule for the whole day. He had arrived 5 minutes earlier than Sia. Last time, he had been discovered in advance. This time, he was much more careful. In order to test her perception range, he had been observing from the periphery. After comparing some details, he estimated that Thea's effective range of perception was about 10 meters. According to the Assassin League selection criteria, those who could reach 5 meters were considered talented. The world's top assassin, Shiva, seemed to be able to sense up to 20 meters, but that was a result of years of training. Other than sniper rifles, Shiva could completely dodge all cold and hot weapons. No one could sneak up on her. Thea could not do that, but he believed that with his training, she could completely dodge all mid-range cold weapons within her range of perception. She could also dodge long-range pistols. What an amazing talent! Seeing Thea sitting still under the tree, Malcolm had a certain understanding of her patience. She was smart, talented, and patient. She was tough and young. Even he was a little jealous of her. He stood up from behind the tree and said in a hoarse voice, "Thea Quinn, are you ready for training?" Thea had already noticed him. She just didn't say anything. Malcolm's estimation was wrong. Her perception range was about a 12-meter radius. The original CO1. Zero was a follower hero. Although her strength was average, she was much stronger compared to the Assassin's League. Now, the enhanced version 2. Zero had extraordinary abilities. It seemed like it was just a number, but in fact, it was a huge leap in strength. It was like the difference between a 100-meter dash in 10 seconds and a 5-second run in 5 seconds. It might seem like a difference in numbers, but in fact, it was a huge difference. "I'm ready. Please teach me. I'm not afraid of hardships." "Very good. I've seen your determination. You can call me Black Arrow. I'll teach you all kinds of fighting techniques in the future. What do you want to learn first?" Malcolm put his hands behind his back. Thea laughed in her heart. "I want to learn the 72 transformations." "Can you do it?" But she still said seriously, "Since you're called Black Arrow, learn archery first. Let me see how good you are." This was a little arrogant. "I came all the way here to teach you, and you want to test me?" If it was another hero of justice, he might have just left. But Malcolm was a big villain. He liked it when you had a little temper. He looked down on you when you were a yes man. He took out a tennis ball from his backpack and handed it to Thea. He asked her to throw it at him randomly. Oh, in the original plot, Oliver seemed to have practiced this too. You guys are really from the same origin. Ninja Master taught Old Ma, and Old Ma taught him. Was he a third-generation disciple? Compared to his brother, Ninja Master taught his daughter Talia, and Talia passed it on to Yao Fei, and Yao Fei taught his daughter. Oliver and Yao Fei's daughter had a go in the water, and he learned the essence of archery with a flash of golden light. He should be a fifth-generation disciple, right? Fortunately, foreigners didn't care about seniority. Otherwise, his brother wouldn't be able to greet him in the future. Ninja Master had lived for more than 800 years. He was known as the #1 gardener in the DC world. As a supervillain who couldn't be killed, he had nurtured countless superheroes. This was a sad story. Thea wasn't in the mood to sigh for Ninja Master. She took out a tennis ball and threw it up high. At the same time, she carefully observed Malcolm's feet and movements. Bang! The black arrow nailed the tennis ball into the tree trunk. This was a difficult move. It was much more difficult than Oliver's shooting at the wall. After all, she had to accurately calculate the landing point of the arrow on the tree trunk. Otherwise, it would not look good if the arrow flew far away. No wonder Old Ma had beaten Green Arrow so badly in the first round. He was indeed stronger than Green Arrow. Next, Thea continued to throw the tennis balls high and low. Malcolm was in peak condition, and it was as if he had the help of God. Bang, 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 bang. Every arrow accurately hit the center of the ball, and the 9 tennis balls were nailed to the tree trunk one by one. Amazing. I'll learn this, Thea said with her eyes shining. Phew. Old Ma secretly let out a sigh of relief. In fact, Old Ma was a little better than usual today. After all, he was in his 40s and was not the kind of person who practiced martial arts since young. In order not to disappoint his daughter, he focused like never before. If Thea threw a few more balls, he might not be able to hit them. This was the biggest difference between him and Green Arrow. In terms of physical strength or endurance, he was not as good as the young Green Arrow. He could win against Green Arrow if he focused for a short period of time, but he couldn't do it for a long time. Chapter 16. Stand up straight and spread your feet to shoulder-width apart. Use your left hand to control the direction of the arrow and your right hand to maintain stability. Use your index finger, middle finger, and ring finger to pull the bowstring. Place your index finger above the arrow's tail, and place your middle finger and ring finger below the arrow's tail. Malcolm constantly adjusted Thea's posture and corrected every mistake. As an archery master, his guidance was very good. He could clearly explain the key points of every action and why it was done. Many people were good at something, but they couldn't teach others. Malcolm was obviously not one of them. Thea held a red, low-weight recurve bow without a sight or stabilizer. This was the disadvantage of women. They were naturally weaker than men. Although there were many female archers in games and anime, it was really difficult to train. Weak strength meant low lethality. In ancient times, the population had been depleted, but there had never been a king who recruited women as archers. In the original storyline, Thea Quinn, a member of the Green Arrow team, was known as the Fast Hand. She had thought of using high shooting speed to make up for low lethality. However, she later became unknown and even quit the team. It was obvious that this path did not work. She had already come into contact with her own destiny in advance. She could definitely change the trajectory of her life. Thea calmed herself down and silently recited Malcolm's teachings. She knocked an arrow and aimed at a tree 10 meters away. Malcolm drew a red circle in the middle of the tree. She breathed in and out and adjusted her breathing. She stared at the red circle in front of her. With a whoosh, the arrow flew out. Thea, who was highly focused, had a feeling that part of her body was following the arrow's trajectory. The arrow was bound to hit. With a muffled thud, the arrow was firmly nailed to the inside of the red circle. It was very close to the center. According to the competition results, it was at least a score of 7 or 8. To be honest, Malcolm was a little jealous of such a good result for the first time. When he was trained by Ninja Master, he had to practice for 3 days without sleep to reach this step. Afraid that his daughter would be proud, he found another target 20 meters away and gestured for her to shoot. As expected, Thea missed her target, but the deviation was smaller than Malcolm had expected. The arrow brushed past the tree trunk and flew away. This time, Old Ma felt much better and began to carefully explain the precautions. In fact, Thea's first shot was not a result of her own mastery of archery. Instead, she had used her extraordinary perception to predict the outcome. The entire 10-meter range was within her perception, and as long as she concentrated, she would be able to hit the target with 100% accuracy. This was not a special ability. In reality, when many people shot three-pointers, they knew that the ball would hit the target as soon as it was released. It could only be said to be a very mysterious feeling. However, 20 meters was out of her cheating range. Although she could still guarantee her accuracy for the first 10 meters, she missed the last 10 meters as expected. As expected, she was still far away from those cheaters. For example, Prometheus had a helmet that could download all the pugilist's martial arts. With a light click of the mouse to search for the target, he would be able to learn it immediately. Learning martial art from the Matrix was as convenient and fast as learning martial arts from Neo, unlike him who had to train hard. Where did he find that helmet? It wasn't mentioned in the manga. She patiently listened to Old Ma's explanation. She had to say that it was really good. He explained the key points and habits in simple terms. As expected of an outstanding senior student who graduated from Hogwarts School of Magic and Wizardry, no, Neanderbart School of Martial Arts, Thea absorbed the knowledge like a sponge. The fusion of the two souls not only brought about the expansion of her perception, but also the depth of her thinking, the speed of her memory, and the sensitivity of her reactions. This was an all-round improvement. If the original Thea was only a quasi-hero, now she had the qualifications to be a first-tier hero. When the lesson was about to end, Thea could already hit a target with a distance of 20 meters. Although it was not 100% accuracy, the result of hitting 9 out of 10 arrows made Old Ma feel sad. This was the first night of teaching. When he was at this stage, he had to practice for a week with a sore back and cramps in his legs. It was good to be young. He silently found an excuse for his daughter's lack of qualifications and escorted Thea to Ryan's mansion from afar before returning home. When he got home, he changed into casual clothes and asked the butler, "Is Tommy back?" "No, it's just a phone message that needs to be dealt with," the butler answered honestly. "Oomph," Malcolm snorted. What could have happened to him? He must have seen that he was not at home today and went to fool around with Laurel again. For a moment, he felt helpless. He really did not know how to educate the son left by his late wife. His brain, courage, and tenacity were not like his. If he did not believe that his late wife would not cheat on him, he would have doubted that this was his son. Especially when compared to his daughter, it was even more obvious. Actually, Everyone had talent. It was just a matter of whether or not you were able to discover it. Just like in the foot basin country of another world, during World War II, Ishihara Kanji would praise his country's prime minister in front of everyone every day. It would be great if Tokyo-kun could be kept as a storehouse. He could manage at least 5 machine guns. You must be kidding me if you want him to be the prime minister. Going back to Tommy's problem, it was not that he did not have talent, it was just that he did not use it in the right place. Oliver, who would return to the city in the future, saw Tommy's bright spot. He encouraged his friend to open a bar, and sure enough, Tommy did very well. If it wasn't for Malcolm's big move, the bar chain might have been successfully listed. The more Malcolm thought about it, the sadder he felt. Looking at his wife's photo, he recalled the bits and pieces of the past. In his heart, he decided to wait for him for another half a year. If there was no improvement, then let him do whatever he wanted. He would guarantee that he would live a happy life and not have to worry about food and clothing. When Thea returned home, she found Moira waiting for her in the living room. She gave her mother a big hug and said, "Mom, I'm back." Moira got the news that Malcolm was looking for someone to train her daughter, but she did not know that the person was himself. She was worried that her spoiled daughter would not be able to endure hardships, but she was also afraid that the person would hurt her daughter badly. So she had been waiting in the living room. Deep down, she did not think that it was necessary. Their family was rich, and they could hire any kind of bodyguard. Why did she have to train herself? Seeing her daughter come back happily, she felt that it was necessary to confirm her daughter's thoughts. "If you're tired, don't go tomorrow. Mom is very worried about you." Looking at her mother's worried eyes, Thea put on a strong front. "I'm not afraid of hardships, Mom. I'm afraid that I can't protect you and this family. My poor child, I've said that I will respect any decision you make. If one day you don't want to learn, you must tell Mom, okay?" Moira said seriously. "Okay, I know." Thea smiled and nodded. The mother and daughter hugged each other and walked into the bedroom. Chapter 17. Lying on the bed, Thea knew that her mother disapproved of her decision. She just followed her heart and didn't say anything. But she didn't know how dangerous this world was and how many times she was woken up from her dreams. From the information gathered from all sides, Superman and Batman, these two big shots, had already fought several times. The official statement was that both of them won and lost. What did that mean? It meant that Superman was already in the Iron or Postmodern period. Otherwise, no matter how big Batman was, it would be impossible for both of them to win and lose. Just look at the Silver Age Superman, and you will understand. He could blow out a star with a breath, destroy the solar system with a sneeze, pull a dozen planets with his own strength, exceed the speed of light, faster than the Flash, break the barrier of time, and ignore karma to kill his own mother. Looking at the above description, isn't it a bit familiar? This is the strength of the main character in the last 2 chapters of a fantasy novel. Brother Superman appears at this level. Are you afraid? Even a Super Saiyan is not his match. How can Batman fight with such conditions? So now Superman must be in his weakest state. In fact, Thea was not afraid of Superman being too strong. She was afraid of Superman being too weak. If there was a Silver Age Superman protecting Earth, it would definitely be a peaceful situation. There would be no villains jumping out to court death. She would be a beautiful CEO and play games with Felicity when she had nothing to do. Unfortunately, this is an era where demons run amok. If wealth can't be transformed into strength, it is like a castle in the air. It will scatter with a light touch. I should pay more attention to the corporation's weapon research and development department. There must be the equipment I urgently need. Maybe I can be a DC World's Iron Man? Sigh, I'm dreaming. In order to keep it a secret, I can only research and develop it by myself or with a few assistants. If I pull Quinn Merlin Corporation into a 5-year plan on a large scale, even if the research is successful, the final result will be eaten by the military. Marvel's Tony still handed over his suit under the protection of S.H.I.E.L.D., not to mention himself. He can only study it alone. However, Tony entered MIT at the age of 15 and graduated with a double doctorate at the age of 18. He can knock out the Mars generation in a cave. I'm also 15 years old, and I haven't even finished high school. Sigh, I really can't compare myself to others. Although Iron Man's dream was still a dream, Thea still had to go to work and go home the next day. As for graduating from high school, Moira had spent a lot of money on technical research and lobbying work. So far, her results were excellent. If everything went well, she could go to Princeton to study electronic engineering next year. Moira was very supportive of her daughter's decision to go to a famous school, at least more than learning how to fight and kill more efficiently. As for why she chose to study engineering instead of biomedicine, which was more female, she didn't think too much about it. There weren't many women in the United States who studied mechanics, but it wasn't that there weren't any, so it wasn't surprising. Malcolm was indifferent, but he also helped to smooth over some of the connections. After all, it was always good to learn more. At the same time, he wondered if his son was such a jerk because he didn't study enough. Should he let his son join the school too? But after seeing Thea's SAT results, he gave up the idea. With Tommy's elementary school level, it was better for him to stay in Star City and not go out and embarrass himself. At this time, Thea still didn't know that she had inadvertently caused some trouble for Tommy. She was patrolling the corporation's weapon research and development department. To put it nicely, it was an inspection, but to put it bluntly, it was a stroll. "Dr. Hoffman, what's this?" Thea asked, pointing at an object that looked like a helmet that was similar to Magneto's belt. The white-haired old man beside her was actually dissatisfied with the young lady's visit. However, after the mysterious disappearance of the director, Andre, the whole department had to be coordinated by him. He didn't dare to offend the future successor of the company. So he said vaguely, "This is a positioning helmet. You can think of it as something like a radar." In fact, this thing was completely different from a radar, but he was afraid that the young lady would ask him questions. So he casually came up with a term that everyone knew, hoping to fool her quickly. "Radar." Thea was a little confused. Looking at the round thing, it felt good to touch. This had nothing to do with a radar. This was another person who was bullying her because she didn't study enough. She automatically ignored the words about radar and focused on the question in front of her. "You said it's a positioning helmet? How do you locate it?" Dr. Hoffman was a little depressed. He was too honest. How could he say the actual name? Any normal person could see that there was a problem. He could only honestly say, "It's calculated using a probability distribution algorithm." In his heart, he thought, "I'll show you what I'm capable of." Thea had indeed never heard of such a profound term, but she still asked politely, "Can you calculate something?" The old man was too lazy to talk to her. He said in a low voice, "Calculate the surrounding biological electric field." Thea said that she had read a few casual books, so she understood this term. Is it like a shark? Is this a passive electric field positioning method? Wow, this young lady is good. Shouldn't children this age be drinking in bars? The old man did not expect the young lady of the group to know the key to his research and development. His interest was immediately piqued, and he began to talk about his proud work in detail. "Miss Quinn, you're right. We studied the predation patterns of sharks. They're huge, and their eyesight deteriorates severely. Over a long period of evolution, they can control a special kind of bioelectric field. They can analyze the situation of the food around them. If they encounter a fleeing target, they can pursue the target within 10 kilometers. We developed it in reverse from this characteristic." Listening to the old man's explanation, Thea understood it in gaming terms. It was a bit similar to a hunter's mark. As long as the target was not dead, they would always be able to see it on the map. It's quite advanced. Would he be able to use this invention? The old man was very happy to see Thea listening to his explanation with great interest. This young lady was the one who valued him the most among the group's executives. After all, his team had been researching for many years and had produced a lot of results. However, it was a joke to say that they could make money for the group. At least he himself did not see any effect on national production. Every year, he asked for money but could not produce any results. The old man had always felt guilty towards the group. This is an underwater lighting device. The devices on the market can only illuminate 100 meters, but ours can illuminate up to 500 meters. This is a miniature missile. It can be used to attack land and air. Although the size is smaller, the range is also shorter. We're still improving it. This is an emergency equipment. It can be remotely controlled at 400 kilometers per hour. It can transport about a ton of supplies. Thea's eyes were opened as she listened to the old man's introduction. However, many of the things had no commercial value. After looking at them repeatedly for a long time, only the underwater searchlight could be sold for a little money. However, the buyers were too small. They could only earn a little money. It was too difficult to make a profit. Chapter 18. Throughout the day, Thea had a general understanding of the weapons research and development department. It was too scattered and disorganized. Whatever came to their mind, they would research. Although she wanted to do something, she could not take the equipment away. This was the disadvantage of the modern corporate system. Every aspect was fixed. Even if she became the CEO, she could not do it. After all, this was the company's property, not her own. Batman's equipment was also cheated out by him and the company's CEO. He seemed to have done something like robbing her own equipment. At that time, she thought it was funny when she watched the movie. But when it came to her, she was depressed. She could not tell the warehouse manager that she would take 2 missiles to make the work more humane. Your submachine guns look good. Give me 5,000 bullets to decorate my office. Besides, there was no place for her to process these things. Maybe she could use the Quinn Steel manufacturing and welding factory in the future Oliver base? That would not work. Moira was watching her too closely. She did not have the time. In the next few days, Thea kept visiting the research and development department. It was good that she could not get her hands on the weapons. Dr. Hoffman did not raise any objection to the young heir of the group who did not like jewelry banquets and preferred explosives and rockets. The two chatted from time to time, and the days passed slowly. Moira naturally knew her daughter's whereabouts. She just thought that her daughter had not completely recovered from the trauma. Otherwise, which daughter would like airplanes and artillery? Malcolm, on the other hand, did not think that it was a big problem. He was already halfway insane. All he did was to confirm some of the weapons that his daughter was interested in. According to the intelligence of his subordinates, she was only interested in high-tech weapons of mass destruction. What was she trying to do? Was she going to destroy the world? He just wanted to destroy the slums. Did his daughter inherit his blood and was more radical than him? Finally, on this day, Thea and Dr. Hoffman discussed the mid-range missiles for the whole morning. Moira could not sit still anymore. She was going to find something for her daughter to do, which was commonly known as adding more responsibilities. Thea, take a look at this document. The group wants to expand the software department? That's good. Let's do it. Thea was puzzled. Why was she looking for her? I'm going to let you be in charge of the establishment of the software department and its later operations. Moira thought to herself that Quinn Enterprises was a tycoon in the steel industry. The capital and personnel were basically all in the industry. The software department was just an empty shell. You can take your time to work on it. Moreover, it was useless no matter how hard one tried to create software. At least, that was what she thought since she had never seen artificial intelligence before. Thea didn't have as many thoughts as her. She only knew that she finally had some power. She was no longer a backpacker. Being an assistant sounded nice, but her job was too messy and too passive. It didn't suit her personality at all. Now, she could finally stand on her own and be the boss. It was worthy of celebration. Then where do I work? All the rooms in the group were occupied. Thea had been here for so many days, but she didn't see any sign of the software department in the room. You can find your own office in the house under the group's name. Everything depends on you. Let me see your ability, Moira said encouragingly. Was this for real? Thea felt that there was too much good news today. Independence? Pick any place? Needless to say, the future Green Arrow's base was mine. She could ask him to find another place later. But now, she couldn't directly say that she wanted to go to a certain place. She needed to pretend to go there and observe. So, she said, I understand. I'll work hard to achieve results. Receiving the order to transfer 10 employees to set up the software department and the rest of the staff could be recruited by themselves, Thea hummed a song and left the president's office happily. Seeing that her daughter didn't look dissatisfied, Moira felt relieved. Why did she say again? Because her daughter was too strange. She worked hard, studied hard, and was so motivated that it was scary. Look at Tommy. He was as good as always in the Merlin group. When he had nothing to do, he would flirt with the receptionist. He had never said anything as scary as practicing martial arts or researching missiles. She picked up the phone and ordered her secretary to book a European family tour for Dr. Hoffman of the Weapons Research and Development Department. She asked him to bring his whole family to play. The expenses would be covered by the group. She only had one request, and that was to not come back for 3 months. Dr. Hoffman's wife had passed away many years ago. When he heard the news from the group, he took his 2 sons, a daughter, and a dog to travel around Europe. Finally, he met his destiny in the Aegean Sea. He was very grateful to the group. Of course, this was a story for the future. Not knowing that her new friend got married because of her actions, Thea returned to her desk happily. She took the document and read it twice. God is helping me. If it were other departments, it would be a bit difficult for her, but software? She knew Felicity. With her strength as the world's top hacker, what software couldn't she solve? The two of them had become very good friends after drinking last time. Although it was a bit strange, 2 women could become friends after drinking. Sure enough, the drinking table was a hotbed for improving feelings, regardless of whether it was a man or a woman. She hadn't gone to the office to look for her, so she should help her. Thea's heart was beating a little. Would she agree to give up her position and run around by herself? Thea felt that her mentality was a bit strange now. She was worried about personal gains and losses. In fact, it didn't matter if she refused. I can force her to order, haha. The place where Felicity worked was really remote. The company's file management and information technology team kept looking for the nameplate and finally found the department in a corner of the 2nd floor. This corner seemed to have a built-in stealth function. Thea bet that she had never noticed this place after so many days. The future watcher IT woman, Miss Felicity Smokey, had taken off her glasses and was sleeping soundly on the desk. This girl had really touched a lot of lipstick because Sia saw her drooling and staining a large part of her sleeve red. She knocked on the table. Hey, wake up, don't sleep. Miss Smoker opened her eyes in a daze and looked at the person in front of her for a long time. She put on her glasses and looked carefully for a long time. Thea, off work? Looking for me for a drink? Damn, is this girl a drunkard? There was no such hobby in the storyline. Isn't she an otaku? She didn't think about it carefully and blurted out, Felicity, are you willing to go with me? Felicity's expression was one word, stupefied. She was dumbfounded and murmured, Are you confessing to me? I have to think about it. Thea almost went crazy. How can you understand my English this way? What's wrong with your brain? After thinking about it carefully, she couldn't blame her completely. She seemed to have asked a question. Chapter 19. Thea hurriedly clarified. That's not what you meant. It's like this. She rambled on. Felicity tilted her eyes and stared at her. She wasn't sure if she heard what Felicity said. You have designs on me. Why is this girl so sharp all of a sudden? Wasn't she always confused? Thea's surprised expression was caught by Felicity. I guessed it. Little Thea, you're not being honest. She picked up her laptop and typed furiously. Our state's laws allow this kind of marriage? Did you plan this all along? Thea stared blankly at Felicity as she searched for all kinds of strange information. Felicity muttered to herself, but you're still too young. You have to be 16 years old to be able to do this. Maybe I can help you change your identity? This firewall sucks. I've never thought about this kind of thing. It's more exciting than men. Do I have this kind of tendency? Oh, I can't go to church for this kind of marriage. But I can ignore the fact that I'm Jewish. She stared blankly at Felicity as she muttered to herself. She blushed as she spoke. How did this misunderstanding come about? I just wanted to ask her for help. How did she misunderstand? And what the hell is a church? Why would I go there? Despite her repeated explanations, Felicity still didn't believe her. She stubbornly thought that her explanation was a cover-up. She said that she could consider developing a relationship with Thea. To be honest, Felicity looked a little unreliable, but she was actually a very charming woman. She stuttered because her brain worked too fast and her mouth couldn't keep up. In the original plot, Felicity had charmed the Green Arrow and the Atom Knight. She was also very powerful. Felicity also liked her, but she just wanted her to help her. It was just that she was thirsty for talent, not this kind of desire. Thea was still standing in front of her desk. Through her collar, she could see a little bit of something below her neck. It looked soft, but she didn't know how to touch it. She suddenly realized that she was thinking too much. She was being led astray by this unscrupulous girl. She hurriedly stopped Felicity from messing around. She had already started to search for places where she could go without breaking the local laws. Stop, please. I just want to ask for your help. We can talk about those things later, okay? Thea also had the thought of sacrificing her body to pull the IT girl to her side. Whether it was the Iron Man suit or other technological weapons, they couldn't do without the support of computer software. Since it was a misunderstanding, then let it be a misunderstanding. She had nothing to lose anyway. As for the Green Arrow team's lack of computer support in the future, it was none of her business. If she really felt guilty, Thea remembered that there was an Esper in Central City who could control bees. His computer skills were also not bad, second only to Felicity. She could recommend him to Oliver. Felicity's father and ex-boyfriend were also experts among experts. Among the three heroes of the Faye family, other than this beautiful lady, she could give the rest to Green Arrow. He was quite generous. Thea didn't consider the fact that they were all bad guys. Felicity crossed her arms and stared at her. I knew it. Tell me, what is it? Thea almost fainted. She had already explained twice, but this girl didn't hear a single word. She was so immersed in her own fantasy that she didn't even hear what she was saying. She could only tell her about the establishment of the software department again. Fearing that she wouldn't believe her, she also showed her Moira's order. Felicity pointed at herself with her mouth open. Me? What can I do? At this time, she had just left her previous life as a hacker. Although she still hacked occasionally, it was more of a habit. She didn't know what she should do in the future. Thea originally planned to do it alone, but then she found that there were too many problems. There were too many things that she couldn't do on her own. At that time, the first person she thought of was Felicity. She was definitely a good person. Although it was a little early, the timing was good. It was the right time to tell her about her plan. Whether it was trust or friendship, it was mutual. Connecting her mobile phone to Felicity's computer, Thea kept telling her about her plan. Through the conversation with Dr. Hoffman, she had figured out the purpose of most of the equipment in the weapons department. She found a few technical props that were not a threat to society and combined them together to create the thing on Felicity's computer. Originally Marvel's Green Goblin skateboard, Thea was going to dye it red and change its name to Red Arrow Skateboard. Originally, Sia Quinn had two nicknames, Red Arrow and Quick Hands. Quick Hands sounded like a thief, which didn't sound good. She decided to stick with Red Arrow. At least, that was what she, who had trouble with naming, intended to do. Using the emergency equipment she had seen before as the main body, she modified it. It could withstand a load of 400 kilometers per hour and could float and fly. It completely met her requirements. She removed the remote control system and changed it to brainwave control. This required another piece of equipment, which was the sharp positioning helmet that was previously introduced. It retained the positioning ability and reversed the memory of Sia's biological electric field to achieve the use of brainwave control. This required Felicity to write a large number of programs to control it. The last thing she needed was to make Mr. Andre become a Jinchuriki's antiviral suit. Thea calculated that this suit could withstand the pressure of 400 kilometers per hour on the internal organs. As for the weapon system, it could only be a simple version of the Red Arrow skateboard. It could only be used as an excuse. However, the purpose of the missiles was too simple. Sia could not think of any other uses for them except for killing and arson. She really had no excuse to ask for them. She was just 15 years old and didn't even have a gun license. What was the difference between the two missiles and the T-Egg when Moira asked her to compare them? Even this simple equipment had taken Thea a lot of effort. As for Mr. Tony Stark being able to knock out a Mark I from a pile of scrap metal in a cave, Thea could only think that God had given him a cheat, because it did not conform to objective laws. Even a genius had a limit. Felicity carefully looked at the blueprint and looked at Thea with her big eyes. Cool. This invention is perfect. You're so smart. Let's start now. This girl could become friends with that funny Cisco Ramon in the future. She was also a person who was passionate about technological weapons. As the saying goes, although you love makeup, you love weapons more. Although the plan was very detailed, she could not just do it. What should be hidden still had to be hidden. Felicity could be trusted, but it did not mean that others could be trusted too. The two first drove to Quinn Enterprises Steel and Welding Company, which had been abandoned. Thea planned to make it her territory in the future. There were still a lot of facilities on the ground here, such as various processing equipment and welding machines piled up on the ground. Chapter 20. This factory had a very large basement. Zhang Heng did not know why this facility was built in the first place, but now Sia had taken advantage of it. After picking a few pieces of light but still usable processing equipment and welding machines, the two women lifted the large pieces onto the cart with great effort and dragged them into the basement while stumbling. Fortunately, both of them were European and American women, so they were quite strong. At least, they were stronger than the Asian women in the same world. Felicity looked like an otaku, but she was actually quite fleshy. She gritted her teeth and glared fiercely. Sia had been training with Old Ma for half a year, and her strength had increased a little. Of course, Felicity was still the main labor because she was older. After installing the equipment and debugging them, Thea had been reading books on processing recently. She did not want to be a level 8 fitter or level 9 welder like Tony, but for the future Iron Man armor and the current Red Arrow skateboard, she did not need to be proficient in these basic skills. The door to the basement was sealed and disguised. In the future, the outside area would be the office of the software department, and the secret room would be their secret base. The two women leaned against the wall and panted heavily. Sia was impressed by Oliver. Even though there were two of them, he was still as tired as a dead dog. After all, he was going to do all this work alone in the future. His arms were indeed strong. Felicity said without enthusiasm, "I'm so tired, Thea. Let's go to the hot spring." "No way. We still want to go." Thinking of the previous experience, Thea was a little scared and a little excited. "Why am I so excited?" She sternly rejected this corrupt behavior and said that she had to go back and report to Moira. He instructed Felicity not to slack off. Although it was just a cover and they weren't planning to do anything, the basic framework had to be set up. The task of finding software engineers was handed over to Felicity. After all, she was a top-notch hacker, and he believed that those who were chosen by her were of a certain standard. In the next few days, Sia was as busy as a bee. She took out the few pieces of equipment that she needed and came up with all sorts of excuses. At the same time, he reported to Moira that the software department needed a powerful computer and approved a large sum of money. After another round of black accounts, he installed a set of powerful servers for Felicity in the secret base. This made the former hacker, who was now an otaku, extremely excited. Indeed, only when one had something and then lost it would one feel that it was precious. He looked at Felicity's bright smile. She wouldn't object to doing something embarrassing, right? Thea took out a bucket of paint, 2 brushes, and a spray can. She told Felicity to clean up the room, 1 wall for each of them. Thea felt that she had a bit of an obsessive-compulsive disorder. Perhaps the future Oliver did not care about the environment and stayed in such a dirty place for more than a year, but she could not bear to see it. The existence of the secret chamber could not be exposed, so only the two of them could do the job of painting it. Felicity, who was happily playing on the computer, did not expect this scene. As a master's student at MIT, she had to do such a promising job like renovation. Thea had been to her apartment before. This girl was very lazy. She would only empty the trash bin when it was full. If no one pushed her from time to time, she would be able to eat and wait for death for the rest of her life. Felicity, who was on the verge of a mental breakdown, didn't reject the suggestion of painting the walls. In her eyes, this was something she could choose not to do. Based on her usual personality, she wouldn't have done it. However, when she saw Sia rolling up her sleeves and painting the walls, she could only reluctantly change her clothes and accompany Sia to grind the equipment. No, it was to paint the walls. Felicity murmured while painting, moving machines, installing doors, painting walls. What happened to the advanced weapon modification? Liar. Thea lowered her head and pretended that she did not hear her. The environment was too messy, and she could not stand it. She was afraid that she would not be able to do all this work alone, so she asked Felicity to help her. Men and women had different requirements for the environment, and this was also the reason why it was difficult to be a heroine. It was really difficult to build a base. Batman could make do with a cave, and she did not see him doing something as lowly as painting the walls. After a lot of work, the environment did improve greatly, and at least it was passable. Thea ordered Felicity around like a loader, porter, and decorator for 2 days. She could not refuse the suggestion of taking a bath in the hot spring, so she could only fearlessly accompany Felicity. As for the process, it took place below the neck, which was not easy to describe, so it was not detailed here. The whole process, in the words of the martial arts senior master Shuju, was very good, and indescribably happy. Soon, another month had passed, and the preparatory work of the software department was basically completed. Although Thea wanted to drag it on, she was not interested in the software department or hardware department. She had just started to build her own skateboard, and Felicity was also writing a new algorithm for the collection of brainwaves. Moira sternly refused her suggestion to prepare for another month and asked her to start work immediately. The leader was determined to get on the horse immediately, so the two girls could only put down their work for the time being. Sia, the head of the department, arranged the position of deputy department head for Felicity. It sounded impressive, but in fact there were only 3 people from the group. The others were either not strong enough or staring at the two lustfully. Who knew what they were thinking? 2 of the 3 subordinates were women, and they were average-looking, but one was skinnier than the other. The 2 of them could be blown away by a strong wind, even if they were tied together. The other man spoke softly, and it was obvious that he was congenitally deficient in testosterone and had spinal edema. Thea felt that if all the bad guys were like this, she could take on 10 at a time. Thea briefly talked about the importance of the new department in the group, but looking at the surrounding environment, the empty factory, the various oil stains in the corners of the ground, and the windows rattling when the wind blew, one would know that her words were useless. Looking at the 3 weak subordinates, although they could not be compared to Malcolm, who had a city full of minions, it was at least a start. Thea said with great ambition that she would start work. Soon, Thea spent her first day as a minister, drinking tea and reading newspapers, because there was really nothing to do. Quinn Group started with steel smelting, and it had connections with both the underworld and the underworld. It had a group of fierce-looking subordinates, and it could be said that the process of Quinn Group's start was not glorious. For a company like this, the demand for software was infinitely close to zero. Thea wondered if she would have to sleep during the day and work at night in the future. Although she could live like this, it was too much of a waste of time. Her time was precious, and more than half of the 5 years had passed. In a daze, she got up and went to look for Felicity. The situation was completely different from when she was in the group. Thea was so busy when Felicity was sleeping. Now Thea could not do anything. She could not set up a target in front of her 3 subordinates to practice archery. Could she? If she did, her 3 subordinates would have to run away. Felicity did not have this problem at all. Her brainwave collection software was not shameful, and she could write it at any time. In fact, no one knew what she was doing. They only knew that it looked amazing. Chapter 21. By the time Thea staggered up to Felicity, the girl was operating 3 keyboards at once, sitting in a swivel chair and hammering away at them in convulsions. Thea leaned against the door frame with her arms crossed. Felicity was really focused on her work. She felt bad that Felicity was so busy with her work that she forgot to eat and sleep. Hey, let's go get some coffee. Felicity didn't even turn her head. Nah, I'm busy. You go play. No matter how heartless Felicity was, she couldn't just leave Felicity to work and go play by herself. She grabbed a chair and sat beside Felicity. Take a break. I need to talk to you. Felicity stopped working and looked at her worriedly. Don't tell me you're going to do some manual labor again. What a capitalist otaku. Just a few days of hard work and you're already traumatized. Before Zhuge Liang left the mountain, He was determined to be an otaku too. He didn't complain at all. You're not even close. Even though Thea was complaining about the quality of education at MIT, she still said, "It's outside." She then pointed at the empty former factory building, which was now the software department's office. "Shouldn't we find something to do?" "As the heir, I can't not do anything," Thea said pitifully. "Then what can we do?" Felicity was trying to say, "Your company is just a former mafia company. What do you need to do with software? Haven't you been strengthening your hardware to maintain your status as an advanced company? Isn't it better to buy more sticks and brass knuckles to improve your performance?" Thea whispered, "Aren't you very good at that? Do you have any simple software that you can sell to me? That way, the people outside can get busy, and I can also report back to my superiors." Felicity tapped her left hand with her right hand and raised her small nose. "You have good taste. Just you wait." After that, he found a document from the computer and clicked the mouse a few times. The printer next to him began to work. After a while, he handed 3 sheets of paper to Thea. "These are the catalogs of my research results from university. Take a look and see if there's anything you can use. But I don't think they're very practical." His tone was passionate at first, but his voice became softer and softer towards the end. Thea looked at the pieces of paper carefully. She discovered a cruel reality. She knew every letter on the paper, but she didn't know what they meant when they were put together. What was all this? So what if you have a master's degree? Calculate the secondary ion mass spectrometry formula, movement tracking and sexual interlocking framework agreement, string algorithm and wavelength identification method. No wonder Oliver broke up with her later on. A certain someone who dropped out of primary school lived with her, a master's student. The two of them did not have much in common. Other than those sports that they liked to watch, there was nothing else. There was no communication on the spiritual level. Thea felt that this must be the reason why the two broke up. This cruel reality told us that we had to study more. Otherwise, even the protagonist's halo wouldn't be able to keep the girl. Thea thought of a certain detail in the plot. It seemed like there was a software that could be used. She searched carefully. Clap. She clapped her hands and found it. It was this facial recognition cross algorithm. She clapped her hands, startling Thea. She turned to look at Thea as if she was crazy. "Are you okay?" I'm fine. This." Thea pointed at the algorithm. "How far have you researched this? This is for hackers. Little Thea, don't use it. It will cause trouble if you release it," Felicity said worriedly. "Here's my plan. I'm not going to use it for commercial use. I'm going to develop it and sell it or give it to the police to fight criminals. How far have you researched it? Can you accurately find the suspects?" The facial recognition software was Felicity Smoker's proudest work in the TV series. Green Arrow and The Flash were very popular in the series. In fact, it was better to use it with mobile phone positioning. However, Thea didn't want to release it. On the other hand, mobile phone positioning involved a lot of personal privacy. She was too weak to touch this minefield. This software was indeed dangerous for commercial use. However, it could be used by the police or the military to improve their reputation. After all, the Quinn Group's reputation was not good. Thea had more ambitions. If she could take over the Quinn Group, her mother could run for senator or mayor when she had nothing to do. Her family's political foundation was too shallow. Thea was very similar to the former First Lady of the United States, and later the Secretary of State, she XX, in her previous life. She was good at dealing with people and had at least 90 points of political charm. It would be a waste of her talent to stay in the group. It was a little early to talk about this. However, a good reputation needed to be built up bit by bit. Maybe it would come in handy someday. At this time, Felicity also felt that Thea's suggestion was feasible. She was a very kind girl at heart, and, at the same time, she couldn't stand all kinds of evil. In the future, she was attracted to Green Arrow because Green Arrow's chivalrous actions influenced her, so she quietly followed Oliver for 5 years. At this time, when she heard that the software she wrote when she was a hacker could be used to fight criminals, she was very happy. The two discussed for a while and finally decided that Felicity would provide the first version of the facial recognition algorithm. Thea would buy her algorithm in the name of the group and give it to the software department to develop. It would be stated that it was not for commercial use. The specific price would be estimated by the group. At first, Felicity didn't want the money. However, Thea cruelly exposed her rotten behavior of changing 3 sets of clothes a day and changing a pair of earrings a day. This made her realize the importance of money to her. The most important thing was that this money could be used to build a secret base. Isn't this money for me? Felicity's mouth was wide open. She always thought that Thea persuaded her to give her more money. Although she said no, in fact, she was thinking about how to spend the money after getting it. Ahem, it's for you. At least most of it is. Thea was also a little embarrassed. Moira could turn a blind eye to other people, but she was too strict with her own daughter. The amount of money she handled was too little, so she did not even have the chance to blackmail her. The Red Arrow skateboard looked simple, but there were too many places to spend money on. Now that there was a heaven-sent opportunity, she had to take as much as she could. After persuading Felicity, Thea went straight to the CEO's office without stopping. She saw Moira bragging about the advancement of facial recognition and vaguely pointed out the importance of giving it to the police to improve their image. Moira's awareness was unusually high, and she immediately understood Thea's intention. There was no need to discuss this matter at all. No one would refuse to improve their image. She approved 1 million yuan in funding. As for how much money her daughter gave to Felicity in private, she didn't ask. She also knew that her daughter had recently made a good friend. In her opinion, this was a good sign for Thea's normalization. The matter between her and Walter could gradually be put on the agenda. Chapter 22. Felicity was in charge of the facial recognition software. She was tasked with leading a team, which was actually her 3 subordinates, to develop the first version and hand it over to the police. Why the first version? Felicity did not understand why they did not use the best version. Didn't they say they were going to fight crime? If they gave them the best version, they would not be able to continue working with the police. The hammer business was never Thea's goal. She needed to maintain a long-term, friendly relationship with the police. As the police continued to work with the Quinn Group, their image would naturally improve. Of course, Thea could not say this to the righteous Felicity. She explained another reason. If we give them the best version, they will definitely suspect us of using this software to do illegal things. Don't tell me you didn't do it. It was obvious that she had done it before. Felicity had hacked into more servers than Malcolm had killed. She would control a satellite to see what the people around her were doing, pry into other people's privacy, look at the senator's new mistress, and so on. Her crimes were enough to send her to prison for 10 years. In fact, she was not afraid of 10 years in prison. It did not affect her much. There were people in prison who cooked and cleaned for her. The problem was that the American law was too immoral. There was a rule that stipulated that hackers could not touch computers for a certain period of time. This rule alone was enough to drive Felicity crazy. If she could not touch a computer for 3 days, she would definitely start thinking about breaking out of prison. Thank you, Thea. You care about me. Felicity was a little depressed. Come on, give me a hug. Don't cry. Thea liked this girl who was 5 years older than her more and more. Although she was a little silly, she was pure, kind, and had a sense of justice. These were qualities that Thea envied and did not have. Felicity pushed her away and rolled her eyes. I'm not child. I'm strong. The two played around intimately for a while. Thea told her that if there were not enough people, she could hire a few more. However, the sooner, the better. The software was completely handed over to Thea, but it didn't mean that Thea had nothing to do. The 1 million yuan that Moira paid was not only for the software, but also for all the follow-up matters. Moreover, it wasn't as if the Quinn Group wanted to give something to the police, and the police would accept it. There was still some work to be done. Thankfully, Thea had contacts in the police department. The grudge between Detective Lance and the Quinn family could be written into a book, but it was better to have an impression than not to have one. If he wanted Detective Lance directly, he would probably be evaded. Although he didn't have a grudge against Lance, they weren't on good terms. It seemed that he could only ask Laurel to be the middleman. He called Tommy and asked him to make an appointment with Laurel. The 3 of them went to Big Bailey Burger. Tommy was counting ants out of boredom. Looking at any company's report for 10 minutes would definitely trigger dizziness and other symptoms. His eyes that were usually full of vigor were now filled with fatigue. Hearing Thea's call, he put on his coat and ran out of the company without asking anything. The three of them arrived at the burger restaurant almost at the same time. After ordering a few drinks, Thea began to describe her purpose to Laurel. For Laurel, who was determined to work in the judicial field, the difficulty of obtaining evidence had always been a headache. It was very infuriating to see countless arrested criminals being released due to lack of evidence. If this facial recognition software could be used by the police and prosecutors, the efficiency of solving cases would undoubtedly be greatly improved. She didn't understand why they wanted to discuss such a good thing with her. Was there a problem? Thea, this is a good thing. Is there anything I can help you with? Here's the thing. We plan to give the use of the software to the police for free, but we're afraid that your father won't agree. After all, you know the relationship between him and our families. Thea pointed at herself and then at Tommy. Laurel thought about how sad her father had been recently. His youngest daughter had passed away, and he had to work during the day and drink all night. It was hard to say how her father, who used to be an upright person, would react. I think he'll agree. He's the most upright person I've ever met. Thea, come with me. As for you, looking at Tommy, who was listening to the story, Laurel showed a mischievous expression. You better go play somewhere else. Poor Tommy looked like an abandoned puppy. The two of them ignored his antics and drove to the Star City police station. This was the first time Thea came to the police station. To be honest, she was a bit disappointed. It was shabby, old, and dimly lit. It wasn't as majestic as she had imagined. Thea could only see 100 or 200 police officers. In fact, as a police station with a population of 1 million people, there were more than 1,500 people on staff. However, the city was too big, and they couldn't be seen at all. The headquarters only kept some civilian staff, so Thea had an illusion that there were only 2 or 3 people on staff. TV shows and movies were all fake. To the audience, there were only a few police officers. If it was real, with the high death rate of police officers in the United States, the station would be canceled after 3 episodes. Following Laurel, they found her father, Detective Lance. This man was an important character in the Green Arrow series. He was a character similar to Gordon in Batman, and also a tragic hero behind the scenes. His 2 daughters died and came back to life. After a series of torment, his hair, which was as thick as grass, was completely bald by the 5th season of the Green Arrow series. Laurel told Thea's plan in detail. The two of them looked at Detective Lance attentively, eager for his approval. Miss Quinn, what prompted you to do this? It's not the Quinn Corporation style to ask for nothing. Detective Lance sneered and looked at Thea with crossed arms. Detective, no one told me to do anything. I was born and grew up here. This is my home. Star City is gradually dying. Do you see it? Thea took a breath and continued. Perhaps in your eyes, the Quinn Corporation is a sinner, but what I see is that the Quinn Corporation has brought vitality to this city. In the beginning, 50,000 workers were employed by the Quinn Corporation. Now that the Quinn Corporation has reduced production and many of its factories have stopped working, we still employ 30,000 people. Detective, we also want Star City to become better and better. And that's what we're doing. Seeing that the mockery on his face had disappeared, Thea knew that her words had more or less worked. Fighting crime is not only the responsibility of the Star City Police, but also the mission of all the people of Star City. I hope you can give me this opportunity to prove our value. This is not for myself, nor for the Quinn Corporation, but for all the kind people living in Star City. Dad, just say yes. It's not a bad thing. Laurel also tried to persuade him. Detective Lance stared carefully into Thea's eyes. After a long while, he said, Okay, you've convinced me. I'll talk to the lieutenant about this. I hope I'm right. Seeing that he was about to leave, Thea quickly took 2 steps forward and grabbed his arm. She said sincerely, Detective, I know you're sad about Sarah's death, but the shipwreck also took away my brother and my father. For the sake of the deceased, please forgive my brother. Chapter 23. Detective Lance grabbed the door frame with so much force that Thea was afraid he would pull the door down. "Listen, little girl. I may forgive the Quinn group, but I will never forgive Oliver Quinn. Not now, not ever. Remember what I said." Then he glared at Thea and walked away angrily. Alas, the negotiation failed. Sure enough, this grudge is not easy to resolve. Oliver is such a jerk. How can he take both sisters? Sun Tzu is such a brave man. Even if he meets two beautiful women, he would still share one with Zhou Yu. What you did made me, his sister, lose face. Although she did not achieve all the expected results, at least Lance did not oppose the cooperation with the Quinn group, which was a victory. Currently, there was a lieutenant above him, but that person had a very good personal relationship with him. He did not ask about the daily affairs of the Star City Police Department and only focused on the management of the department. Therefore, Lance was basically responsible for the Star City Police Department. This grudge had to be resolved as soon as possible. Otherwise, one day, Lance would feel uncomfortable and flip the table, and Thea's face project would be ruined. At the same time, she had to rescue Sarah as soon as possible. As long as Sarah came back, all the grudges could be resolved. At least, the conflict with the Quinn group would be resolved. As for whether the two sisters would fight over a man, that was their family matter. Thea said she did not care at all. She frowned and recalled the plot. Sarah Lance should be on the ship now. If Oliver did not cause trouble, she should be safe for a few months. Knowing that she still had some time, Thea put the rescue plan aside. She looked at Laurel, who looked miserable. She did not know if Laurel was sad about her sister's death or if she still had feelings for Oliver. Thea could not ignore her help just now. She gave Laurel a hug. "Are you okay?" "I'm fine, Thea. You are stronger than I thought," Laurel said with a little choked up. Although Thea knew that Oliver and Sarah were not dead, she was a little sad when she thought of the death of her adoptive father. She quickly changed the topic. "Can you send me back? You know, I don't have a driver's license." Laurel chuckled softly. The two women went back to the slums together. When they arrived, Thea found out that her so-called software department was very close to Laurel's law firm. They were only separated by a street. The two made an appointment to have tea together next time. In the evening, Thea came to the forest as usual to prepare for today's training. Unknowingly, she had been learning for half a year. She was proficient in archery, fighting, and swordsmanship. According to Old Ma, she already had the strength of an ordinary member of the Assassin League, but she still lacked some experience. This was different from the original plot. Birds of a feather flocked together. The Flash was surrounded by all kinds of speedsters, and the Green Arrow team had all kinds of long-range attacks. Green Arrow, Roy, and Thea won. Zero had 3 archers. Originally, Thea should have focused on archery, followed by swordsmanship, and lastly, fighting. But now Thea didn't think so. In the future, she really didn't think there was a need for her to join the Green Arrow team. If there were difficulties, she could help. After all, he was her brother, but she didn't want to join the team. Her focus had always been on sudden attacks. If she was prepared in advance and brought the corresponding technological equipment, she would be able to escape unscathed, even if she didn't dare to say that she was invincible. But if she was ambushed, it would be terrible. No matter how good her archery and swordsmanship were, it would be useless. After all, in the real world, there were more people who were unarmed. Of course, if you had to say that you had antisocial personality disorder, you could carry a big sword and run around the streets. But Thea admitted that she was thin-skinned and couldn't do such a thing. She had always focused her own training on barehanded combat, joint skills, judo, karate, and KGB combat arts, etc. Of course, this was under the condition that Old Ma controlled his strength. The inborn difference in strength, body size, and weight between men and women was a problem that couldn't be ignored. After waiting in the dense forest for a while, she found it strange that Malcolm, who was usually punctual, was nowhere to be seen today. She spread out her senses and found a few figures on her right walking towards her while cursing. 3 men of indeterminate age walked out. Why couldn't she tell? It was because their makeup was too scary. All of them were wearing black eyeshadow. It was already evening, and the light was a little dim. In addition, the 3 of them were wearing dark clothes. From afar, they looked like the little black men who always committed crimes in Conan. Various decorative rings hung on their clothes. These were the only things that could shine. When they walked, they didn't look like they were walking, but more like they were gliding. Where did these non-mainstream people come from? Although Thea wasn't afraid of these people, she didn't want to be a busybody. She turned around and prepared to go to the other side of the dense forest to wait for Old Ma. Hey, there's a girl over there. One of the non-mainstream people had sharp eyes and immediately saw Thea. The other two had drunk a little too much. When they heard their companion's words, they didn't use their brains to think. Their bodies automatically reacted and rushed over. Seeing them coming over, Thea didn't plan to run. She vaguely understood that this was most likely Old Ma's way of testing her. Otherwise, why would these three retards barge into this godforsaken place? It was a good opportunity to test her actual combat skills. Thea was ready to strike first. She wasn't afraid that she couldn't win, but she was afraid that these retards would say something disgusting and affect her digestion. She threw the bow and dagger to the side and quickly stretched her body. Facing these three idiots, Thea was in a bit of a dilemma. All three of them looked like they were asking for a beating. She was in a bit of a dilemma as she didn't know who to hit first. Hey, this chick. Before one of the hooligans could finish his sentence, Thea decided that it would be him. Of course, it wasn't because he spoke first, but because it was scientifically proven. Well, that's it. There was no need to use any big moves to deal with these five retards. At the current stage, Thea's so-called big move was similar to Marvel's Black Widow's KGB fighting skills. She jumped up and clamped the opponent's neck, then twisted her waist and threw the opponent out. Although this move looked good, Thea always felt that it was a little strange to use. On one hand, it was too lethal. If she didn't handle it well, her neck would be broken. On the other hand, Old Ma didn't teach it well. It was always a little awkward for father and daughter to practice this kind of move. She quickly grabbed the leading hooligan's right hand and twisted it in the opposite direction. Ouch! A sound like a pig being slaughtered was heard. Seeing that the opponent's back was facing her and his body was wide open, Thea wanted to use a karate move to grab the opponent's ear and kick him to the ground. But halfway through, she hesitated. This person's ears were densely packed with studs, like a hedgehog. What hurt her? Chapter 24. Thea could only grab his hair. She realized that this guy's hairstyle was also very unique. It looked like a trident on his head. There was a sharp protrusion in the middle of his head that looked like a Teletubby. There were two strands of hair on both sides that were stubbornly growing in reverse. Looking at the color of the hair, which was glowing green in the forest, Thea felt that there must be a lot of heavy metal in it. So sinister, you want to poison me. After carefully searching for a long time, she couldn't find a place to hit his head. This made Thea depressed. For her own safety, she could only change from karate to taekwondo. She kicked the back of his leg, causing him to kneel. She twisted her body and kicked his lower back. This time, Thea held back. If she kicked his spine directly, with her current strength, this Teletubby could only lie in bed for the rest of his life. Of course, this kick wasn't light either. It looked like she would have to remove his kidney and remove half of his spleen or something. After taking down a retard in 2 moves, the remaining 2 finally reacted. They shouted loudly and launched an attack. One of them was relatively well-behaved. He just made a regular street fighting pose with his right fist raised high. He was just short of shouting, "Take my punch." The other one made Thea a little annoyed. He actually made a hugging posture and rushed over lecherously. This bastard was definitely up to no good. Thea was a little regretful that she started to throw arrows. This person would dirty her shoes. These were new shoes that she had just bought a few days ago. She dodged the well-behaved man. Under his incredulous gaze, she flew up and kicked the vulgar man on the right side of his face. Then she kicked left and right. Finally, she shouted, "Go to hell." She raised her leg high and kicked the vulgar man's chin. Gotcha! The strength of this kick was so great that the vulgar man's chin was probably completely broken. Even his neck and collarbone were affected to varying degrees. The last retard saw his 2 companions lying unconscious on the ground. His mush brain realized that it was dangerous for him to stay any longer. He quickly turned around and ran back the way he came. How could Thea let him run away? With such a big target with his back facing her, it would be a waste if she didn't shoot an arrow at him. It was a good opportunity to test out his archery skills during this period of time. He picked up the bow on the ground, drew the bow, and shot an arrow without aiming, relying on his perception. The speed of the arrow was extremely fast, like a flash of lightning in the jungle. This person did not do anything excessive. At least he did not disgust her. She wanted to teach him a lesson, so Thea aimed at his calf. If it was treated well, he would be able to walk with crutches in 3 months. Clap, clap, clap. Malcolm, still in his black arrow outfit, said in a hoarse voice, "Well done. It seems like you've learned almost everything I know. But why didn't you kill them? They're not good people. Aren't you afraid of them taking revenge on you in the future?" Ever since Thea guessed that he was going to test her, she had been thinking about this question. To kill or not to kill had always been the eternal theme of all kinds of Japanese romance novels. This theme could be discussed for 3 days and 3 nights. Most of the righteous people insisted on not killing, and the representative characters were Batman and the Flash. There were also those who initially wanted to kill, but eventually gave up, such as her brother Green Arrow. But in the end, they chose not to kill, or rather, not to kill in the future. Whether or not to kill was an important dividing line between a hero and a villain. Those who crossed the line were villains, and those who did not were heroes. Naturally, Thea could not explain the hero's theory to a villain like her father. She could only borrow and slightly modify Batman's theory to fool her father. She pointed at the first Teletubbies and said, "The one over there is leaning against the tree and vomiting blood. He's currently suffering from subacute hemorrhage and spinal edema. If he doesn't enter the operating room immediately, the pressure on his internal organs will increase, causing his spleen to rupture, kidney failure, and visceral mucosa to fall off." She then pointed at the wretched man on the ground who was almost dead and grinned. "This one is even worse. If he doesn't receive emergency treatment in 30 minutes, he won't be able to see the sun tomorrow. Even if he receives treatment in time, he'll be bedridden for the rest of his life. His central nervous system has been damaged, and without a major breakthrough in modern medicine, he can only be a cripple. And judging from the extent of the damage to his chin, he won't be able to speak for the rest of his life. As for the guy over there who I shot with an arrow, even if he recovers, he'll be a cripple for the rest of his life. The pressure on the nerves in his lower limbs will also cause multiple sclerosis. There are too many specific symptoms that can only be determined after medical treatment. Also, from the moment I found these 3 idiots, I was standing in the backlight. They didn't see my face. Judging from their attire, they don't seem to be equipped with high-definition cameras or infrared scanners." Thea said with a cold expression, "Because of my decision today, their fates have been changed. Their original life trajectory might have turned over a new leaf and become good people, or they might have started a family and become ordinary people. It's neither good nor bad. But with my strong intervention, they're all crippled. Isn't this the magic of fate? Since all of you like to talk about fate, I'll talk about fate with you." Thea repackaged Batman's theory of beating the bad guys to death instead of killing them with the illusory concept of fate, instantly turning it into an evil version of a manifesto. She just didn't know if Master Bruce would beat her up. Marquez didn't expect his daughter to not only form her own worldview, but also have a guiding theory. For a moment, he was a little introspective. Could it be that he had been killing the wrong people all this time? Killing became a form of relief, and keeping them alive was a form of torture? Compared with his own experience, it did make sense. His wife was dead, but he had to suffer for 20 years. Thea was right. Then he thought about Robert and Oliver. They died just like that, leaving Moira and Thea in torment. So it could be like this? It seemed that not killing was more ruthless than killing. Although he hadn't fully understood his daughter's answer, he had already partially agreed with this conclusion. Thinking of another matter in the original plan, he decided to put aside the dispute and get down to business first. Whether what you said is right or wrong, it's your own opinion. This is very good. You asked me to train you, and I've already fulfilled your wish. Now, there's only one step left. Let me see the results of your training, Malcolm said as he pulled out his katana, pointed it diagonally to the ground, and slowly walked towards Thea. It seemed that tonight's exercise wasn't over yet. Looking at the way he was holding his katana, he wanted her to have a fair duel with him. What a joke! Her biological father was much stronger than a hooligan. Thea didn't dare to be careless. She drew her bow and took the initiative to attack with her powerful perception. Chapter 25. Malcolm was getting more and more confused about his illegitimate daughter. His original plan was for the two of them to have a hearty battle, where he would defeat her with absolute superiority. This would make her realize her own shortcomings, and at the same time, keep her motivated to move forward. It was a perfect plan, so why did it change? When Thea's arrow came flying at him, Malcolm realized that he had made a huge mistake by not bringing his bow. He could only defend himself against ranged attacks. Wielding his sword with both hands, he kept deflecting the arrows, dodging and blocking them. Only after the rain of arrows had passed did he realize that Thea had disappeared. What the hell? Which one of us is trained by the Assassin League? Why are you trying to ambush me? Malcolm knew that Thea was still nearby, but his perception was not as good as hers, so he could only constantly change his footsteps to guard against possible attacks. The situation was slightly disadvantageous for him. He could only hope that his daughter was young and impatient. As long as she launched the first attack, he would be able to equalize the situation with his combat skills, or even defeat her. The two began to compete in patience. Thea was currently hiding behind a tree, silently looking at Malcolm's shoulders and feet. She did not dare to stare directly at him, because at their level, they would more or less have a conditioned reflex against hostile gazes. She roughly calculated Malcolm's perception range, and it should be about 8 meters. She was currently in a 15-meter range. In terms of perception, she was in a state of complete suppression. She circled around 20 meters behind him and shot an arrow from afar. With a flash of his sword, the arrow was cut in half. Malcolm quickly ran in the direction of the arrow, but when he got closer, he realized that Thea had disappeared again. No, I can't continue like this. I'm not young anymore. A few more rounds, and I'll run out of energy. Malcolm turned around to retrieve his bow. As long as he had a bow and arrow, he would not be afraid of her harassment. He could even counter her arrows with arrows and suppress her. After all, Thea's archery skills were far inferior to his. How could Thea let him do as he wished? When he was only 3 steps away from a bow, she quickly shot out 2 more arrows. One of the arrows was aimed at the weapon on the ground. As long as he stretched out his hand, he would definitely be shot. The other arrow was aimed at the ground where he was currently standing. He couldn't move forward or stay where he was. He could only retreat. After that, the two of them played like a game. No matter which direction Malcolm ran in, Thea would always be able to find the shooting range first. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 2 shots were fired, and Malcolm would have to obediently return to his starting position. Then, the cycle repeated itself. Malcolm was so angry that his teeth hurt. Where did they learn these tactics from? I just want to have a good fight. Why is it so hard? After being forced to retreat for the 5th time, he had more or less grasped Thea's pattern. This time he had to get the bow. Whoosh, whoosh. 2 sharp arrows were fired at him. Malcolm was highly focused. He quickly threw out the katana in his hand, deflecting the arrows that were aimed at the weapon pile. At the same time, he rolled forward and dodged the arrow that was aimed at him. He was secretly happy that he had the bow. Now, all he had to do was counterattack, and the situation would be completely reversed. Just as he was thinking about this, he suddenly felt a presence locking onto him. What's going on? He quickly turned around and saw Thea approaching him at lightning speed. It was as if she was gliding. Ah! Thea shouted. She had never felt so good before. It was as if every cell in her body was cheering. With a dagger in her left hand and a katana in her right, she pounced on Malcolm like a cheetah. Why did she suddenly give up on long-range attacks and fight him in close combat? Malcolm quickly realized that he had made a low-level mistake. She had run out of arrows. He had forgotten to calculate the number of arrows. He only thought that she could continue shooting. This also explained why she maintained such a high rate of fire. She was exerting psychological pressure on him so that he would not be able to calculate the number of arrows. After shooting the last arrow, she did not even look at the result before rushing out with all her might. This was similar to sprinting, where the sprinter was able to cover a large distance ahead of the normal starting point. Sia was currently in this state. When she was within 10 meters of the two of them, Malcolm realized that he had been tricked. What was even more tragic was that he had miscalculated and thrown his katana away. Looking at the katana that was stuck in a tree trunk in the distance, Malcolm felt that the katana was mocking him. Damn it, he had made so many stupid moves today. Was he really getting old? Old age aside, Thea was already in front of him like a gust of wind. The dagger in her left hand stabbed straight at him, and the katana in her right hand slashed diagonally. Was he supposed to use the bow to block? A recurve bow was tough. It was not that it could not be blocked, but it was not convenient to use. Furthermore, the bow was not lethal. He wanted to draw an arrow and force Thea to retreat, but he could not find the opportunity. Every dog has its day. He had hoped that the two of them would fight in close combat, but when it was time to fight, he realized that he had already thrown his katana away. How could the word miserable describe it? As Malcolm continued to parry and block, although it was extremely difficult for him to do so, as he displayed his powerful melee combat skills, he slowly gained a foothold. Although Sia had been running circles around him previously, she had actually used up a lot of her stamina. After all, with the pile of weapons as the center, Malcolm was running in small circles while she was running in big circles. As the battle heated up, the weakness of a woman's innate lack of strength and stamina slowly revealed itself. Knowing that she would lose if she continued like this, Thea decided to take a risk. She threw the dagger in her hand at Malcolm's face like a flying dagger. Just when Malcolm thought that he was gradually gaining control of the situation, he suddenly saw the dagger flying towards his face. Subconsciously, he raised his bow. When the two weapons collided, he realized that the dagger did not have much strength. Knowing that it was going to break, Thea lowered her body and slashed at his ribs with both hands. Danger! He could not dodge this move. The only weapon in his hand was the bow. He was now wide open. In the face of this ruthless move, he could only twist his waist and try to reduce the damage caused by the blade. At the same time, he threw away the bow with his right hand and used the force of twisting his waist to punch Thea in the face with his left hand. With a muffled thud, Sia was knocked back 2 steps. Blood flowed down from the corner of her mouth. She didn't pay attention to her injury at all. Instead, she carefully observed the result of her battle and smiled proudly. Huh, Black Arrow, you're injured. The wound looks about 10 centimeters long. Can you still use the strength of your waist? Can you still run at full speed? You told me before that it's better to hurt your legs than to hurt your waist. You've always wanted me to beat the enemy until they lost their mobility. That's not wrong, but do you still think so now? That's so unfair. I didn't say that. How could a former billionaire say something like that? Ninja Master said that. There was no need to mention how depressed Malcolm was right now. He was injured. He was injured by his daughter, whom he had been learning from for half a year. Given his personality, he would not say that he was not a man who relied on schemes and tricks. Although he was a little aggrieved, he was full of pride. Ninja Master was DC's #1 gardener. The one he taught was not bad either. Chapter 26. It seemed that the two were once again in a state of chess, but the situation was completely different from before. Malcolm was currently unarmed and could only attack with punches and kicks, which he was not good at. Furthermore, his waist had been hit, which affected his overall speed and strength. Thea was also hit by a punch. Half of her face was swollen, and blood was dripping down her chin, leaving a small pool on the ground. It looked terrible, but it was actually bleeding from the mouth, which had little impact on her combat effectiveness. Furthermore, she was now armed with a katana, so she had a good chance of winning against Malcolm. Thea held the katana above her head with both hands and slowly approached Malcolm. This was the starting stance of Italian swordsmanship. It was about not moving, but when it moved, it was about striking like a thunderbolt. Although the rule was to use a two-handed sword, a katana could also be used. Malcolm stared at his daughter's shoulder as she approached. If he was in good condition, he might be able to block the attack with his bare hands. But now his ribs were aching. Although he used his muscles to clamp the wound, blood was still flowing out. In just a short while, his pants were already stained red. He decided to attack, but he could not rush forward recklessly. He used a little trick, pretending to charge forward. Thea fell for it and slashed her katana at his shoulder like a thunderbolt. But she did not expect that Malcolm would immediately twist his waist and take a step to the side. He walked to Thea's right hand and hit her wrist with all his might. The attack could not be taken back. Thea had also experienced Malcolm's frustration when he had used up all his moves. She could only abandon her saber and turn around to defend against the incoming punch. But in order to prevent her weapon from being used by Malcolm, she finally exerted a little force and threw her saber out of the battle circle. Then, the two began to exchange punches and kicks. Punches and kicks had always been the focus of her training. Both of them were able to maintain a stalemate, let alone now. Her initial plan was to use her strength to attack his weakness. Now, she had achieved her goal. As for the daily training, why not have a fair battle between knights? Thea could only say sorry. I'm a woman. I can't be a knight. There is only one Artoria. That was definitely not him. As Thea unleashed her full power, Malcolm could only barely defend himself. The wound under his ribs could no longer be clamped shut due to the force exerted. Blood gushed out like a fountain. He knew that he was going to lose. If this was a battle of life and death, he might have been able to take Thea down with him, but there was no need to do so now. He jumped out of the battle circle and gestured for her to stop. He said in a hoarse voice, "Very good. I've taught you everything I can. I hope you don't waste your talent. You can leave now. Don't come looking for me again." Thea looked at his wound and knew that it was just a flesh wound. With so many ancient secret recipes that he had stolen from the ninja masters, he would be able to recover after taking a few medicines. At the same time, he sighed in his heart. Our beginner class can be considered to have graduated, right? He bowed slightly and said, "Thank you for your guidance. I will always remember these 100 days. Thank you." After that, he picked up his weapon and walked out of the forest. What? What about the 3 idiots on the ground? It was good enough that he didn't kill them. Did they expect him to call for a doctor to save them? Master Batman had always beaten people half to death and hung them in front of the police station. When had he ever called for a doctor? According to the universal values here, it was their fate to live or die. Malcolm's straightened body bent a little as he watched his daughter leave. What an unfilial daughter. It hurt so much. He took off his coat and wrapped it around his waist. He would have to go back and deal with it later. At the same time, he whispered into the darkness of the forest, "Mayim, what do you think of my disciple? It should fit your requirements, right? Are you interested in my proposal?" He was stunned for half a minute. The surroundings were quiet, and the unknown birds in the trees were looking at him from afar. Only then did Malcolm realize that he had embarrassed himself. "Damn it, why didn't you tell me you were leaving? I hate this group of people who suppress me the most." Not to mention Malcolm, who went home alone to recuperate. Thea was also rubbing her cheeks and cursing her father in her mind. That punch was too hard. She wondered if it would affect her beautiful face. Even if you hit someone, you shouldn't hit their face, let alone the face of a beautiful woman like her. This old man deserved to be a bachelor for the rest of his life. At the same time, she was excited about her blood boiling during the battle. Although her father's words were harsh, she was indeed a natural warrior. Even after the battle ended, she was still immersed in that state. Although there was no instrument to measure it, she could feel that her blood was flowing 20% faster than usual. Just as she was about to slow down her heartbeat to return to normal, she unexpectedly felt something strange. She pulled out her knife and looked behind her. "Who's there? Come out." Very sharp indeed. The person spoke in a strange tone, as if she was a foreigner. Of course, the foreigner here referred to people outside the United States. As the person gradually walked out of the shadows, Thea realized that it was a woman. The woman under the shade of the tree had long black hair that reached her waist. Her eyes were very bright, flashing with a burst of light. She was wearing a long black windbreaker and dark leather pants. She looked at him like a sharp sword. Thea, who thought that she knew the plot well, was a little dumbfounded. Who was this? Judging by her amazing aura, she definitely wasn't a nobody. Thea was in a bad state, and she couldn't fight with her anymore. Thea was a little wary. Who are you? What do you want from me? You can call me Shiva or Madam Shiva. Originally, I was asked by someone to teach you more fighting skills. But after watching your fight just now, I admire you for being able to force your opponent to a draw even when your strength, experience, and technique are inferior to your opponent. You are a very good person. Are you willing to be my disciple? The mysterious woman spoke in a strange foreign accent. Madam Shiva? Which village did this person come from? Thea could only be sure that she wasn't a character from Green Arrow Lightning. Judging from her aura, it was as if she was looking at a sword. But she didn't look like a superpower. Could it be that she came from Gotham next door? She heard that she was asked by someone. This was easy to guess. Other than Old Ma, there couldn't be anyone else. Felicity couldn't have found someone to teach her, right? Should she accept? This woman gave off the feeling of ice, coldness, and destruction. None of these words were synonymous with helping others. This person was definitely not a righteous hero. Was she going to accept the teachings of a villain? After thinking about it, it wasn't a big deal. Old Ma is also a villain, and he taught me well, didn't he? But there were still some questions that she had to clarify. What are you going to teach me? You have a good foundation. I want to teach you the essence of fighting and train your senses, Madam Shiva said casually. She wondered if Old Ma would be so angry that his blood pressure would rise if he heard this. His teachings were just a foundation in her eyes. Are you better than him? Thea was a little interested in this woman. Chapter 27. Thea thought about it carefully. Since she had nothing to lose, she decided to learn from her for a while. Besides, it was always more convenient to have a female teacher. Although she did not care about trifles, it was too awkward to learn from her father. She nodded valiantly and said, Yes, ma'am, I'm willing to learn from you. Very good. Find me at this address tomorrow morning. I'll give you this bottle of medicine too. It will reduce the swelling quickly. Miss Shiva's expression was a little strange. She handed Thea a note and a bottle of medicine and disappeared with a whoosh. At this moment, the only thing that echoed in Thea's mind was the sentence, It will reduce the swelling quickly. My face is swollen? She touched it and said, Ouch. It hurt, but the feeling on her hand proved that it was swollen. Her image was completely ruined. Her valiant tone, just now coupled with her image, was so stupid. She could not go home looking like this. Mora was going to go crazy if she saw this. She could only find a place where no one was around and apply the ointment on her face. She hoped that this miracle medicine would reduce the swelling. After waiting for 10 minutes, she knew that she was overthinking. There might be a miracle medicine, but it was definitely not the one in her hand. Her face was still burning with pain. It seemed that she could only stay at Felicity's house for a night. She just hoped that she would not be too curious. But how could that be? Wah, Thea, what happened to you? Did you meet a bad guy? Do you want to take some medicine? What if you have? Felicity was as kind as always. When she saw Thea's dirty face, ragged clothes, and swollen face, she immediately came up with a lot of scenarios in her mind. She was so anxious that tears came out of her eyes. At first, Thea felt that her friend was concerned about her, and her heart was warm. However, the more she listened, the more she felt that something was wrong. Why would I take medicine? What's wrong with me? She patted her friend's head angrily and said, What are you thinking? I fell while practicing martial arts. Thea and Felicity had talked about practicing martial arts. After all, they were now in a team. She knew that Felicity was a hacker, and Felicity knew that she was practicing martial arts. Both of them were relieved. Although her tone was sincere and her expression was touching, a master's degree from MIT was not that easy to fool. Did you fall? Felicity shook her head lightly. She took out her tablet and hacked something into it. She pulled out a bunch of pictures and pointed at them. This, and this. These are the ones that fell. You obviously got hit. Knowing that she couldn't fool him, Thea had no choice but to tell the truth. I didn't stop for a moment during the training. It's just a minor injury. My teacher was also hit by my knife. How dangerous, Felicity muttered. Thea cursed in her heart. This is only the beginning. Didn't you see how Yao Fei trained Oliver? Master Yao shot an arrow the moment he saw Oliver. From the back to the front, it was like an open hole. In the future, when Oliver trains Roy and Barry, he won't talk nonsense either. Eat my arrow first. His father's training method was much gentler than his. Both of them had previously discussed how to defend themselves if they were caught off guard. For the heiress of a large corporation like Thea, strengthening herself was always better than carrying high-tech weapons. Women gave the impression that they were weak and powerless. In this DC world, they were the main targets of robbers, bandits, cultists, and all kinds of villains. If Thea appeared in public frequently, turning herself into a weapon would be her only choice. Wearing an evening gown with a gun strapped to her thigh was the image in anime. In reality, no one would dress like that. If the skirt was too short, it wouldn't cover it. If the skirt was too long, it wouldn't be easy to hold it. Looking at Felicity taking care of her like a gentle sister, Thea didn't expect her to have some experience in dealing with external injuries. She gently applied the ointment on the swollen parts of her face. She felt that her skills were much better than what she did in the woods. She sighed in her heart. Tell me the truth. Are you really okay? However, as soon as she spoke, Thea felt that the gentle sister had disappeared 8,000 miles away and the heartless girl had returned. You idiot, I'm strong. I can take on 100 people like you. I don't believe you. Let me check. Hey, don't touch it. Meanwhile, Malcolm staggered back to his house while clutching his old waist. He applied some ointment made by the Ninja Master. The Ninja Master had lived for more than 800 years. Not only was he proficient in martial arts, but he had also reached the pinnacle of all fields. Based on his knowledge, he could have obtained at least 50 doctorates. In the original plot, Yao Fei's herbs could cure all kinds of diseases and poisons. It was the Ninja Master who taught him how to cultivate herbs. The ointment that Malcolm applied on himself was made by the Ninja Master himself. After applying the ointment and bandaging his wounds, he found tonight's encounter a little funny. He wanted to spar with Thea to keep her motivated, but he didn't expect her to bleed all over the floor. However, he was still very proud of his daughter's ruthlessness. He didn't know that Thea's face was swollen and she was about to stab him in the back. That was how he got the wrong impression. He unintentionally glanced at the table and found a note. I agree to your request. Remember to transfer the money as promised. There was no signature. Malcolm sneered and tore the note into shreds. This woman was obsessed with money. She had earth-shattering martial arts skills, but she was reduced to a slave to money. What a joke. However, when he thought about how she was able to approach him without him noticing, he knew that her strength was unfathomable. Since Thea was taught by her, he felt relieved. His daughter's matter could come to an end. With her current wisdom and martial arts skills, it was not that there were no people who could bully her, but there were definitely not many of them. Should he be more concerned about his son? When he thought about how Tommy still didn't know about Thea's situation, he felt frustrated. What would his son think of him if he knew that he cheated on him during marriage? He would despise him even more. If he told him the truth, their father and son relationship would be completely broken. He couldn't say it. During training, he also learned about Thea's thoughts. His daughter learned martial arts to deal with unexpected situations. Although Malcolm controlled the underground forces of Star City, he didn't implement a militarized management. There were a lot of idiots every year, especially this year. What if one day, a few idiots jumped out and wanted to make a fortune? Although his young and beautiful daughter was definitely the first choice, it was hard to guarantee that no one would target his son. It would be a big joke if the son of a gangster was kidnapped by someone who didn't know the truth. Looking at the black bow and black arrow hanging on the wall, Malcolm thought that he should give his son a chance. He pulled up the monitor and found that his luck had improved since he was slashed by his daughter. Tommy was walking in from the door. He immediately asked the butler to call him over. Old man, what's wrong with you? Are you going to restore my bank card? Tommy didn't know what was wrong. He thought that he had been doing well recently and could be restored to his former glory. For a moment, his heart was beating fast. As my only heir, don't you think it's dangerous for you to stay in the slums with Laurel every day? Malcolm always felt that he wasn't on the same channel as his son. He planned to talk to him nicely, but the tone of his first sentence was a bit unfriendly. Hearing this, Tommy was depressed. I'm in danger? I'm poor, and I take the bus every day. Who would be so blind as to catch me? Oh, this was so reasonable that Malcolm didn't know what to say. In order to ease the relationship, he had to take a step back. I'll restore your bank card tomorrow. Can you listen to me carefully? Chapter 28. Tommy had been feeling terrible lately. He had to take the bus and squeeze into the subway. Due to his lack of money, he didn't even dare to go out with his old friends. He could only call them and pretend to be sick. When he heard that he could get his pocket money back, he immediately became energetic. He even poured a glass of water for his father and sat down obediently, indicating that he could speak now. Malcolm almost choked on his anger when he saw his son looking at him with a smile on his face. He calmed himself down and said in a low voice, "What would you do if you met the kidnappers? Have you thought about this? What about your bodyguards? You don't owe them money, do you?" Tommy wondered why Malcolm would ask such a question out of the blue. This was the difference between them. Malcolm thought to himself, although Sia was overthinking things, it was always good to be cautious. He could take on 10 bodyguards at once, but he couldn't say that for the time being. If you're with Laurel, you don't want bodyguards following you around 24 hours a day, do you? Of course, no one would be happy if their bodyguards were watching them while they were doing sports. Tommy lowered his head and thought for a moment. He wasn't stupid. In fact, he was very smart. He knew that his father was implying something. Biting his lip, he asked, "What are you trying to say? You need to be able to protect yourself at any time, anywhere. You want me to carry a weapon with me?" Tommy thought that he understood what his father meant. "No, you need to be trained." Malcolm shook his head and said solemnly. "Huh?" Tommy laughed. Seeing that Malcolm was not joking, he became serious. "You're not joking? You want me to go through combat training? Like the Special Forces?" Old Ma didn't answer his question. Previously, they hadn't talked much. Today, he had analyzed his son's current psychological state and understood his weakness. Things were much easier now. "You also want to protect Laurel when the crisis comes, right?" Old Ma asked. Tommy nodded immediately. What man didn't want to protect his woman? "You don't have to go to the company tomorrow. I can train you so that you have the strength to protect your woman." Malcolm had been hanging out with Thea for more than half a year. He had heard a lot of unintentional complaints from Thea, and he had a certain understanding of the so-called hero's desire to protect. When Tommy heard the first sentence, he knew that he didn't have to go to the company to suffer. He was ecstatic. When he heard the second and third sentences together, he felt a sense of mission. He had to protect Laurel. After a few seconds, she finally understood the meaning of the second sentence. "You're training me? You can do that?" Tommy squinted at his father. "Aren't you a businessman?" No matter how one looked at him, he was just an ordinary person. Malcolm, who had a lot of experience in teaching, knew that it was not the time to talk nonsense with Tommy. Copying the way he taught Thea, he took out a bag of tennis balls and handed it to Tommy. "Throw them into the air. I'll take care of the rest." However, the first lesson did not go well. Tommy did not think at all. He was still thinking about the fact that his father knew martial arts. He still held the tennis ball, but he threw the whole bag out. Looking at the tennis balls flying all over the sky, how the hell am I supposed to shoot? Old Ma's heart was on the verge of breaking down. He could only continue to order, "Pick it up, throw them one by one." Tommy was stunned by Old Ma's superb shooting skills. When Old Ma asked him if he wanted to learn, Tommy asked the question that Oliver wanted to ask when they were on the deserted island a while ago. "Why don't you use a pistol?" Malcolm now understood how Yao Fei felt. Why was he so stubborn? Look at his daughter. She didn't have so much nonsense to say. He wanted to say that a pistol was useless against him, but he was not Thea. His perception was not good enough. Besides, he was old. A pistol at close range could still cause damage to him. He could only quote the ninja master, "A pistol is a tool for the weak." He regretted it as soon as he said it. He should not have said it. Looking at Tommy's expression, he knew that he did not understand the meaning of his words at all. He could only explain, "After my training, you can effectively dodge bullets or make a move to dodge the moment the gunman raises his gun." As if listening to a fairy tale, Tommy asked, "Can you do it?" What else could Malcolm say? He could only brace himself and say yes. "I could do it." At the same time, he muttered in his heart, what if Tommy asked him to try it out? Should he say that he was injured and could not perform at his usual level. Although Tommy was curious, he did not have the conscience to let his father try it out. He nodded and said, "All right, I'll believe you for now. How do you train? Where do you train?" Malcolm thought about it for a while. Forget it. He decided to continue, as usual. The lessons in the forest could not be stopped. He would return to his position as a teacher and teach another batch of students. Although it was the same student every time, seeing that it was still early, he dragged Tommy to the forest. The place was still the same, the smell was still the same, but the two people were not the same. Malcolm, who thought that he had some experience in teaching, copied what he taught Thea. 5 minutes later, he regretted it. Tommy's intellect was fine and his mind was sharp. However, his innate talent was worrying. To put it bluntly, he had no talent at all. He was just an ordinary person. With almost no talent, coupled with years of partying in nightclubs, his body was extremely dull, let alone his senses. If Malcolm's innate talent was the starting point, Theo would be the first 10 miles, and Tommy would be the last 10. They were both his children. How could there be such a huge difference in their qualities? For the entire night, Malcolm accompanied Tommy to focus on the 10-meter target in front of him. If he remembered correctly, Theo was able to hit the target with one arrow and move on to the next lesson. Malcolm had spent 3 days training in Nandarbat, but he was already a middle-aged man. Tommy, on the other hand, was only 20 years old. Fortunately, Tommy had a tenacious character. If he could not do it well, he would do it with all his might. This allowed Malcolm to understand his son a little better. As the father-son teaching deepened, their relationship warmed up a little. Tommy was no longer so against him. Malcolm sat on the ground and quietly removed the bandage under his ribs. It was bleeding again. Tommy was about to say something when he saw his father's abdomen covered in blood. He was shocked. "What happened to you? Are you all right?" Seeing that his son was so concerned about him, Malcolm felt that the stab was worth it. However, he could not tell Tommy that it was his sister who did it. Otherwise, there would be no end to the explanation. Instead, he came up with a lie. "Recently, there's an underground force in Star City. I was investigating them and got hurt." Tommy did not know that his father was talking about himself. He only felt that it made perfect sense for his father to ask him to practice martial arts tonight. He was investigating something in secret and was discovered. So, he wanted to practice martial arts on his own because he did not want to implicate Tommy. It turned out that his father was an unknown hero. He said solemnly, "Don't worry, I'll be careful. I'll find the person who hurt you." Chapter 29. Thea still did not know that Malcolm's little classroom had continued to enroll students, and that her father had lied to her in order to find an excuse for her injury. She was walking steadily on the mountain road. That beautiful lady with long, straight black hair really knew how to find a place. This place was even more remote than the previous grove. Fortunately, Thea had woken up an hour earlier, or else she would have been late. She observed the surrounding environment. The vegetation was lush, and the sound of running water could be heard in the distance. This place could be described as picturesque. It seemed that it took a lot of effort to find this place in the vicinity of a heavy industrial city like Star City, which had been tormented by the Quinn family steel industry. Compared to the dark grove of Old Ma, this place was much more pleasing to the eye. She had passed the entrance exam and entered a new class, right? Could this be the legendary Junior Ascension? She expanded her perception to the maximum, and soon found that the lady was standing not far away, with her back facing Thea. Madame Shiva had her hands behind her back, and her black waist-length hair was like a lingering cloud being blown by the wind in the valley. For a moment, Thea, who was also a girl, was a little dazed, but she was immediately awakened by Madame Shiva's imposing and elegant manner. She recited a poem in Chinese with a strange accent. "The white sun shines on the mountain plop." Thea almost lost her footing and fell down. In such a good environment, she should have recited something like "Smoke locks the willows on the pond," or something. Why did she recite a poem that even elementary school students knew? "Your cold temperament and long hair are all gone, you know." She lowered her eyes and replied in Chinese, "The yellow river flows into the sea." Yo, little Thea, I didn't expect you to know Chinese. Amazing. Madame Shiva did not expect her to know Chinese. It was as if a wanderer who had been away from home for many years had returned to her hometown. Thea resisted the urge to give her a tongue twister and nodded solemnly. She meant that they should stop talking nonsense and start the class officially. Madame Shiva was very satisfied with her expression. She was neither arrogant nor rash. She was unfazed by favor or humiliation. What an interesting little girl. Since you are learning from me, we are fated to meet. You know my name. You seem to be proficient in Chinese. That's great. I am from China. My Chinese name is Sandra Wushan. Shiva is a nickname given to me by the Indians. The woman with long black hair introduced herself calmly. However, her words shocked Thea. What kind of Chinese name was that? Call the local police here. You were too irresponsible during the registration. Your bonus for that month will be deducted. Thea decided to ignore this so-called Chinese name. In the future, she would just call her Madame Shiva. It was catchy and easy to remember. It was similar to her name, which was also of the Shi generation. Madame Shiva did not know that she was complaining in her heart. She said calmly, I saw your fight last night. I have to say that you are very smart to be able to defeat someone stronger than you. However, it is far from enough. You didn't give full play to your advantages. Do you know where your advantages are? Thea would not have been able to answer this question half a year ago. However, she was aware of her own abnormalities now. My perception? But I think I've done my best. Please teach me. Very good. You can recognize your own strengths and weaknesses. You have surpassed 90% of the people in the world. I appreciate you more and more. She gave Thea a smile, but it was a cold smile. Perception. Black Arrow should have told you about it. I will tell you again with my own experience. Everyone has perception, more or less. Animals in the natural world can predict earthquakes and volcanic eruptions. They all rely on the early warning of perception. However, human beings live in this chaotic environment. Everyone's perception has been degraded to varying degrees. Only by returning to nature can one realize this talent again. Thea nodded. Old Ma had said something similar, but it could also be that he repeated the ninja master's words to her. He was more focused on returning to himself, while Shiva emphasized returning to nature. This might be the fundamental difference between the two martial arts masters. Different roads lead to the same destination. No one was completely correct. However, compared to the ninja master's so-called seeking a breakthrough in fighting, Madame Shiva's words were undoubtedly more suitable for her. Today's lesson will not teach you actual combat. I hope you can take the first step of returning to nature. Feel the nature and stand on my side. Thea obediently stood at her original position. The first thing she felt was that the wind was very strong here. Would she be blown into the valley? Her current weight was just 50 kilograms. Close your eyes and carefully feel the sound of the wind. Madame Shiva took out a cloth and wrapped her eyes. The sound of the wind? Once people lost their light, they would immediately fall into chaos. Thea took a while to react. The training had already begun. She listened attentively for a while. South wind, about level 3. The wind speed is at most level 4. Others, there are some birds, but I can't tell what kind of birds they are. Not bad. Your aptitude is indeed extraordinary. I divided the perceptual training into 4 stages. The first stage, listening to the wind. The second stage, singing birds. Now we are entering the third stage, singing insects. Now, sit down and take off your clothes. What did this mean? Why did you have to take off her clothes? Was she going to practice some kind of evil art? Thea's mind automatically flashed with the scene of Yonghua and Xiao Longnu practicing in the flowers. Would Ain Jiping jump out later? Don't be in a daze. Hurry up and take it off. Shiva didn't know that she was in a dilemma and urged her. Anyway, this person was also a woman. Take it off. She took off her coat with trembling hands. Why are you so shy? Are you more conservative than Asians? Shiva saw that her hands were trembling as if she had Parkinson's disease. She was a little curious. You are prejudiced. What's wrong with Asians? This is a personality problem. Sia kept her eyes closed and did not say anything. Now, she could not help but retort. Asians also had their bold and unrestrained side, especially those young girls from the foot basin country. What was there to write about their bodies? It had nothing to do with the region. Madame Shiva's cold face was amused for the first time. Okay. A personality problem. Hey, I didn't ask you to take off your underwear, did I? What? Why didn't you say so earlier? Thea quickly put it back on. This woman looked serious, but she was actually a bad girl. At this time, Thea missed her father's lessons in the woods. Although it was dark, the heart was bright. Although there were birds and flowers, it was easy to be led astray. After this unexpected episode, the serious atmosphere between the two disappeared. Instead, there was a sense of intimacy. Madame Shiva didn't continue to stand like a javelin. She found a tree stump and sat down to watch from afar. It was so cold. She took off her coat and covered her eyes. When the wind blew, the coolness from her skin immediately washed away her mental perception. Her brain was full of cold signals. She couldn't feel the chirping of insects or birds anymore. Chapter 30. Although her body was freezing, her mind was becoming clearer and clearer. No matter how low her IQ was, she could still understand the purpose of this training. She had always thought that she had trained her perception well, but today she had shown her true form under external stimulation. Would the same situation happen the next time she was attacked by external interference? Her foundation was still not solid enough. After understanding the purpose of this training, Thea adjusted her attitude. Since she was a woman, she would not lose anything if she looked at her. She would just treat it as if she was at the beach. She tried her best not to think about the cold wind blowing on her skin and focused on exploring her surroundings. She did not know if it was because she was numb from the cold or because she had improved, but she could vaguely feel that her surroundings had quietened down. The intermittent chirping of birds became clearer. After some time, she heard Madame Shiva's voice. Catch! A gust of wind blew. Thea determined the direction and caught it. It seemed to be a wooden stick. Come, let's see how much you understand. Attack me. Thea had a general understanding of this unconventional training method. She did not dare to take off her blindfold, as she was afraid that the mood she maintained would disappear. She closed her eyes to block out the noise around her, and tried to sense her position. She slowly approached her. When she felt that she was only 3 steps away, she fiercely struck her with the stick. As expected, Madame Shiva blocked the strike and hit her left shoulder with a backhand. Not bad. You could be faster. There are still flaws on your left side. Again. Slap. Your right hand is too high. Again. Slap. Slap. Move faster. Again. This woman was too violent. Thea gritted her teeth in hatred. She felt that she had never been beaten so many times in her life. The pride she had when she fought Malcolm to a draw was gone in an instant. However, for the sake of her path of self-improvement, she tried her best to persevere and constantly adjusted her attacking posture. After being beaten for an unknown period of time, Madame Shiva's voice sounded like it came from heaven. That's all for today. Take off your blindfold. I'll apply medicine for you. Leaning on the baton, he slowly pulled down his blindfold. It was as if he had returned from hell to the mortal world. For a moment, he felt that his surroundings were so beautiful. In anime and movies, the blind swordsmen would all appear extremely powerful. Their poses were cool and handsome, but it was all a lie. Massage was the only way out for the blind. Why would he practice swordsmanship for no reason? He touched his body. There were bruises all over his body, and he was numb. He did not feel cold. He felt pain everywhere, and there was no place that did not hurt. This elementary class was much more difficult than the previous ones. In order to stand out, what else could he do? He had to persevere. Sit tight. I'll apply some medicine for you. While she was in a daze, she saw Madame Shiva pouring some medicine into her hands. She rubbed her hands together and was about to apply it on her shoulders. What are you doing? Thea didn't know why she was so nervous. She only felt that she should stop her. I'm applying medicine for you. You can't apply it on many parts of your body. Stop talking nonsense and behave yourself. Shiva didn't know why this little girl was always so shy. She just thought that the two of them were not familiar with each other, so she didn't care. Numb and hot, Thea only felt that her hands were magical. They kept moving around her body, as if there were thousands of ants running through her blood vessels and bones. It would be a lie to say that she was uncomfortable, but she really felt embarrassed. She suppressed the pleasure in her heart and was afraid that she would cry out. Her little face was red. After applying the ointment all over her body and patting it, Thea was already sweating profusely. She didn't know if this was the process in the original tutorial or the result of her imagination. Her skin's sensitivity to the environment had greatly improved. It was like a cicada sensing the wind before the wind blew. Your progress is much faster than I expected. Let's not practice perception today. Come and fight with me. Shiva massaged Thea for a while. She was also a little hot. She felt that today's teaching mission was almost completed. She wanted to see how much Thea's combat skills had improved. Thea didn't mind. Although the hope was slim, she might be able to take revenge for the beating just now. Now that her whole body was hot, she didn't rush to put on her coat. She picked up the stick and rushed forward. The two girls quickly stood up fiercely. Thea was suppressing a wicked fire in her heart. She felt that her whole body was full of strength. Using this mysterious feeling, she used the moves that she used in the past. For a moment, Madame Shiva, who was unprepared, kept retreating. This is so good. Thea Quinn, you are qualified to be my opponent. Madame Shiva jumped out of the circle. She took off the long windbreaker on her body, revealing the tight red vest inside. The streamlined muscles on her arms faintly bulged. Her flat stomach also showed a beautiful mermaid's line. It turned out that when Madame Shiva was serious, she was worthy of her identity as the world's best assassin or the world's best martial artist. Thea relied on the momentum at the beginning to attack fiercely. Soon, she was defeated by exquisite martial arts and skillful skills. Although she kept thinking, looking for opportunities to counterattack. In a short time, she changed 3 sets of swordsmanship and 2 sets of stick techniques. However, they were all easily defeated by Madame Shiva. Let's fight barehanded. Thea threw the stick far away. She still didn't practice enough weapon fighting. In order to vent her anger, she could only fight barehanded. She was afraid that Madame Shiva would not cooperate, so she tried to provoke her by throwing out her weapon in advance. She thought that Madame Shiva would not be fooled by her arrogance. As she expected, Madame Shiva threw her weapon away. However, 10 seconds later, Thea regretted it so much that she wanted to bang her head against the wall. The two of them could still fight a few rounds with weapons, but barehanded fighting was not at the same level. Madame Shiva's barehanded fighting was much better. Although Thea tried her best to persevere, she knew that she could not lose, or at least she could not lose too badly. However, under the huge gap in strength, she was still pressed to the ground. Madame Shiva's fists were like lightning, rapidly throwing out countless punches in front of Thea's eyes. Obviously, she was holding back. If all these punches landed on Thea's face, Thea could go to Korea for plastic surgery. But why did this scene look so much like the scene of a martial artist fighting a Japanese soldier? She was lying on the ground with her arms and legs spread out. It looked like the Japanese soldier who was beaten up. Thea blurted out, "Wing Chun. Little Thea, you have good taste. Do you want to learn?" Lady Shiva had already returned to her normal state from her battle state. Although her tone was still cold, she was no longer as unapproachable towards Sia as she was at the start. Instead, there was a hint of ridicule in her tone. Wing Chun also existed in this world. Come to think of it, it did exist. Oliver had once hit a wooden dummy with a loud bang. Why wouldn't she learn? In this world, where there was no internal energy or qigong, it was crucial to find a set of boxing that was suitable for her. Chapter 31. Although Thea was eager to learn Wing Chun, there was no time to learn it today. Although Thea was working independently, it was not good to be too late. Master Shiva, can I call you sister? I feel like calling you master will make you look old. After the fight, the two of them had become much closer. She didn't notice it earlier, but now that she was free, she looked at her beautiful lines and perfect body proportions. This kind of beauty that was different from male muscles was very enviable to Sia. Shiva knew that she was deliberately trying to get close to her, but she was not disgusted. Up to you. It's just a name anyway. Sister, Can I train to have abs like yours? Thea said as she gently stroked her smooth lower abdomen with her fingers. It was firm, soft, and full of strength. So beautiful. Shiva felt a little strange when she was touched by her, but she quickly covered it up. Take your time, little girl. She put on her coat and walked out of the valley slowly. They agreed to continue the next day. Thea turned 16 last month and successfully got her driver's license. However, she had not decided on a car yet. She just randomly picked a Ford from the company. On the way back to the base, Thea felt that there were all kinds of noises around her. No wonder Madame Shiva always went deep into the mountains and forests. The noise in the city really affected one's perception. The stronger one's perception was, the greater the impact. Was she going to develop a decibel filter earmuff in the future? She slowly drove the car back to the software department of the former factory. From afar, she saw a red figure waving at her. Hey, Thea, come here. What's wrong, Felicity? Good news. The facial recognition software is finally done. She had been depressed for the past few days. Developing and upgrading software was very exciting, but rewriting from a higher version to a lower version was extremely boring. Therefore, it was indeed good news for her that she could continue to write brainwave acquisition programs in the future. It's good news for you, but not for me. Also, I'm tired and hungry now. Bring me a big Bailey burger. We'll talk about the rest when I wake up. After the software was completed, they still had to continue coordinating with the police, contacting the media, and setting up the venue. There were too many things to do. Thea felt that her head was a little heavy and her feet were light. She sent Felicity away with a few words, closed the door, and fell asleep on the guest sofa. He had a good sleep. Outside the window, the sun was still shining. Other people were so busy that they were sprawled all over the place. It was really a kind of joy and happiness to be able to sleep in a corner. Looking at the time, it was almost noon. He casually ate a few mouthfuls of hamburger with plain water. In order to have perfect abs as soon as possible, he did not dare to drink cola now. He grabbed Felicity and went straight to the police station. Why were they going to the police station for lunch? Thea took advantage of the time when they were about to have a meal, so she could drag them out for a meal and exchange their feelings. These were all advanced experiences brought over from her previous life. When they arrived at the police station, they found Detective Lance waiting for his lunchbox. Sir, you don't have to wait. Everyone in the police station had been dragged out by Thea to corrupt them. She had enough food and alcohol, and it was all covered by the Quinn Corporation anyway. As for whether drinking would affect the situation in the afternoon, she did not care. During the meal, Thea proposed to set up a special fund for police officers. Every officer would be able to draw a monthly allowance from the fund according to their length of service. Nowadays, the focus of society was on the sacrificed police officers. In fact, they did not know that the living were the most important. Reality proved that although the American police had many problems, such as collusion with gangs and racism, due to the proliferation of guns, the work pressure was very high. It was not a coincidence that they went to work happily in the morning and came back at night with a small box. Many police officers who could persevere were filled with a sense of justice, especially in this world where villains and aliens were everywhere. It was the most dangerous job in the world. Many citizens didn't understand why they had to do such a dangerous job. They all thought that the police were incompetent, which was why the city was so chaotic. Some of the citizens decided to stand up and fight against evil. But in the process of strengthening their bodies, some changed their minds and forgot their original intentions. They went from one extreme to another, and the vicious cycle naturally made the city darker and darker. In his 20 years as a detective, Lance had seen a lot of people who were determined to fight against gangs when they were young, but ended up being involved for various reasons. However, he was too insignificant to do anything about it. No matter what Thea's purpose was, he was very touched that she could change the current state of the police. Both sides were very satisfied. Although it wasn't to the point of kowtowing, it seemed that no one would arrest Thea for speeding and illegally stopping her car in Star City. Back at the police station, Felicity and the technicians worked together to install facial recognition software. Under the cross-comparison algorithm, they found the two fugitives who had been on the run for a long time in less than 10 minutes. Although the two had changed their faces, their facial features and body movements were still captured by the computer. The two fugitives were caught without any suspense, which shocked the whole police station. Usually, it would be impossible to catch such fugitives without 10 days to half a month of investigation. The lieutenant, who had always been elusive, appeared out of nowhere and praised the Quinn Group's move, thinking that it was another powerful proof of cooperation between the police and the public. He also said that he would inform the higher-ups of the police to attend the signing ceremony, and that the media would be notified by the Quinn Group. When they left the police station, Thea asked Felicity if she knew anyone from media. Felicity said that she was a hacker and had hacked the computers of those media people before. She had done things like changing speeches and turning the screen black during live broadcasts, but she had never seen any of them. Hearing that Thea was going to meet a few media people, although they didn't know her, they still felt guilty and said that it was better for her to go by herself. After saying that, they ran away. After being abandoned by her unscrupulous comrades, Thea could only think of a way by herself. Although it was convenient to ask Moira or Old Ma for help, she always felt that it was not a big deal. Using their connections was like using a butcher's knife to kill a chicken. Looking through the phone book, Sia could not help but sigh. She knew too few people, and there were only a few who came and went. Although she was unwilling, she could only ask Tommy for help. She didn't know if Old Ma told her the truth or not, but she had never figured out her position with Tommy. She didn't know if they should maintain their original relationship as friends or as siblings. Moreover, she didn't know if her identity as an illegitimate daughter would affect Tommy, the son of the first wife. In the past, as long as Tommy picked up the phone, he would come immediately, but this time, he waited for an hour. Just when Thea was wondering if he knew the truth and broke up with her, young Master Tommy, wearing sunglasses and holding a cane, walked in front of her like Daredevil. Chapter 32. Tommy, who used to be cheerful, looked like a frosted eggplant this time. He barely managed to greet her. "Hey, Thea, you must have been waiting for a long time." Looking at the man with sunglasses and a cane in front of her, it was hard to believe that this was the same Tommy who used to be in high spirits. "Dude, where did you go? Cosplay as Daredevil? You must have entered the wrong set. Don't tell me that both of your faces are quite similar. Both of you have long faces." Thea remembered that when she met Laurel a few days ago, Tommy was still very energetic. How did he become like this in just 3 days? The original plot had changed significantly. Was he blind? Thea stared at his sunglasses for a long time. She couldn't decide whether she should get up and help him sit down. She could only ask hesitantly, "Your eye?" "Oh, it's nothing. It's just a bump." Tommy took off his sunglasses to show that he wasn't blind, and then quickly put them back on. Looking at Tommy's eye socket, Thea almost spat out the coffee in her mouth. His left eye was obviously punched, and his right eyelid was also swollen. Did Laurel hit him? Did domestic violence also exist in this world? "Did you quarrel with Laurel?" Thea asked tentatively. "Quarrel? No. Oh, it's..." Tommy was stunned at first, but quickly realized what Thea meant. He hurriedly explained, "My dad found a master to train me. You know that I have to protect Laurel, right?" Tommy had a basic sense of confidentiality. He certainly couldn't say that his dad had personally trained him and made up a master. But how could Sia believe that? Star City was definitely the novice village of the DC world. There were only a few people who could be called experts. It was already surprising enough that a strange Ms. Shiva had popped out of nowhere. How could there be more? Realizing that Old Ma had started to train Tommy and the plot had begun to deviate from the original track, Thea did not know whether she should be happy or sad. Her mood was a little complicated, and she could only talk about business first. When Tommy heard that it was just a few media companies, it was not difficult for him at all. After being a playboy for so many years, he had never done anything serious. However, he had gotten to know quite a lot of people. Regardless of whether he was friends with them or not, at least he was familiar with them. He knew quite a number of people, such as the son of the station head and the niece of the host. After a few calls, the other party expressed that they were willing to negotiate. Thea did not express her gratitude for Tommy's help. There was no need for her to be courteous with him, be it friendship or blood relations. Seeing Tommy's body swaying back and forth, Thea hurriedly sent him home to rest. If he fell down in the cafe, people would think that he was trying to scam her. Do you want to send you back? Old Ma never told him the truth, so Thea didn't know how to address him. She could only use you to refer to him. No, I can do it. Tommy stumbled to the door. Whether it was the customers or the staff of the cafe, they all automatically made way for him, afraid that he would fall down without a word. There was even a kind person at the door who opened it for him, indicating that he should leave quickly and never come back again. Tommy took 2 steps out and then turned back. The whole cafe was on guard. Thea, you have to be careful. There is a dark force rising in Star City. My father was injured by them. Tommy lowered his voice and said to Thea, who injured him this time? Whether Old Ma was a good person or not, he treated her well. At least, he was much better than Madame Shiva, the violent woman. When she heard that he was injured, Thea was naturally concerned. Again, Tommy automatically ignored the subject in front of him and noticed this word. Could it be that his father had been injured before? Where's Uncle Merlin injured? Thea vaguely guessed something, but she still wanted to confirm it. A knife wound under his ribs. It's a very serious wound. It's about 10 centimeters long. Oh my, this old liar. Isn't that the wound that I made? What dark force? He really knows how to make up stories. Looking at Tommy's reaction, Thea knew that Malcolm was playing the trick of injuring himself to gain her sympathy. Or rather, he was using the current situation to put on a show. He came up with a mysterious force out of thin air for the sake of harmony between father and son. Thea criticized Old Ma's foresight. In fact, she had wronged Old Ma. This was the result of improvising. The old man was now thinking about how to continue lying. Many times, for the sake of one lie, one could only continue to make up another lie. In the end, the lie would become bigger and bigger until the truth was revealed. Although Tommy said that she did not need to send him home, Thea still drove him home. She had had enough. She wanted to talk to Old Ma about everything. Even if he did not admit it, at least he would not feel so bad. At this time, Malcolm was resting with his eyes closed. He was so busy recently that he did not have time to think about the plan to exterminate the poor in Star City. In order to raise his son, he had spent a lot of energy. Even if he could not achieve anything, it was all worth it to improve the relationship between father and son. Hey, Uncle Merlin, I heard that you're injured. Is it serious? I'm here to see you. Suddenly, he heard a clear and familiar voice in his ear. He quickly opened his eyes. Thea, why is she here? He looked carefully at the teasing expression on her face and immediately understood what she meant. Through his knife wound, she had confirmed that Malcolm and Black Arrow were the same person. This was not a problem. He had only changed his identity out of caution. However, when he saw Tommy next to her, he realized that his lie had been exposed. The victim's family had come knocking on his door. He smiled embarrassedly and said, Thea, long time no see. Thank you for your concern. I'm much better now. Thea pointed at Tommy with her chin and gave Old Ma a look, which meant that he should hurry up and tell the truth. Everyone was here today. Malcolm had been thinking about this problem for a long time. Tommy was full of love and missed his mother. If he knew that he had cheated on him, their relationship as father and son would be completely broken. There would be no chance for them to continue. It was impossible to stop halfway, so he could only drag it on. In response to Thea's look, he could only shake his head violently when Tommy was not paying attention. At least, not now. Although Thea was dissatisfied with his dissatisfaction, she could only maintain her respect. What if she was too enthusiastic and was misunderstood as robbing his property? He changed the topic and said in a strange tone, I heard that you were injured by the dark forces in the city. Can you tell me more about it? Yes, father. When I asked you, you said that you were injured by a woman. You haven't told me the details yet. Tommy gave a beautiful assist. Oh, which woman did it? Hurry up and tell us the details. Thea looked at the sky and said unhappily. Malcolm had never been so embarrassed in his life. He was squeezed by his children's words. He wanted to go up, but he couldn't go down. He was caught red-handed when he made up a lie. Now that he was the victim, how could he continue lying? Chapter 33. It was dark that day, and I was discovered by a woman. She was wearing a long trench coat and had long black hair. She had a long knife in her hand, and then Thea listened with a strange expression on her face. Was he talking about Miss Shiva? Dad, you're really good at bullshitting. She gave Malcolm a thumbs up when Tommy wasn't looking, implying that he was really good. Malcolm couldn't say anything now, so he could only hold on. He was afraid that they would ask more embarrassing questions, so he used the excuse of dizziness to send them away. Since he didn't want to tell the truth, they could only let him be. Thea said goodbye to Tommy and contacted several media outlets. The matter went smoothly. Thea and Tommy's family background played a key role, and the media outlets that received the invitation all said that they would participate in this great event. 3 days later, the Star City Police Station and Quinn Group officially held a signing ceremony. At this time, the main character of the meeting was naturally not Thea. After all, the CEO was still Moira. She had only briefly told her mother about the police fund, and neither of them paid much attention to it, because the money was really not much, and compared to the good reputation they would gain, it was a drop in the bucket. Watching her mother on the stage, talking about the various contributions and sacrifices that the police station had made to Star City, and looking forward to the beautiful scenery of the future, one had to admit that Moira was really talented in politics. Her words were like a spring breeze, and people were unconsciously influenced by her. She believed that if she were to enter politics in the future, what she had done today would be a good start. In order not to steal her mother's limelight, Sia was dressed very casually today. She threw away the damn business suit and changed into a t-shirt, jeans, and canvas shoes. She was dressed like a girl next door, and her long hair was tied into a beautiful ponytail. Felicity sat next to Thea. She was disgusted by this kind of political show, but because she was bored, she also came to join the fun. The two whispered a few words from time to time. From afar, it looked like the two girls were talking about some private matters. It was a very warm and gentle scene, but if you listened carefully to their whispers, your jaw would break. Haven't you solved the problem of the missile? Without a weapon, it's useless no matter how fast it flies. I'm anxious too, but it's really difficult. To take out the weapon, I need 3 people to sign, and there's also a password lock that changes every day. It's really hard to do. I can hack into the password lock and change the agreement. By the way, your software sucks. Don't stare at me. I'm telling the truth. Only you can solve the problem of signing the agreement. How about this? Let's put the skateboard away first. I'll go rob a few gangs. They should have firearms, right? But missiles? I don't think. This was the best idea that Sia could come up with after much thought. That's a good idea, but how are you going to deal with those gangsters? Felicity made a boxing gesture. They won't fight you. I can shoot arrows. Trust me, the effective range of a pistol is only 50 meters. My arrows can shoot to 100 meters, and there's no noise. A female Robin Hood flying in the sky? That sounds cool. Felicity's eyes lit up at the mention of adventure. She couldn't wait to go back and set up the skateboard. At this time, the meeting was still in progress. Moira also wanted to expand her influence. This time, she had gathered almost all the influential people in the city. To ensure the safety of these dignitaries, the lieutenant governor transferred the entire city's police force back to the station. Although Detective Lance was a little against it, he let it go in the end. Just as Moira's final speech indicated that they could proceed with the following banquet activities, the main light of the venue went out with a pop sound. Then, the surrounding lights also made a pop sound as if they had agreed on it. For a moment, darkness shrouded the noisy hall. What's going on? John, come and protect me. Darling, come to me quickly. Police, someone stole my bag. It was chaos all around. This scene was too familiar. It had happened countless times in the movies and TV series. This was definitely done by someone. However, Thea didn't expect that someone would be so bold as to commit a crime under the watch of 1,500 police officers. She and Felicity had been sitting in the corner, so no one would do anything to her. She told her to be careful, closed her eyes, and sensed Moira's location. Then, she quickly ran over. Come with me. Thea pulled her mother to the back without hesitation. However, Moira was in the middle of the crowd. It was dark and chaotic. It wasn't easy to get out. After struggling for a long time, She couldn't move more than 2 meters. Just as Thea was about to use violence to open a path, she sensed a figure approaching her quickly. The target seemed to be Moira's handbag. What a bold thief. How dare he steal my mother's stuff in front of me? He doesn't respect me at all. She pushed Moira behind her with her left hand. Stay back. Be careful. Moira didn't dare to call her daughter's name because she was afraid of being retaliated by the bandits. She had to admit that she was a person who had been through a lot. Her tone was very calm. Due to the chaos, Thea couldn't tell how many enemies there were. Thus, she decided to end the battle quickly and rush toward the figure. When she got closer, she realized that although the surroundings were dark, there were 2 faint red lights flashing on the person's face. If she didn't look carefully, she wouldn't have noticed it. Huh? Thea was stunned and immediately understood. This person was wearing infrared equipment. No wonder he could find a target so quickly. He wasn't an ordinary thief, but a high-tech thief. She hated this person for ruining her plans for several days. She threw a punch at the person's chest. Although the person was wearing infrared equipment, she couldn't tell who was who. She just felt that the person in front of her didn't have the same figure as the woman she saw at the time. She didn't care and just grabbed Thea's fist and pushed it to the left. However, she didn't expect Thea's move to be a feint. She took advantage of the force and kicked sideways. She didn't expect that there would be a guy with good skills among a group of officials and dignitaries. However, she didn't take Thea seriously after so many years. She wanted to use her fast footsteps to let Thea pass and snatch the target woman's belongings first. But how was this possible? After a few days of training with Lady Shiva, it was hard to say how much she had improved in actual combat, but Sia was already very familiar with the use of her own senses. She automatically blocked out the chaotic crowd around her and focused on this black figure. The crowd around her made it impossible for her to use her legs. She could only use her close combat skills and various boxing skills. She didn't want to kill the enemy, but she wanted to distract the enemy. When the lights turned on, there would be 1,500 angry police officers waiting for her. The person also understood this and saw Thea's intention. He knew that his plan today would not be successful, but he still wanted to try his best. He didn't hold back anymore and was ready to go all out to get rid of this hindrance. Chapter 34. As the intruder aimed at Thea, the pressure on Thea suddenly increased. However, with her senses fully activated, she could clearly see every movement of the intruder. There was no problem of blindness, and she could also use all her skills to the best of her ability. At this moment, Detective Lance's voice came from afar. Connect the backup power. Team 1 and 2, go get the heavy weapons. The rest of you, follow me. When the intruder heard the police officer's footsteps, he was extremely irritated. No matter how good he was at fighting, he couldn't withstand the gunfire of more than 1,000 people. Even the Terminator couldn't withstand it. He had thought that this was just a simple mission for him to relax and have some fun, but he didn't expect to be held back here. He couldn't even take half a step out, and he couldn't even run away. The enemy opposite him was thin, and he couldn't tell who it was. Logically speaking, he should have seen or heard of someone with such skills. Sia was also very unhappy. Although the current situation was that the police officers had lost a lot of face, the event that she had painstakingly organized was also completely ruined. How could she not be angry? Although the person opposite her was not weak, he was only about the same as her. As long as the lights came on, it would be useless no matter how good he was at fighting. The two of them gradually became more and more aggressive. Both of them were agile fighters, and they fought with speed. The situation was in a stalemate for a while. The lights on the side slowly came on. Thea stopped in time half a second before the lights came on. She stood in the crowd, trying to be a graceful spectator. She didn't want to expose her skills. After all, in the eyes of kidnappers, kidnapping a weak young lady might be enough with a knife. But if they were to kidnap someone who could fight, they would have to bring a submachine gun. You could say that she was pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger, or that she was pretending to be low-key. In any case, Thea was prepared to maintain her image as a harmless little white flower. Under the dim light, Thea looked at the figure opposite her. Black tights, high-heeled boots, a butterfly mask, and seductive red lips under a delicate nose. Was this Catwoman? Wasn't she hanging out in Gotham? Why was she in our village? As the lights gradually came on, Catwoman knew that today's entertainment was about to turn into a life and death escape. She glared at Thea. Although she was hiding in the crowd and pretending that nothing had happened, she had fought with Catwoman for a long time, and there were traces of fight on her body. For Catwoman, who was known for her sharp eyesight, it was too obvious. The sound of footsteps was getting closer and closer, and the light around them was getting clearer and clearer. Catgirl was in a very bad situation. Sia had insidiously set the fighting ground in the middle of the hall. Now there were people all around, and the nearest window was 10 meters away. Although the police officers weren't as good at fighting as the heroes, they weren't useless either. A few of the nimble and clear-headed ones had already run towards Catwoman, drawing their guns as they ran. It couldn't be helped. Catwoman's outfit was too obvious in the crowd of people in suits. Anyone who didn't have cerebral palsy would know that there was something wrong with her. Just as Thea was whistling and waiting to see how Catwoman would fight her way out, a cylinder was thrown in through the window. With a bang, it hit the ground, and thick white smoke enveloped the hall. A smoke bomb? The originally stable situation became chaotic again. Fortunately, Detective Lance was experienced and shouted to maintain order. He instructed his subordinates to open the windows and turn on the high-powered blowers. When they gradually regained their vision, Catwoman, who had been surrounded by the crowd, was nowhere to be seen. If I let you swagger away like this, it would be too embarrassing for me. Seeing a few bodyguards come to her mother's side, Sia went to find Felicity and whispered, "Pull up the city surveillance and see where she ran to. I'll go and catch her." One street up ahead, about 600 meters away. Felicity operated quickly and soon found Catwoman in the camera. How did she manage to run so far in such a short amount of time? Thea put on a headset. "Help me find a path she has to take. I'll block her." She didn't go through the front door, but opened the window and quickly chased after Catwoman. It was already 9 o'clock in the evening, and it was dark all around. Thea wasn't afraid of being discovered by passersby. As for the cameras along the way, Felicity could hack them at any time. Turn left. Go around 100 meters ahead. Turn right under the billboard. This was the first time Thea and Felicity worked together, and it had to be said that their cooperation was perfect. After running at full speed for 3 minutes, Thea finally blocked Catwoman's path. "Hey, you're Catwoman, right? Why did you come to Star City?" She was a tourist and a simple citizen of Gotham. If she wanted to set up a branch in Star City, she had to ask first. At the same time, she wanted to buy time, so she was a little out of breath after running at full speed. Catwoman's face was indescribably ugly when she saw her jump out again. She carefully compared the girl in front of her with her memory and confirmed the identity of the girl in front of her. "Thea Quinn? I didn't expect a rich girl to be so skilled. I really don't understand the minds of rich people like you." There was a hint of resentment in her words. Was she talking about her? Why didn't it feel like it? Thea was a little confused. Although Catwoman wasn't a hero, she wasn't a villain either. Her facial features did look a little like Anne Hathaway's, and her original desire for revenge faded a little. Looks were really important. It was rare to meet someone who was as skilled as her, and it was a good opportunity to spar. Thea didn't intend to let her go so easily. Seeing that she didn't answer her question, Thea continued to ask, "What's your purpose in coming to Star City?" Catwoman said lightly, "I'm just passing by." "Little girl, you're too nervous." It was pitch black just now. Although she could use her perception to observe, the crowd was too chaotic, and it seriously affected her performance. Thea didn't feel good fighting just now. "Since you don't want to tell the truth, then let's continue fighting." Catwoman also felt that she had been in the underworld for many years. Today, her reputation was ruined by a little girl, and she was very unhappy in her heart. Seeing that Thea rushed over, she also expressed that she wanted to teach her a lesson and let her know the power of a senior, and that she should be careful in the underworld in the future. The two fought again after 3 minutes. Thea had completely recovered her vision, and there was no noise around to disturb her, so she could exert 100% of her strength. Catwoman felt that she had run far away, and the people in the police station couldn't catch up with her for a while. She also didn't have the sense of urgency just now. In the face of Thea's fierce attacks, she cautiously responded with her years of fighting experience. For a while, the two were evenly matched. Thea had a strong perception, while Catwoman had a rich experience in street fighting. She could always use some roadblocks, trees, and the like to resist the attacks. For a while, neither of them could do anything to the other. As the physical strength of the two was severely exhausted, Thea gradually gained the upper hand. This was mainly because Catwoman was still wearing high-heeled boots when fighting. This person's sense of balance was really strong, and she could do all kinds of high kicks, side flips, and other movements in high heels. This made Thea want to write a big word of admiration. Seeing that Catwoman's breathing was getting more and more disordered and her footsteps were no longer as stable as before, Thea knew that she was not far from defeat. After all, she was still an Earthling. If she could defeat her in high heels, she would have lived in vain. She would be too sorry for the teaching of Old Ma and Shiva. Chapter 35. Thea knows that if she wants to defeat Catwoman, she has to limit her speed. Although she is agile, that's only when compared to Catwoman. Compared to her, there's always a gap between them. It's this gap that allows Thea to have the upper hand, but she can't expand her advantage. She moves sideways to avoid Catwoman's consecutive kicks. It seems that Catwoman's leg skills have been trained hard. Whip kicks, spinning kicks, and all kinds of other kicks make Thea tired. She really doubts whether this guy has the supernatural ability to walk on flat ground while wearing high heels. This is too unscientific. Anyway, Thea thinks that if she wears such shoes, it's good enough that she can walk at a normal speed. How could she kick up and down like this? It's already GG. Finally, when Catwoman's physical strength is exhausted, her powerful side kick loses its precision and is easily blocked. Thea sees that she shows a flaw, so she rushes to the inner circle and hits her face with her elbow. Catwoman sees the fierceness of this move. If she is hit in the face with the dense nerves on the face, it will definitely cause a short period of coma. At the critical moment, Catwoman suddenly exerts strength between her waist and legs, and her body jumps up a little. However, the fierce elbow still hits her shoulder near her collarbone. Thea is not going to let it go. She grabs Catwoman's shoulder with both hands, stomps on the ground with her right foot, and bends her left leg, using a Muay Thai knee strike. Seeing that Catwoman is about to be hit in the lower abdomen and lose the ability to fight, a shining metal object in the distance quickly flies towards Thea's right foot. She doesn't know what it is. If she continues to exert strength, although she can hurt Catwoman, she will also be injured. Thea weighs for a moment. She just wants to learn from each other, not a duel of life and death. It's not worth getting injured for this. She can only change her upward knee strike to jump back with both feet to temporarily get out of the fight. With a crisp sound, the metal object was inserted into the ground where Thea was standing. She stared at the metal object that was inserted into the cement road. It was streamlined and had a special metallic texture under the dim light. There was also a sharp blade on the side of the metal object that was exposed from the ground. "Oh my, is this a bat dart?" Felicity's anxious voice came from the earpiece. "Thea, be careful. It's Batman." In fact, Thea also saw the legendary Master Batman. He was wearing a Kevlar bulletproof bodysuit, a black mask, and a dark black cloak. He looked like he was flying on a sword as he floated down from the sky. If he were to return to the Middle Ages, he would be worshipped as a god. This was to put pressure on him. The information said that he was a famous psychological master, and it was true. Where did he come down from? Did he have a cultivation technique? That was impossible. Thea carefully filtered the surrounding environment with her perception. Sure enough, there was something strange above her head, but the distance was a little high, so her perception was blurry. It should be his batplane. It has a very strong, ultra-low flying ability. She couldn't see it with the naked eye, which meant that it had an advanced optical camouflage stealth function. This was different from the traditional stealth fighter that couldn't be seen by the naked eye. This was both invisible to the radar and the naked eye. It was very advanced. She would ask Ryan's weapon research department to develop one for her later. After seeing Batman float down, he stood beside Catwoman. However, for some reason, Catwoman moved 2 steps to the side, as if to avoid him. Although Batman's face was covered by the mask, from the outline of his chin and other facial features, there was a hint of helplessness. He seemed to want to say something, but didn't know where to start. Catwoman seemed to have suddenly lost her sight. She ignored the living person beside her and continued to stare at Thea. Even a blind person could see that there was something wrong with the two of them. Thea's gossipy fire was ignited. Felicity, who was watching the live broadcast, also expressed her opinion in a low voice. She almost flew over to give it a thumbs up. Seeing that the scene was a little dull for a moment, Thea took the initiative to speak righteously. "You're Batman, right? Aren't you Gotham's hero? Why are you protecting this thief?" Batman was really annoyed. This time, it was because he and Catwoman had been a little ambiguous in their previous interactions. The two of them had come out to play with their real identities. When passing by Star City, the two of them had quarreled about their views on the world and life while chatting. It just so happened that Moira had gathered all the politicians in the city for a press conference. Catwoman was unhappy and wanted everyone to be unhappy. She changed her clothes and came in to pull the switch, ready to take action. The game that he thought would be a piece of cake was completely ruined by Thea. The two of them fought from the venue to the road. Seeing that Catwoman was about to lose, Batman could only play the hero and save the damsel in distress. Faced with Thea's question, Batman didn't know how to answer. He had checked Thea's information on the Batplane. She was the eldest daughter of Quinn Corporation. Her father and brother had died in an accident. She had no bad records. She was currently working in her own company and was applying for a place at Princeton University. She wasn't a bad person in any way. Instead, she had experienced the same thing as him. She hadn't fallen, she hadn't given up, and she could still maintain such an optimistic spirit. This made Batman, who had fallen into darkness several times, envious. Someone else had done what he couldn't do. Naturally, he admired them. So, Batman could only pretend that he didn't hear her question and be a quiet, handsome man. Seeing Batman playing dead, Catwoman was agitated again and again tonight. She couldn't maintain her usual elegance and calmness. She shouted, "Come and catch me if you can." Thea would be stupid to go over. The two of them were clearly in a team. With her small arms and legs, she could forget about it. Moreover, she didn't intend to fall out with Batman. After all, he was a big shot in the Justice League. She would still be in the hero circle in the future. It would be unwise to offend him. As long as she didn't have superpowers, she would automatically be in Batman's camp. Yes, there were also factions among superheroes. Similar to the conflict between Marvel's Team America and Iron Man, the DC was mainly reflected in Dachau and Batman. Batman was hostile to all abnormal humans. In his eyes, no matter good or bad, all alien mutants should be eliminated. The only difference was that aliens were all hostile, while mutants were selective. With his wealth and wide circle of friends, it might be difficult for him to get some superpowers. However, it wasn't difficult for him to get body-strengthening drugs. However, he would rather maintain his identity as a pure earthling than accept those enhancements. This showed his philosophy. To deal with this kind of person, it was useless even if your martial arts were better than his. Unless you completely beat him to death, he would always be like a cockroach, jumping out of nowhere to scare you. Thea decided to use the same trick that Prometheus used against Green Arrow in the future to deal with him. First, she would use a big move, which was a famous protagonist's exclusive skill, mouth escape. First, she would seize the moral high ground. There was no need to compare whose fist was bigger. As long as she could make him speechless, she would naturally win. Chapter 36. Thea said loudly, "Tonight is the signing banquet held by the Quinn Corporation and the Star City Police Station. In order to fight crime, we specially developed facial recognition software and gave it to the police station for free. Such a good thing was ruined by this thief." She glared at Batman. "Do you know how many gangsters there are in Star City? Do you know how hard it is to fight against these people? If we can get rid of 1/5 of them, the city government will be able to provide 20,000 more jobs." Everything was ruined by her. The Star City Police Station has become a laughingstock. The efforts of 1,500 police officers and thousands of people in the Quinn Corporation have all gone to waste. In fact, the so-called efforts of thousands of people in the Quinn Corporation were made by Felicity and 3 of her subordinates. Of the 1,500 police officers, less than 100 knew the details. However, Thea put herself in the role of a city protector who did not ask for anything in return. Batman, who did not know the truth, was in an awkward position. They just happened to pass by Star City and did not know the whole story. In fact, it was useless to know in advance. Thea's words were 70% true and 30% false. With Felicity's methods, it was impossible to discover the truth without a team investigating day and night. Damn it, what should I do now? Should I hand over the ambiguous Catwoman? I can't bear to do that. This is not Gotham. I'm not familiar with this place. I don't know who to ask for help. Moreover, Catwoman almost wiped out the Star City police station and the city government. She made them lose face in their own home. They would definitely not let her go easily. If someone came to Gotham to cause trouble, I'll beat the shit out of them. After thinking about it, if I can't hand her over, I'll just change my identity to compensate Star City. If they didn't hand her over, they could only kill their way out. However, Master Bruce had never done such a shameful thing in his entire life. He felt extremely guilty and didn't want to waste any more words. He gave the feline girl a look, indicating that they shouldn't embarrass themselves and should leave as soon as possible. Catwoman saw Batman standing there like a block of wood. He did not speak or move. He only gave her a subtle look. She knew that she was in trouble today. Although she was greedy, she always knew her limits. Every time, she would find a target in advance and make a plan before taking action. Today, they were purely in a bad mood and had done this with the mentality of playing a game. Now that the owner had come to find them, they were also in the wrong. Looking at Sia's t-shirt, jeans, and canvas shoes, she looked like the embodiment of justice. Compared to the 2 of them, who were as black as crows, they looked like bad guys no matter how they looked at it. Seeing the 2 of them exchange glances, Sia knew that they were going to run. Although she did not want to catch them, it would be too fake to just let them leave. She had to at least put on a show. Don't run. She rushed over. Of course, she was going for Catwoman. The 2 had fought twice and knew each other well. Compared to Batman, who was 9 meters tall with bulging muscles and wearing defensive armor, Catwoman was the easier target. Batman also knew that it was impossible for him to leave Star City. However, when he saw Thea rushing towards Catwoman, he did not know if he should help or watch from the side. Looking at the 2 women fighting in full swing with his martial arts skills, he could tell that the 2 were evenly matched. If they continued fighting like this, they could fight until the next day. Young lady, I'm sorry. By the time the sun came up, it would be too late. Batman could only join the battle and fight against Thea. With his participation, Thea immediately felt heavy pressure. Batman claimed to know 127 types of fighting techniques. She did not know who calculated this, but his martial arts skills were really exquisite. Muay Thai, Judo, Sambo, all kinds of martial arts were at his fingertips. In addition, his strength, speed, endurance, and other attributes completely suppressed Thea. He was also known as Batman, so his perception was not weak. Thea's perception in the past was also offset by his strong perception. Catwoman seemed to be very dissatisfied with her old lover's help. Her movements unconsciously slowed down. Batman also did not want to hurt this little girl with a sense of justice. The 2 of them held back a little for different purposes, so Thea could barely resist. Just when Thea felt that she could not hold on anymore and was wondering if she should pretend to faint or let them hit her twice and then fall to the ground, a high-pitched voice sounded from the side of the road. I've been watching for a long time, and I can't help it. Today I must have a good fight. The only person who liked to fight so much and was still a woman in Star City was none other than Miss Shiva. She was still wearing her usual black windbreaker and red singlet, and her long hair danced with the evening breeze. Miss Shiva. Batman was a little depressed at this time. He knew Shiva. The 2 of them had fought many times, and he had never won. As the mother of the future 3rd-generation Batgirl, the 2 of them were not familiar with each other, but they definitely knew each other. Otherwise, why would she not entrust her daughter to someone else, but to Batman? Seeing Ms. Shiva walk straight to Thea, the two beauties, one cold and the other beautiful, stood side by side and looked at the two of them. Batman and Catwoman looked at each other, and they both knew that things were going to be bad. Both of them knew Shiva's personality, and today's matter would not be resolved in a short time. Thea also knew that her helper was here, so she had to continue fighting. The more she fought today, the more proficient she became. Sure enough, actual combat was the best teacher. She ordered Felicity to disable the surrounding surveillance cameras. They had been fighting for a long time, and it would be too disappointing if a group of police officers jumped out. She looked at Shiva and pointed at Catwoman, meaning that she was mine. Ms. Shiva was also not interested in Catwoman. She smiled and rushed to Batman. Batman, our fifth fight has begun. She knew Bruce's identity, but she did not say it out loud because of Thea's presence. Not to mention Batman, who had a mental breakdown. This was the fourth time today that Thea and Catwoman had fought. The two had fought 3 times before, and it could only be said that Catwoman had lost slightly. In fact, the gap between them was not big. If it was a life-and-death battle, it would be hard to say. Thea naturally did not have such thoughts. She only had the mentality of learning from each other. Catwoman was now not as angry as she was at first, and her mentality was slowly adjusted. The two of them were not in a hurry to practice. In fact, they both knew that the winner was not on their side, but on the other two's duel. Batman's previous judgment was very accurate. The two of them had repeatedly used the same moves several times. In the end, the one with the better stamina would win. In the end, the two of them were too lazy to continue fighting because there was really no winner. After fighting on and off for so long, they were very tired. They simply stopped and focused on the duel between Batman and Shiva. Chapter 37. Batman looked down on women, but his years of education made him maintain a kind of respect for women. It was a mixture of the European chivalry and the ancient chivalrous swordsmen who did not hit women. His view of women was to ignore them. Talia had given birth to a son for him and then stabbed him in the back. This was not an adjective, but a stab from a metal object. What he did was to endure it. Catwoman betrayed him, and he also expressed his forgiveness for his old lover, as if he did not know. Even the half-crazy clown girl mainly criticized and educated him, which was a sharp contrast to the way he beat the clown to death. The result of the duel between such a person who was a little obsessed with mental cleanliness and Madame Shiva was predictable. There were too many places that he could not hit. He could not hit her chest, and her waist was too sensitive, so he could not hit her. Her face? Looking at Madame Shiva's cold and elegant face, he could not hit her even more. His hands and feet were tied. His martial arts skills were already inferior to Madame Shiva's, and now the gap was even bigger. He was barely able to maintain a stalemate by relying on the sturdy protective suit on his body. He wanted to see the situation on Catwoman's side. He did not know that the surveillance cameras had been hacked by Felicity, and he was afraid that the police would come out with light and heavy weapons in the next second. He was uneasy and took 2 punches from Shiva. He turned his head to look at Catwoman and was about to shout for help, but he almost bit his tongue when he saw her. At this time, Catwoman and Thea were standing side by side, as if the previous fight had never happened. The two of them crossed their arms and looked at him as if nothing had happened. He did not know that Felicity was eating snacks behind the camera and silently cheering him on. The two women's conversation could be heard from time to time. Shiva didn't use much strength in that punch. Did she not eat? No, there's something wrong with your perspective. That punch was a feint. The key is this kick. Good. Beautiful. This side kick is perfect. Master Bruce really wanted to kneel down to these women. Who am I working so hard for? Do I have nothing better to do than to fight for you? She was even more certain that she would never fight with a woman again. He wanted to call for a ceasefire, but Madame Shiva was having a good time and didn't give him chance. Thea concentrated on watching their movements, footwork, and moves. They were real martial artists. At best, she was just a martial arts user, not even a fan. Thea, let's retreat. The police will be here in a minute. Felicity said hurriedly. The police are coming. They were all fellow martial artists. Sia felt that it was inappropriate to abandon them and run alone, so she shouted at the battlefield. To be honest, the people present were not heroes. Thea still had to maintain her identity as a little white flower. Catwoman and Shiva. One was a thief, and one was an assassin. Batman was also a person on Gotham's wanted list. The four heroes were all dead. A few of them stopped immediately. In fact, it was mainly Madame Shiva who stopped. Batman had wanted to run long ago, but she still wanted to continue. She curled her lips and called out to Thea. Continue training tomorrow morning. Before she finished speaking, she had already disappeared into the dense forest. Batman nodded at Thea. At this point, he knew that Thea had no intention of arresting them. Otherwise, she would have called the police. He hugged Catwoman's waist and fired a claw gun into the sky. The two of them quickly rose 30 meters into the air and disappeared without a trace. As the blurry layers of the sky shifted, Thea could finally see the outline of the Batfighter. The body was long and narrow, and the propellers were arranged below the two wings. This was the key to vertical takeoff and landing. When she was ready to take a closer look, the Batfighter had completely disappeared into the air. Sigh, she must study it carefully next time. Thea could vaguely hear the sirens and quickly retreated according to the route provided by Felicity. When Thea returned to the venue, she thought that her plan to save Face would be completely ruined after Catwoman's antics. She did not expect Moira to be so capable. Before the reporters and politicians left, Moira launched a crisis PR. When Thea entered the venue, she only heard the second half of the speech. We should not be scared away. We will not be defeated. We should join hands to fight these criminals who threaten and intimidate us. They are afraid of us, afraid of our united strength. Lieutenant Edward and I have submitted a draft to the city government and the parliament respectively. The Quinn Group will donate 5 million yuan worth of equipment to the Star City Police Station to fight these criminals. Please lend a helping hand, help us maintain the good image of Star City, and save our home. Finally, the Quinn Group and the city government will each give out 1 million yuan as a reward to those who can provide clues about tonight's troublemakers. Friends from the media, please publish this news. We must resolutely strike down their arrogance. Even if the celebrities in the audience were unwilling, they could only grit their teeth and say that they were willing to donate money. Even the shameless ones could not say, "Come, take 50 cents and don't look for the change." Seeing that others had donated 100,000 yuan or 80,000 yuan, they could only take 50 cents back and sign a check to make up the number. After signing, they had to say that they were happy. They were indescribably happy. Seeing that her mother had successfully resolved the crisis, turning a bad thing into a good thing, and at the same time, portraying the Quinn Group as a persevering fighter, she silently praised her political talent. As for donating equipment and bounties, who knew if they would donate less or not? Anyway, Thea's goal was the Sea of Stars. Whether Star City was good or bad, it did not affect her. If she saw it, she would do her best to take care of it. If she did not see it, then so be it. No matter how good the city was, no matter how strict the laws were, there would still be soil for evil to breed. After the celebrities had finished their fundraising, the lieutenant happily announced the successful completion of this year's revenue-generating mission. He hoped that everyone would come again next year. Of course, he could not say that. He said with a heavy heart that he would catch the criminals today, no matter where they were. If he could not do it, then he would not come to the police station next year. Yes, he was transferred away at the end of the year. He would